you know, kind of think about this for your site. Our board, as well as the leadership of Foothills, very much recognizes the importance of these industry credentials that our students can get. And if we can figure out how to do a CTAE program that is more hands-on there at the site, we're very open to that conversation. That's where culinary arts came on board. Our good friend Deborah in the back used to be the nutrition director at Jackson County, was a teacher, knows how to do culinary arts. So we did a Jackson County class this fall. That is expanding to Madison County because we have a mentor that is also the culinary arts teacher in Madison County. She's opening up her doors to her classroom. Thanks to the great partnership with Madison County Schools, they're willingly allowing our students to use that classroom. So we are giving the culinary program, again, waiving seat time. The culinary program is a 12-week program. We're real specific about recruiting students into these programs to ensure that they know they have to be there every day. So it's not just every student, but we really try to focus on that. And can for sure, if you have one of these CTAE programs come into your area, I hope that you'll assist us in identifying those students who could very much benefit from this type of programming. What's next? Go back to that. Oh, okay. And then here's the other two. All of this idea has really kind of given birth to some other, what kind of partnerships can we form? Again, this idea of what's a short-term training program that our students value and want and enjoy because it's short-term as opposed to sitting in a semester or a whole year worth of instruction. But what's the short-term training? That has given birth to a partnership at Butts County for Heartland students. We again are given CTAE credit for that. In Jasper County, we have an instructor that works for Foothills, and again, Jasper County Schools is opening up their welding lab to us, and we have even assisted with welding equipment that our students can have access to. So we are beginning to expand these CTAE programs with this mindset of short term and what is the industry credential that they can receive at the conclusion of it that will assist them with the job in the region that we serve. So if you have ideas or you know stuff, we would ask that you would contact me. Would love to hear and talk to you, your site directors, what you have access to. And again, we will assist we'd love for every one of our sites to have either access to CTAE program or access to dual enrollment technical programs that lead to that industry credential. So the first question is always, what is the workforce need in the region? And if we're going to teach this class, what is the credential that student's going to have when they leave in order to be hired to very specific jobs? And a lot of our work and our partnerships have started beefing up. Melissa's going to talk about our work-based learning opportunities also. And so again, we very much want to make sure that our instruction leads to those well-paying jobs. So again, if you have some ideas that we can have better programming at the CTAE level beyond, all of y'all know that the business and technology course is available to every one of our students. It's on Canvas. So these are true hands-on. They got to show up. They got to work at the pace of the class. You know, it's not computer-based. It's very much hands-on skills training. So if you have an interest in that, get a hold of me. We'll kind of think through what that partnership needs to look like, what the CTAE credit that can be approved by Melissa and Scott needs to look like, what employers are available to even partner with our programming so they're aware of our students and will hire them at the conclusion of the program. And then we got to work through a budget because, as y'all know, CTAE programs are not cheap. So we have to figure out what funds we have and are available to us in order to do that programming. So that's kind of the work I do. That explains the very specific CTAE programs that we've been working on. And can I answer any questions? No. Questions? question, Sherry.
Ari, if anyone ever has a student who wants to take a course, either at technical college or with us, don't let money be the issue. It don't say, oh, you can't go because you don't have $200.
Yeah.
Stop everything and just contact me, Ari. We will hand walk it. We will go rob a bank. You know, we will do whatever we gotta do. Right? Because we do have resources that we can help. So don't ever let that be something. If a kid says, I don't have $200 tomorrow, we'll build it.
Right. And I,
Get it out there.
that is, thank you, Sherry, for bringing it up. As we're looking at CTAE, I want to be real specific around the CTAE program because it's so separate, as y'all well know. It's high school credit versus dual enrollment is college credit. So in CTAE world over here, one of the steps of making this happen is I got to put together a budget. So we got to figure out how this is free to students. So with the welding program, we're paying at least $100 worth of personal protection equipment. We're paying for culinary. Poor Deborah's going to Ingles every week buying all the stuff for culinary. We've got super cool Foothills aprons that are out there for all of our students that we give to them. And I'll talk a little bit about the things that Foothills has stepped up on the dual enrollment side of the house, because all you guys know, when Mike gets up here, some of those funding costs that the technical college or Hope does not pay for can be a stumbling block. We figure out how to get over that stumbling block. So again, that the CTAE side, we try to anticipate ahead of the time and also make sure those courses are where our students can access them. So that's why it's important that Jasper County is stepping up, and we've got to put all the consumables and the personal protection, all that stuff has to be paid for. And we put together a budget ahead of time to make sure that there's no cost to our students. Any other questions? That good? All right, thank you, guys.
Okay, so as I said earlier, we're gonna talk, she talked a lot about the what, and we're still talking about the what, but a little bit of the how. As you can see, I have 3 bullet points right now that just kind of align with what Irene said. We have to look at the standards when we're talking about a CTAE course and get everything approved. We have to have a course number. Scott and I will work together to make sure that happens, and then we have to get that get the course on the student's schedule. And that's been a piece that I've heard, that we need to kind of figure out the process. So we're gonna work on that. And also, once we get this on the student's schedule and the student's in the course, there's gotta be a way to get a grade in there so that we can get credit for it on the transcript. So we're working through a workflow that will make that happen. And that how will come. Okay, so I'm gonna change gears a little bit and talk about work-based learning for a minute. With work-based learning, you all know we do have a work-based learning program. We have a coordinator at each site, and there's lots of things that go with work-based learning. But the main thing I want to mention here is what I have highlighted is that work-based learning provides students the opportunity to receive credit while working in an environment related to their career pathway. And we all know that a lot of students come to us CTAE rich. They have taken a lot of CTAE courses and they have completed a pathway, but we have some that have not. And that's why we have our business and technology pathway available to those students. Let me ask you this, and I'll just somebody respond. Is work-based learning the 3rd course in a pathway? Is work-based learning the 3rd course in a pathway? No, it is not. Okay, just want to make sure we're clear on that. It is not the 3rd course in a pathway. Let's see. I think we kind of got us off whack here. Okay, the other question I have, does anyone know what ESD stands for in cooperative education and internship? Anybody want to answer that question? Okay, well, you may see it somewhere along the way, but when I assign a course number for CTAE, then I have to work with Tiffany Norman, and we go in and we just have to decide we're going to code it as ESD, which is Employability Skills Development, Co-op, or Internship. And co-op is when a student is taking a CTAE class and their work aligns with that class. Internship is when a student has already taken and received a CTAE pathway, and then they're out working in a field that aligns with their pathway. Employability skills development is what I code most of our students here at Foothills, which basically is this. all CTAE courses have, the first standard is employability skills, soft skills. And so we're able to align a lot of what our students do in work with what we call ESD. So all that, I say all that just to say that's very important. And so as I change the slide here to make sure we get everything coded correctly, you'll see that I have highlighted. The big thing is, as counselors, you will work with the work-based learning teacher to make sure when we put a student in work-based learning, it's the correct thing for that student. Because you all know there are some things that have to be done. The student has to fill out an application. There's modules within Canvas they have to complete. They have to have a mentor at their job that's signing off on certain documents. They have to collect pay stubs. So there's a good bit of extra for the student to receive work-based learning credit, and we just want to make sure that it's the proper course for the student. And I know you all do work with the work-based learning teacher now as we work through this, but there will be more to come as we move along. As I said, this is a lot about the what today and not about the how, but I am going to revise a little bit the work-based learning guidelines, and those will be coming out. We do have another work-based learning program. Let's go back one, and that is called Great Promise Partnership. And so Irene, she's still here. You want to talk about that for a second?
Yeah. All right, so as we've learned with the development of all these programs, very specifically the Well Ready program, we quickly realized, well, one of the requirements of Northeast Georgia Regional Commission to get those fundings, they're bringing the money down to Foothills in order for the individuals they train to get a job. So we've not done as good a job with the 55 kids that we've graduated out of Well Ready, tying those to very specific employment, and we've got to up our game on that. And we've also discovered that so many of our students are so unique, and we've got one student that is 17 years old but only has one high school credit, so he's still in 9th grade. So we had some stumbling blocks that traditional workplace learning caused our students, and knew that we had to do this in a much more flexible way. Enter Great Promise Partnership, which is now, if y'all are not aware, is an entity underneath the Department of Education, but it is a work-based learning opportunity that expands throughout the student's entire high school time, so it's not necessarily tied to semesters anymore. And there's zero issues at all as it relates to the age requirement or 9th grade, 10th grade. So Great Promise Partnership is just a designed opportunity that provides a lot more flexibility. And we now, as well as they have some staff people out there to assist us in finding employers. So starting this fall, especially with our Well Ready programs where they're going to be located, we're trying to up the game on ensuring that every one of those students either we're aware of where they're employed or they get a work-based learning opportunity tied to the Well Ready programming. And we're going to assist our work-based learning instructors by using Great Promise Partnership coding versus the more traditional semester coding, if that makes sense. Is that good?
That's good. Okay, so anyone have any questions about CTAE or work-based learning? Because I'm going to change gears to career development now. Any questions? Okay. They got me doing two things at once. I can't. Okay, so what do students need with career development? Okay, so everybody knows that we have a career development course, and inside of that career development course is youth science. And again, I have sent out surveys, talked with a lot of people, and I know there are some things that you all worry about, but let's just talk about it for a few minutes. One of the things we do know is career development is big, and it's big across the state of Georgia. It's probably big everywhere. And one of the things that makes you know it is big, when you look at the CTAE mission statement here that I've highlighted, we will provide Georgia students access to quality career counseling and development through grades K-12. And they have really, the CTAE department for the DOE has really rolled out a lot of information, a lot of requirements, a lot of things to do from kindergarten all the way to 12th grade. One of the things, as Irene mentioned earlier, was the bridge bill, and that came out in 2010. I'm sure all of you are very familiar with it. But the one thing that kind of is important to me about the bridge bill, Irene, thank you. I didn't know some of the things you said this morning, but one of the things that are that's kind of important to me is it does set forth a standard that all students will receive counseling and regular advisement. And that is part of it. And the state of Georgia wanted to ensure that was happening, so they partnered with Youth Science. Irene mentioned that earlier. How many of you have seen this? Okay, and that is a student's career plan inside of Youth Science. What is going, anybody want to talk about what's going on with this particular student? Okay, all right, she just made a statement, they have a lot of stuff that they have not done. Okay, what have they done? Well, one of the things we know is what's turned green. They're a 12th grader, and they've done the next steps part of what's going on in career development. But just to kind of add to your statement, it may not be that they have a lot of stuff that they have not done, okay? Because of what I have discovered in working with this is Youth Science kind of aligns a lot with the Bridge Bill in that it is based on grade level, right? And our students come to us, they're not like we're normal high school where they enter in 9th grade and we get to do certain things with them in 9th grade, 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. And Youth Science is designed to follow that module. So if you want to turn all of these green, you're going to have a 9th grader entering to do it, okay? And you're going to have to work with that 9th grader every single year, and that's not our model, okay? So I don't want everybody, I've heard some people, I even got a phone call one day, Melissa, I can't get it green. Don't worry about it. It doesn't mean that you're not doing the right thing for kids. It's just that we're trying to make our model fit something that is kind of written for another model, okay? But what we want to make sure is we don't worry about turning this green. We do want to turn as many of them green for a student as we can because it's a great visual. It's a great visual for the kid to see what's done. It's a great visual for you all to see that we are providing counseling and regularly scheduled advisement for kids, but we may not always get green. We just got to do the work and not worry so much about the graph. Does that make sense? Okay. One thing we can do is the individual graduation plan, and every student, you would hope, and I'm still working with Youth Science on this a little bit, they told me that every student, we should be able to get their their graph to turn green for the individual graduation plan. That hadn't worked for me, but I am confident to say that I know every student is reviewing an individual graduation plan, because how do I know that? What's this a part of? That's right. It's the first module in career development. So we're doing the work, right? Okay, we're doing the work. All students go through a graduation plan as part of the career development course. So what you can do as you go through that, because you all have to sign off based on how the module is written, you have to sign off on this. You can follow these directions and go in and change it. Now, like I said, you can follow the right directions, whether it turns it green or not, that's debatable. I've tested a few students just to see, and if they're not in the 9th and 10th grade, so far it hasn't worked. I don't know if that's a glitch or it's just how it works. But we are doing the work, so I feel confident of that. The other thing is grade level activities, and that is one of the ways that we can get everything checked off for students, but again, it's all based on grade level, and it doesn't necessarily fit our model. But what we're going to do to make sure that we're doing everything right for students, we're going to work on the how. And that how is we're developing, I'm working with Melanie and Dale and others to ensure that our counseling and advisement program is strengthened and the best that it can be, and we'll be rolling that out a little bit later as we head toward August. All right, and then the last thing, this is just summary of some of the things that you all said through conversations and through the survey of how you would like to see the career development course strengthened. The first bullet talks about option B, and Mike is going to talk a lot about that in a few moments. I think everybody has a little bit of fear to option B, and he's going to help alleviate some of that. One of the things I heard was about the GTID number, and I understand that. I understand that there may be some time lapse there waiting on it. But remember, these students do not have to have that to do modules 1 and 2 in career development. So if a student enters on Monday night There's some things they can do. They need to come in, get acclimated to the school, get acclimated to our module, just some welcoming activities, and they can go ahead and start on modules 1 and 2 without this. And so far, from what everybody's told me, the people I have been able to talk to, it's about a 24-hour turnaround to get that GTID number. Could be longer in some places, but for mostly what I've heard, a 24-hour turnaround. If you're having specific problems that we need to talk about, you're welcome to call me and I'll research it. But hopefully we can improve our processes, and that go ahead moves on down to the next 3 bullets, all pretty much all the same. Students lose focus during new science portion of career development due to the time it takes to complete the brain games. Rate of completion that is required to get students through the course. Students don't care for this portion of the class. They tend to stress over the brain games. So I know there's some concern, okay, and new science is long and it takes a lot of thought. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue to research, and I'm going to see if I can develop a plan, just maybe some guidance that'll make it a little easier for students, and how we administer it, how we put it out there to them. There may be some things that we can tweak in our policies and procedures that'll make it easier for students, and we're going to research that and try to have some things in place by August. Did you have a question?
Yes. I was at Gatsby last week, and one of the sessions I had gone to was on youth science, and they recommended that the students complete 2 games at a time, and then that they only had to do like 9 writing games and then 2 of the interest inventories to meet that requirements. But they recommended that you break them up into 2 games at a time, so that the kids won't get so overwhelmed with them.
I did see that, and interestingly enough, youth science is offered in many states. Georgia kind of has their own guidelines, and if you go in there and play around, it's even outlined guidelines specifically for Georgia. And they talk about ambassadors, and they talk about how to roll it out based on doing like day. You can choose a 1-day model rollout, a 2-day, a 3-day. So all that just that determines how many brain games and all students do at the time. And so that's kind of something I'm looking at too. Want to look at the research, just see what works best for students, number one, and then see how to put that into our model. So thank you for that, and I appreciate it. And anytime you all go to GACTI and hear things, please let me know, so that we can use what's coming up, because I'm sure it's constantly changing. I've been out of that part of the business for about 7 years, but I see as I jump back into it, it's all the same, but it's constantly changing. So if you hear stuff, please let me know. The other thing I noticed is outside of career development class, students are not redirected back to the youth science workbook. And I've combed through that workbook. I took the games myself, and there's a lot of information in there. It's a lot of good information in there, but it's a lot of information in there. So we want to make sure that we understand it so that we can help the kids understand it. And then that will allow them to make choices as they move forward, whether it's dual enrollment or involved in some of the welding, or whether they want to go to a technical school, a 4-year college, or whatever their goals are. Our job is to make sure that they understand all this information. If we're asking them to sit through something that takes 3-4 hours to do, then it needs to be useful. And so I'm pretty sure just hearing it one time is probably not very useful, because it took me a lot of time to go back and understand it and try to work through it myself. So again, just something that we're going to work on and talk through. What is the best way to help the students understand all this information that's being given to them through this tool, and how they can use it to make decisions? And then quality training, again, that's everything I've just talked about. I think that's the key from what I'm hearing from everyone, is we would like more training in how to make this work for our students and interpret the results. And that we're going to work on very hard to get that out there too. So that's it, I think. Okay, anybody have any questions? Well, I'd love to hear from you. I'm sorry I didn't get to go to GACTI, as mentioned, because I know there's a lot in there about youth science, but hopefully I'll get to attend some of those workshops. And if you hear anything, here's my contact information. Feel free to send me an email. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa and Irene, for all that wonderful information. It's so exciting. And as she said, there are going to be more information to come on the how. We'll be doing more training, so just stay tuned. We're going to have Irene Munn come back with us, and then Mike Culp is going to join her. Mike is our regional dual enrollment and option B coordinator. We're so excited to have him. This is a new role for Foothills, a new role for him with us, but he's been doing that a long time. He's got a lot of experience with that, so we're excited about that. So we're going to have them come up and give us some more good news and exciting information.
Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, everybody. It's good to look across this room and see a lot of familiar faces. A lot of school counselors that I've worked with in the past, either through Foothills or day jobs or in years gone by for 12 years at North Oconee. It's just good to see a lot of familiar faces and spend some time with you guys. My name's Mike Culp, and I'm coming to you today as a retired school counselor, but very fresh in that field and dealing with dual enrollment. And so what I hope that I bring to the table today is a little bit of perspective and understanding that from the school counseling side of things and advisement with dual enrollment. And so a couple of things that is how I'm going to operate here. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll quit messing with it. But is to offer up some understandings about some of the challenges that we have with dual enrollment, because let's be honest with each other, it's not necessarily an easy thing. And so there we go. Awesome. Beautiful. Okay. There we go. So going to hit some basic facts right up front. Dual enrollment's a great thing, and we would all nod our heads in agreement. Yes, it is a great thing because it offers some students opportunities to really do some amazing movements in their lives, to fast forward some things, okay? I remember being a high school student, and you guys probably do too, feeling like, man, this is a lot of this whole education thing that's pretty redundant, especially when I got to college and I realized I had to take U.S. history again. I took it in high school, why am I taking it again? So dual enrollment can break up some of that redundancy, which we may have seen. And to be quite honest with you, I'm a little jealous that that program wasn't necessarily available to me. Now, I know you guys are looking at me and you're like, hey, that guy's way too young. He probably is lying because he was in high school when dual enrollment was around. That's not true. I am 51, and that is definitely not true. But I'm kind of jealous because, you know, I didn't get some of my college paid for. I didn't even get the benefit of Hope Scholarship, so I really got shafted. But definitely at the end of the day, my tuition was a lot cheaper too. So, so that was definitely one of the things that I felt like was a big bonus for our kids. So it saves money, it saves time, reduces the redundancy, as I've already said, and then it allows students to step into increased educational responsibilities, okay? So if they're about to head off to college in 2 years and they have no understanding of educational responsibility, it's a good place to learn to cut your teeth a little bit in that program, okay? But as we're going to talk a little bit as well, there's still jeopardy built into the system, okay? It's not necessarily a completely free of any responsibility system. And it can be the thing I like best about dual enrollment is it can be a game changer for poverty. I mean, it absolutely can levelize the field for a lot of our students and allow students to have access to college. And I usually, one of my taglines with dual enrollment, it's like, I tell parents it's like getting a 25% off coupon for college. Or I tell students that because we can take care of one of my 4 years of a bachelor's degree through dual enrollment and not pay a dime for it, okay? So that's pretty amazing that we as school professionals have that tool in our toolbox that we could use to help a kid, okay? So it is something that I hope that we view it as that. Now, one of the things that I was a little bit concerned with taking over this job is that I didn't want to become the guy who was saying, hey, everybody needs to up their dual enrollment numbers. I didn't want to create a quota system or, hey, we need to make sure, because it's not necessarily built for that purpose. It's built to be something that when we see opportunities with students, that we use that tool to change their lives. because it is an amazing wild card that we have in our deck that we can play for a kid on their benefit when we see that opportunity, okay? Very good. So fact number 2. There we go. Dual enrollment can be tricky. Can I get an amen? Okay, even this week, they changed the rules on us again on some things. So it's an ever-moving target, and so when I think back on my own time with dual enrollment, just when I think I understand a rule, I didn't understand the rule, and you almost feel like you need your law degree to be able to understand a lot of the things that you read from the state of Georgia on this this opportunity. But definitely, it can be tricky for students, for parents, and for professionals, okay? So for the students, it increases their responsibilities that they have, and a lot of students struggle with responsibility. Bureaucratic paperwork, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of hoops. There's a lot of moving parts to dual enrollment. And then navigating the college world for a student. Oftentimes, students don't really read emails, not their thing. But if you don't do that in college, you're toast. And trying to help a kid say, you know what, I get you on that, but you got to flip that switch, brother, or you're going to struggle in college. And so those are definitely some tricky things. And then also, kids having a clear, defined path for their life. And I appreciate youth science because it's a tool that we've never had options at, but they're still 16, 17, and 18-year-olds, and they struggle knowing what they want to be, even with this great data that they have at their fingertips. And I remember feeling that same exact way when I was their age, struggling. What do I want to be? And so, honestly, I'm standing in front of you today because I went with the default. I came from a family of educators. That was my career guidance. I saw what they did. I knew I didn't want to do what my dad did, which was be a pastor. So, I preach it. Yeah, that's why I'm asking for amens up here. Okay. So for parents, a lack of control. That's another thing that's tricky for them. They have no control over these classes like they do with a high school course. So it's a little scary for them. And it raises the stakes because if a kid goes in there and makes an F, it could take away their Hope Scholarship, which in turn is a bigger prize than dual enrollment is. If you look at the finances, it's worth a lot more money than dual enrollment is. So if the kid goes in there and really underperforms and hurts their GPA, and I've seen this happen, they're Hope eligible until dual enrollment came along. Now they're not Hope eligible anymore. So that's scary. And then for us as professionals, communicating the complexities. Man, this is a complex machine, and trying to communicate that to a student and to a parent who may have never dealt with college, the parent, and trying to help them understand that's a challenge. Advising kids through funding caps. Man. I mean, I feel like it's a major responsibility to make sure we don't go beyond that funding cap, and sometimes that's hard to determine, even with the benefit of Georgia Futures. And then learning multiple systems. If you have the fine pleasure of dealing with different colleges at your site, they all do things a little differently. And so those are some things that they really do derail us sometimes as we try and help a student. Does the complexity of this program keep students, parents, and students, and from us, sometimes from approaching dual enrollment? I would dare say it probably does. It's scary. It's a dark swamp that we don't really want to go into if we don't have to. Okay? Fact number 3, Foothills is different. It's not like your day school. Amen. Amen. I'm going to pass the offering plate at the end here. It is definitely different. It's not your day school environment. The kids that we serve do not fall in traditional characteristics. They come from different lives a lot of times than our daytime school kids, if you have a daytime job. They ended up at Foothills because their personal home lives and their personalities did not necessarily allow a traditional public school to work for them. This means that dual enrollment may work a little different for them than it would a student at our day job. But does this fact that Foothill students have additional barriers that a student who is fully functioning with a traditional high school keep us sometimes from helping them do dual enrollment. Could be, maybe. All right. These are questions that affect the rates of Foothills participation. And when I got here, I looked at the rates of students that are doing dual enrollment, and it's not incredibly high across the whole district. And there's questions, why is that? And so I think that we kind of tiptoed around that, but we were all tiptoeing around it at a regional level, and Tad, I'm gonna give you credit here, said, hey, listen, have we talked to the people on the front lines? Do we know what they're seeing? And so from that, came up with a brilliant idea that I'll give him credit for, is let's go talk to people, let's interview, let's find out what's going on. So we went out to about 80% of the sites. So if I didn't visit with you, I'm sorry, I look forward to meeting with you at some point, but we hit about 80% of the sites, and so this is what we learned. We asked several questions, and here's the first question, and I'm gonna actually give you your responses that you guys shared so that you can say, yeah, you know what, that's right, I do see that, or we don't see that at our site, but what is the biggest obstacle to your students in taking advantage of dual enrollment opportunities or pursuing an option B diploma? All right, well, the first thing, staff is confused, okay? Staff is confused about dual enrollment requirements and procedures. And I sent out a survey a while back for you guys to let me know, A, do you work with dual enrollment, and B, answer questions about your level of comfort. And of the people that are currently working with dual enrollment, on a scale of 1 to 5, this 3.71 was their average comfort score on dual enrollment procedures and requirements. Okay, so that denotes that we're kind of 50-50 iffy on dual enrollment requirements, okay? And then as far as option B, the score goes down. I remember the very first site I went to, they were like, would you please tell me what it takes to graduate with an option B diploma? I was like, well, okay, we'll see if we can figure that out. The long distance of dual enrollment opportunities at technical colleges or campuses, career academies. Some of us have access to those, but some sites do not have access to career academies and technical colleges in close proximity. And let's be honest, sometimes it's hard to get kids to just come into your site, and we give them gas cards so that they'll even come into our site. And to ask them to drive 45 minutes to a technical college, it ain't happening. It's not happening, okay? Low GPA. A lot of these kiddos come in with less than that 2.0 or that 2.6 for a technical college, and that's just the technical colleges. So when they come in with a too low of a GPA, it automatically takes them out of the game and causes them to have to either take some high school courses that will allow them to build that up if they want to do dual enrollment, or concede the fact that, hey, you know what, I'm just going to have to get my high school diploma, and then when I get out, I'll benefit from Hope Grant and still be able to have access to those college classes. Or Hope Scholarship, hopefully. The life of a typical Foothills student has a fair amount of distractions. Yes, yes they do. College classes usually come with a spoken or unspoken requirement for attendance. And many of our Foothills kids struggle to even come into Foothills every night. Not all of them, but many of them do, because their lives are demanding. Some of them are working 40 hours a week. Some of them are supporting children. So they don't necessarily come with easy access to all of these great opportunities that are there. Many students do not have a clear direction for a career, so helping everyone see value in dual enrollment opportunities is difficult. If we know that, hey, there's this great welding program that you can do and it's option B, and we're talking to a kid who has undefined welding goals, maybe that doesn't really fit them. Or maybe they haven't even thought about it. They've been too busy, playing video games or whatever, and they haven't even really thought about it yet. Many Foothills students struggle with anxiety, focus, and independence, and the thought of increasing the difficulty of coursework along with heightened level of jeopardy that comes with it. College courses can be overwhelming. And that's what a lot of our kids, that's their story. They don't want to up the ante necessarily because it's scary, and they've never done anything like this before. Dual enrollment classes can be scary to Foothills Student Services staff as these classes are out of our control. So we're sending them off to a class that we have no power over. We can't go down and talk to the teacher. We can't really negotiate anything on the behalf of that student. We can't advocate. And you know what, counselors? We're advocates. And this program takes that ability out of our league a little bit. We can't advocate for them as much as we can with our own classes. If they fail the class, it's lost time, and many of the students that come to Foothills, they're coming here because they want to do quick diploma. They want to get her done, and if they go into these classes and it derails them, then maybe they lose momentum. Okay, so that's another fear that a lot of people have. Also, dual enrollment classes are on a time schedule, okay? Foothills classes are not. I can take a year to do my Foothills class. This dual enrollment class could end in 8 weeks. It could end in 18 weeks, just depending on the system. So that's a little scary to get through to a kid. Hey, this class, you can't just blow it off this week. I know you can with this other one if you had your work schedule or something was going on with the sick baby at home, but this class, it will not stop for your situation, okay? The level of support in dual enrollment class is very different from Foothills. Foothills offers great support. We really take care of kids. Dual enrollment doesn't take care of kids. They put them in that world to take care of themselves. Option B can extend perceived diploma acquisition beyond what the student wants. A lot of our students feel like, okay, I've got 16 credits. I probably can finish that in a year. That's their mindset. And we all know better than that. It's going to take you longer than that. But if they go and do option B and change their diploma, they've taken the 16 credits that are left and dropped it down to maybe 4. And all of a sudden they're thinking, wow, I can really knock this out. But the technical programs, the certificates that they're trying to get, may take 1 calendar year, may take 2 calendar years to finish both. And so they're adding that time to their high school. Foothills staff find it difficult to inspire participation in dual enrollment at the intake. Lots of information hitting parents and students at one time. It's almost like, what else can we throw in the wheelbarrow for that night? But then again, the other thing I've heard loud and clear is that's my one opportunity to talk to a parent. Because after that night, I don't see them. I don't hear from them. They're gone. So if I'm going to drive home a point that's important, that's the night to do it. Okay? Question 2, what suggestions do you have for reaching out to parents and students to ensure that they know about dual enrollment opportunities? Informative handouts that could be used at intakes later on in grade level meetings or specialized programs specifically addressing dual enrollment would be useful. So definitely can see the advantage of trying to provide some site-specific good dual enrollment materials that don't get too deep in the weeds. But just give a good 40,000-foot overview of what this program is and what it could offer your student, okay? Create a short video that is meant to generate some excitement towards dual enrollment. Sounds like a good one. Having informational meetings for students and parents to be able to ask questions could generate a sense of comfort with dual enrollment. Have students who are taking dual enrollment classes currently speak about their experiences so that current students that are not doing it can see, hey, you know what, that's a world that I see someone like me surviving in, so I think I could survive in that world. Work through career specialists at your site to offer information from prospective employers that align with dual enrollment programs at each site. Okay, now not every site has welding, okay? But if you did have welding and you had some sort of partnership with an employer and you could help kids in your site see that, okay, if you get into this dual enrollment opportunity, this option B, and you get this certificate, or these 2 certificates, there's an employer that's already waiting for your services, and they want you badly. So, so that people can begin to see that it's going to actually pay off towards a destination. Industry tours might be helpful in helping drum up some opportunities with dual enrollment as well. Question 3. What help or resources can the regional office provide you to assist in opening up more opportunities to students in the area of dual enrollment? Would like to see the quality of informational resources that we can use at intakes and throughout the year to spark interest in dual enrollment. That's already kind of been said, but site-specific advertisements about dual enrollment options that are available to that site. No need to fire a kid up about a program that doesn't exist at our site, okay? So if I don't have access to a welding class and it's a 45-minute to an hour drive, Is that something we really want to be plugging with our students? Okay. Provide step-by-step instructions that will walk a student and a counselor through the process required to become a dual enrollment student. One of the things I look across this room, and based on my experience with many of you guys, y'all are pros at dual enrollment. I'm talking to people that know as much, and in some cases more than I do. But on the other hand, I've also dealt with a lot of sites where there's very limited amount of experience with dual enrollment. Maybe even such that there's a school counselor that maybe comes from a daytime situation where they're a middle school counselor, and we never deal with dual enrollment. I don't even know what that is. I think I know what it is because my cousin did it, but I don't really know firsthand. So that's why that we feel like if we can provide some resources that are easily accessible to everybody at any old time, then that's going to be helpful, okay? Regardless. And honestly, the thing we don't want is that a student not do dual enrollment because somebody at your site doesn't feel comfortable with it. That's a loss, okay? And that's something that I'll take personal responsibility of and help you in any way that I can to get to that point. Strong guidelines surrounding option B, including, but not limited to, graduation requirements. Help with TCCs and navigating those decisions would allow staff to feel more comfortable with option B. Yes, it is hard to figure out, or we have figured out what it takes to graduate with an option B diploma based on your high school credits, but sometimes figuring out the TCCs and how to make those work and working with the college and making sure that those can fit into a school year, that can be a little tricky. A handout that teaches parents and students about what option B diploma is and what it is not. We can definitely provide you with that. Create a firm procedure where all sites assign option B high school courses before any other courses are allowed to be taken. Let me pause on that one for a minute and talk. Option B diploma requires 9.5 credits for Foothills. Your day job, it may be 9, but we have 9.5 credits. And so option B diploma, what we would ideally like to do is that the kids that come to Foothills, the first classes that they complete are those 9.5 credits. Okay, now those are going to be required for either diploma, so they're not wasting their time. But it does put priority on those first, making those first courses, those 9 classes. Now, it's not always going to work perfectly. Some of you guys are thinking, yeah, but what about American Lit? Don't we, you know, how's that going to work? And so we get it's not going to work every time. But as we assign courses, that's the goal, is to try and hit that mark. Work to create more partnerships with colleges, local public schools, where career academies are available, and with Foothills to increase dual enrollment options for students. And that's something that Irene's masterful at, and I call her a bull in the china shop because she don't play. I mean, she's there to put together programs that are going to work for kids and try and create those partnerships. And so that's what we hope to be able to do over time, is to build opportunities at every site so that not just certain sites have all these great opportunities, okay? Create workflow chart that will guide staff on what to do after a college class is completed. Sometimes that's a little tricky with the registrar at your high school. How do we handle, what do we do with that transcript from the college? How does that grade get on their transcript at Foothills? So trying to create something that's a little more concrete for everybody. Offer basic informational training to other staff members at each site, your teachers and your mentors. Oftentimes they're the ones on the front lines with kids, and they know what's going on with these kids, and they can see potential in a kid that maybe we in the Student Services Office don't get the opportunity to see because we're not sitting with that kid every night. Okay, so if they know a little bit about dual enrollment, maybe they can be the person that brings a kid to you and says, I think this kid might be a good dual enrollment person. Would you talk to them? So that they could be helpers in that process. Centralize the funding application process to add continuity and remove some of the technical parts of the whole dual enrollment process. And that's something we're going to kick in and talk about here in a few minutes as well. Create a formal process where students are declared an option B student, a meeting like an eligibility meeting for an IEP. We're going to talk a little bit about that here in just a minute. Create dual enrollment page on Canvas where student services staff could go to find everything that they would need. So that's something that I'm going to begin the process of working on as well, is creating a Canvas in our class, and I'll assign that to everybody who has been designated as their site's dual enrollment person. And then you will have access to flow charts and forms and everything that you would need to be able to do your job properly with helping dual enrollment students. And that information will be updated in one place so that you have access to the very most up-to-date information. I alluded to the fact that the state changed some rules this week, and already a form that I'm going to show you is going to have to be changed. I told everybody on an email, I said it's like nailing Jell-O to the wall, getting the state to stick with something. Provides sites with information about online dual enrollment options, which can remove or create more opportunities. I'll put some of that on that Canvas site as well. Recording attendance in Infinite Campus for students who are participating in dual enrollment is varied and confusing. Guidance from the regional office would be helpful. So that's something we have not really talked about yet, but duly noted. Okay, so here's the action points. Based on your conversations, based on what you guys have told me, here's what we are putting into place that we feel like will help you and what you're asking for, okay? First thing, create an option B structure. From Foothills, option B graduation requirements, a formal agreement to be signed at the option B determination meeting where students is declared to be officially option B. So that information is going to come to you here in just a few minutes. I'm going to show that to you, trying to put together a graduation checklist that's strictly for option B, and then also creating a document that helps you as a counselor feel a little bit better knowing that, hey, I told you, and you signed that you heard it, okay? That when you graduate with an option B diploma, four-year college is not necessarily an necessarily easy pathway to do. It's not impossible, but there's just a detour that you're gonna have to go to if you wanna do that, and I'm gonna tell you that, and you're gonna sign off, and your mama's gonna sign off, unless that kid's 18. And tell, just to designate that they're understanding that option B is changing their pathway a little bit, okay? Because that's the thing I used to worry about, is that a kid goes option B and then 3 years after they've graduated, they come back and they, for some reason, are mad at me because I didn't do a great job of telling them about the fact that they were not gonna have easy access to four-year college if they didn't do this, and they were gonna have to start at a two-year college and all this other stuff. This form will help you with that. Conduct monthly informational presentations which will introduce dual enrollment option B to students and families. And we've already done 2 of those, and we'll continue to do those each month. They'll be online, and they're live meetings, so we'll be talking through some information. And again, I try and stay out of the weeds with that presentation and keep it very much a 40,000-foot view so that parents and students can then begin to say, hey, option B looks like it might be a good option for me, or dual enrollment might be a great option for me. Identify 2 dual enrollment coordinators. Ideally, they'd be on opposite nights because students need to have access to be able to come in and talk to somebody any night of the week that they're there. And that's the ideal. I know it's not always going to work that way, but I do want to have 2 people that at each site that have responsibility to dual enrollment, okay? And I've got that, and I'm going to provide that list, and you guys are going to double check me and make sure that I didn't mishear something. Consider the job descriptions for student services staff. Is the dual enrollment role that of a counselor or a career specialist? Because I looked at the job descriptions, and a lot of it falls on career specialist. And yet, sometimes most of the people who are hired as school counselors at the Foothills level are school counselors at the high school level, and they know this stuff really well. And so should it not necessarily fall under that umbrella? But I also know that it's not always the rule. So we have to work with each site to make sure that that's fitting. Okay? Increase the interaction between identified site level dual enrollment coordinators and me. So I hope to be able to work with you guys more and more and more, maybe even coming out to your site and working with option B situations, or being a person that you can call whenever you have a question. If you have something that's, don't know how to handle this one, that I could be the person who has the time. You don't. You're working with many kids. I have the time to be able to research that and find the answer for you. Okay, so that'll be helpful, I hope. Action two, phase two, these things that I'm going to start here pretty soon. Create centralized process for the completion of funding applications for all sites. So when students and parents have done the funding application in Georgia Futures, typically you guys have then gone in and logged in and approved classes in there. And there's always a sense of comfort or discomfort based on how much you know or don't know about dual enrollment with this process. What we're looking at is trying to take that step off of you guys, and we'll just do that at the regional office, okay? We'll approve classes, so there's a process that I'll put into place that will be more defined. Right now, it's just this, hey, this is what we're gonna do, okay? Begin the work of creating a dual enrollment option B resource center in Canvas. Create promotional resources that we've already kind of talked about. And then form a district-wide procedure that encourages course assignment to address those 9.5 credits first before taking the other courses, okay? Those are all starting the wheels turning. And then later on down the road, after we feel like we've fixed a lot of those things, offer dual enrollment basic training to staff. I'd love to come, if you guys wanted me to a faculty meeting one night just to give a 5-minute, hey, this is dual enrollment and this is option B, so that teachers and mentors know more about what that option is. Explore increasing partnerships with Foothills campuses and local technical colleges to offer cohort programs. One at a time is a huge win. Honestly, if we could just, if we could take, I'll just use as an example, Oglethorpe, and create some dual enrollment option B programs that are accessible and work with Athens Tech to try and create some things for those students, we would be winning huge. Work with the dual enrollment coordinators at each site to develop their expertise with local dual enrollment options, what TCs are offered at the closest technical college, and if you don't have any technical colleges close by, how can we find some things online? Are there online possibilities? Work with sites to help make career course and career specialist highlight available at your site dual enrollment opportunities for students. So in that career course, again, talking about the real things that exist at our site, I think is helpful. Okay, so I'm gonna really quickly, because I didn't want to get into too much of what dual enrollment is and give you instruction, because again, my audience today is there's a wide variety of information. So I'm looking at some of you guys, and I know the next 3 slides are gonna be like, yep, got it. But for some of us, we don't know this stuff, and I think it could be helpful. So just one slide, what is dual enrollment? It's a program that allows students the opportunity to take college-level courses, both academic and vocational. So if you don't know that, it's important to know if you work with students. Enables students to earn credit in high school and at college for the same class taken. One class, credit at 2 places. That's why they call it dual enrollment, okay? In some cases, college classes can satisfy specific high school course requirements, like, for instance, history 2112 can count for the required U.S. history to graduate on an option A diploma. Allows students with at least 5 credits, 10th graders, they have to be 10th graders. So I think it's safe for us to say, as a requirement to even do dual enrollment, you must have 5 credits. That's a good Foothills rule. You don't have 5 credits, well, it's something we can talk about, but you ain't doing it right now. Not until you finish that 5th one, okay? And then they can start taking those CTAE style dual enrollment classes at a technical college. The first 30 hours of college classes are funded by the state of Georgia, do not count for a student's HOPE cap, which is really great because if I do dual enrollment, I haven't spent any of my HOPE hours when I graduate from high school. Student must be accepted into the college or the tech school he wants to take dual enrollment, which requires a minimum GPA and could require a test, depending on the college or depending on that student's GPA situation. And I found out that not all technical colleges behave the same. Like for instance, I work with Lanier Tech during the daytime, and they are very helpful. And if I have less than a 2.0 GPA, I could take an acuplacer test to try and prove competency, and they will let me in. Athens Tech won't do that. So not all colleges are the same, okay? And those are those little tricks that sometimes we just learn by There's a fair amount of bureaucratic layers of things to do: parent-student agreement, funding approval, course advisement. Those are all things that have to be done. They're required. So that's a pressure that's added to school counselors and career specialists and anybody who works with dual enrollment shoulders. A Foothill student could graduate with the first year of college being done and paid for, or with some very valuable vocational certificates or diplomas. Okay. So those are great ways to make money, okay? So what I'm going to do, okay, let's just talk about this one. I'll give a handout out in a minute. Funding application course approval being done at the district level. When the local site receives a copy of the student's schedule from the college, for instance, when a dual enrollment student is been registered for classes, they should be able to print their schedule from Bannerweb or whatever program the college uses. Bring that to you, and then you guys can scan that in and send it to us, me, and then we will begin the process. Now, I may reach back out to you and say, hey, this kid, their parent hadn't done the funding application. Can you encourage that? Can you facilitate that? Help them with that part of it. As you well know, if you're familiar with dual enrollment, until the student and the parent have done their part, I can't do my part. So that's just part of the joys of doing dual enrollment. So local site dual enrollment coordinators, I've already mentioned that. Full description of the process will be given through the dual enrollment Canvas class that's beginning, and I'll send out some emails to the people who are my dual enrollment contacts to say, okay guys, this is how this is all going to work, and I'll spell it out to you. I don't expect you to walk out of here remembering every little detail of everything we're going to do today, okay? All right, option B. Let's talk about option B. So just a brief little overview of what option B is, because it is a little different. I used to refer to it, and don't get offended, Irene, when I was a high school counselor, it was voodoo science. I just don't trust it, you know, and it's something to be very wary of. Sometimes it works. Option A, more traditional dual enrollment experience. It's where those kids go over and take classes, but they don't not take all of the high school courses required to graduate. We probably see that more often in a traditional high school, where a student will be option A but do a ton of dual enrollment. And that's easily done, can coexist in the same world. And students can enroll part-time or full-time in dual enrollment. I don't know if you guys know that as a Foothills person, but they don't have to. They could go full-time dual enrollment and be in 3 classes, which would make them full-time for us. And they may not have to come to our campus, but that doesn't mean we don't need to be checking up on them. Can participate at either a USG or a TCSG, that's University System of Georgia, which is your 2-year, 4-year colleges, or those technical colleges, subject to a 30-hour funding cap. So it used to be in the old days, students could do as much dual enrollment as they wanted to. And the state started realizing, man, we're losing money on this deal. So they capped it at 30 hours, okay? Option B, it's an alternate pathway to graduation. The hardest thing I have to get through a kid's head is that they're still getting a high school diploma. It's not a GED, it's not a less than diploma. It's the same diploma that you would have gotten if you'd have been option A, okay? It's really hard for them to understand that sometimes, because it's too good to be true. I have to take 9.5 credits and I still get a high school diploma. That's what that means. Well, in addition, you need to do 2 certificates at the technical college. Okay, must complete an associate's degree, diploma program, or 2 technical certificates. Now, that associate's degree is oftentimes very difficult to navigate, and could most oftentimes requires a parent to pull out the checkbook. And so, not always. I mean, there's Hope Grant, Career Grant that can step in, but that doesn't cover 100% of the cost. So once we pass that 30 hours, checkbook's probably at some point going to be tapped on. Okay?
Put an asterisk by what you just
Okay.
said for Foothills purposes.
Okay.
I'll address it.
Okay, awesome. Must participate at a technical college or participating institution in the state of Georgia, and private colleges also. Some of you guys work with private colleges for dual enrollment, whether it's GMC or Toccoa Falls. They offer online programs and make it pretty accessible to students, and they are private schools, and they will take it as well. What is option B? Option B is an alternate route to high school diploma. Instead of being an option A student who will complete the required 23 credits, they will do 9.5 with us, seeking an alternate route because they have a definite career plan. That's the really important caveat. This kid needs to have a destination they're trying to get to, and want a quicker ending route towards the high school. I oftentimes think of, you know, back in the day we had technical diplomas and college prep diplomas. Anybody old enough in here to remember that? Yeah, okay, awesome. And when a kid was going to go from a college prep diploma to a technical diploma, we made it a point to talk to mama and daddy about, well, what can you do with a technical diploma that you can't do with a college prep diploma, or vice versa. And so we held those meetings and we talked through those things. And so I oftentimes feel like that this is the modern day version of a technical diploma, except instead of doing some really cool classes down in shop class, they're doing some certificate programs at a technical college that they can walk out and get meaningful, gainful employment with. Okay? So I think it's better. I think it's an improvement from what the traditional technical diploma was. Okay? Option B, students seeking 2 certificates or a diploma may be eligible to use Hope Grant if they go beyond their 30 hours, and I've had students do that before. To receive a diploma, a student must earn one of those followings: 2 technical certificates, and I'm going to give you a handout today of what those currently are at the state level through the technical colleges. I'm sure it's a handout that we've all seen 100 times, but it changes often. Technical diploma or an associate's degree at the college. There's links there, but those are always available through the technical college system of Georgia. Option B, points to remember. Students will be marked as such in the funding application. You guys already, if you deal with dual enrollment enough, you already know that. But there's also an area in Infinite Campus where they'll be designated as option B. That's a lot of moving parts for you guys. That's why we're asking to do the funding at the regional level so that we can make sure that those boxes get checked. Okay? So it takes a thing to remember off of your plate. All right? All dual enrollment students starting at any dual enrollment program in the summer of 2020 and beyond will be subject to 30 hours, and that should be the rule now. I think we've graduated all the kids that were on the old rule. Option B, students may incur some out-of-pocket expenses in order to complete their program. Option B, students may qualify for Hope Grant or Hope Career Grant if pursuing a diploma or certificate program, but even those do not cover all expenses, asterisks. An option B student is not eligible to graduate from high school until they have earned the credentials for their program. Okay, so that's just as important as American Lit. Unless I finish those 2 certificates in welding, I can't graduate. And I try and get that across in that meeting. Good. All right, so why is option B important? Irene, would you come up and talk for a few minutes about the economic implications?
Awesome. And if I'm in Mike Culp's dual enrollment church, I'm the Sunday school leader for option B. And the data I'm about to show you is why I personally am unbelievably passionate about technical education. And the asterisk, and I'll bring this up again, but the asterisk around all of this issue as it relates to funding is that Foothills will cover all of their costs. Every single cost that any student comes while they're one of our Foothills students. In fact, we're even helping our graduates with the costs so that they get the training that they need through our alumni transition team. So we are so committed to our students finding success at the post-secondary level. Make sure that everything you hear or you're concerned about, that's not the Foothills way. We cover their costs so that they have access to post-secondary. But here's why, y'all gonna have to flip this for me because I can't chew gum and what do can you, well, there we go. Okay, so this is why this data that I'll hope you guys will remember as you're talking to your students about dual enrollment and you get a little bit worried about option B. Please, as you're talking to them about what's next for you as relates to what you're gonna do once you get that Foothills diploma, I think this, for the sake of the economy, it is critical that you guys be mindful of this. And the next slide is this tried and true data source that y'all have always heard of. So for our economy to be successful, we need one person to get a professional degree. For every one of those, we need 2 people to earn a bachelor's degree. but we need at least 7 individuals to get something less than a 4-year degree. We need them to have technical credentials or an associate degree for our economy to work. The next slide brings it home to Georgia on how real this is. The next slide is data from 2019. This is the Metro Atlanta Chamber of Commerce data. It's a statewide report as it relates to where the jobs are in Georgia. This was 2019. I am 100% confident that that last gap on skilled certificate or associate degree is larger today than it was in 2019. And all of you guys have been reading information from employers. They've stopped putting 4-year degrees as a requirement for jobs. And they're putting what those very specific credentials and skills that are needed in trying to find individuals. But this, to me, makes it real. You can see that this is the number of the degrees conferred and the number of jobs available. So remember 1, 2, 7. So for all of these folks getting a master's degree, look how many, we got 6,000 people that are overeducated for Georgia's economy. And I promise you that comes from every one of our 4-year institutions making everybody a double dog. You know what I mean? My daughter's a double dog here as a teacher because she's getting that master's degree. That's a good double dog. But all this other master's programs that are out there, they're overeducated for what the jobs are in our market. We need, so please as counselors, keep pushing people to 4-year degrees. We need them in Georgia. But the truth of the matter, that 17,000 gap, what industry needs those 17,000? Anybody want to guess? Somebody say medical? I hope they did. It's healthcare. We are desperate for nurses, healthcare. So if you're pushing your kids to go to a 4-year college, encourage them to go into healthcare or consider it. But look at the gap, you guys, on the number of credentials or an associate degrees that we need and how much we're conferring. There's 55,000 gap. And that's when I think of, what's my next slide? I think that's the end. Oh, that's where I think that the option B diploma, and I'm sorry that this did not turn out very well, but somehow it didn't come all the way through. I'm not sure what happened. But these boxes that are empty here, this was describing what the funding source is in order to what Georgia will invest. So you got option A up there and what that leads to. And then you've got the option B diploma, those 9.5 credits. The half credit is the career course that Foothills requires, but here's the 9 credits. And then here's the rest of the opportunity for the option B. And if this slide was complete, this yellow right here is a well-paying job. So they're 18 years old with the post-secondary credentials for a well-paying job. So that is issue number 1 that I want y'all to remember as you think about talking to your students, especially our Foothills students, as it relates to how best to use the huge amount of money. This is number 2. The state of Georgia so very much wants to invest in all of our students. They're willing to send 30 credits of college down to every single student in the state. And the whole world thinks that dual enrollment is all academic. It's not. It can be technical. Think about just going and doing an automotive course, or going and doing 1 credit or 3 credits of the welding course, or for that matter, going over and doing your 3 credits of cosmetology. You know, just think of those technical skills so that every one of our Foothills students uses those 30 hours, maybe not for academics, but technical that's available to them. And then the other thing that I want all of y'all to remember, and Mike talked a little bit about this sorta, but and I know that this is not a traditional path for students. Option B is not a traditional path, but the option B route is the only path that any student who's eligible for technical college, I understand you gotta have the right GPA and admission into the college, but that is the only path that a student can have access to get an associate degree from the technical college. The only path. So think of all the students out there that you are advising, and you're talking about how great to go to a four-year college. We all know they have to have a 3.0 or better for Hope Scholarship purposes to get a college degree. If I'm an option B student and I get those 2 TCCs or just that diploma, Hope Grant will continue after I have my high school diploma and my option B high school diploma. Hope Grant is the only path that I can get funding to assist me in getting the associate degree from the technical college. And then, once I get that associate degree, if I am then at that point in time Hope Scholarship eligible, I can transfer with that associate degree into a four-year college. So I'm not gonna be a high school student applying for college. I'm now a transfer student going in, or a non-traditional student going into that four-year college. So policies have changed at the state level, and I appreciate Mike's comments around this is not the dual diploma of old. This is the diploma where you're providing an opportunity to graduate from college in order to get a high school diploma. So that it is critically a huge difference as it relates to it. The other thing that we're doing, trying to help our Foothills students. So this is option B for any student, and I hope you'll really think about it. I'm not a fan of calling it an alternative. I'm a fan of calling it a choice. And so I hope that as you counsel your students, you look at what their choice could be as it relates to their post-secondary opportunities, and very much what their choice can be as it relates to utilizing the investment of money the state wants to put in. But the other thing we are trying to establish for Foothills purposes is partnerships to make it available at Foothills sites. So we've done great work as it relates to having technical college programming available. What started back 5 years ago with Morgan County in partnership with Athens Tech, welding is available to our students in partnership with Morgan High School. In Baldwin counties, for those of you guys who partner with Central Georgia Technical College, oh, that's even better. There you go. For those of you who are partnered with Central Georgia Technical College, they're a great technical college. Of all the technical colleges out there that are easy to work with, they are just fabulous. So at the Baldwin site, because they have a college and career academy there that we partner with, we have a nurse aide course that is available to Foothills students, and we have welding there that is available. Both of those are option B diploma paths. So we are trying to build out those cohorts of our Foothills students who truly have that access. The other place that we've been working directly with the technical colleges at our Walton site. So any of you guys that at Walton and Social Circle, the Athens Tech campus, yeah, I hope y'all saw last year we did a huge push to go into the precision machining class. Athens Tech was willing to take that entry-level class and take it 16 weeks of a semester and kind of do a mini-mester, so it would become an 8-week introductory. And we pushed out a lot of information trying to get kids to go into that program, whether they are doing dual enrollment or whether they are recent graduates. Honestly, we didn't get much bite to that. In fact, we didn't get hardly any bite. I know it's not easy to convince our students to go into these important career paths, but the truth of the matter is our economy over here in manufacturing land, oh my gosh, we're desperate right now. They are desperate for our kids to get really focused around those excellent career choices in manufacturing. So that precision machining class, and just honestly, Mike's gonna come back up, and it was Foothills who made the ask of Athens Technical College in order to turn that precision machining class that's at the Walton campus of Athens Tech into a 2 TCC program. So you guys, I know you get frustrated about changes all the time at the state level, but they're changes for good. Again, we're trying to expand the 2 TCC list for a high school diploma, because honestly, that fits better for Foothills students. So precision machining, don't be surprised for those classes to change. Work in Barrow County is what added another automotive class, because that's what was being taught at the Lanier Tech campus next to Sims Academy. So we are trying to open up more doors so that our students have access, and we are unbelievably mindful of the idea of making sure that it's real for our students. The idea of driving 45 minutes is not real. We 100% get that, and we are doing everything we can in order to push real partnerships that we can recruit cohorts of students into and make it a real opportunity for Foothills students. I think that's it for me, unless you want to keep going off of that. What comes next?
I don't ever turn down the microphone.
And then I'll stay for
I
questions.
think there was a couple more slides.
Oh, I did?
On my-
Oh, no, you're going to the
No,
option
yep,
B
you're right.
procedure.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I lost track.
Yeah.
Good deal. All right. So I gave you guys a handout, and I wanted to land on this slide and then turn our attentions to that handout I gave you guys. So we want to have an official determination meeting.
We didn't get the handout.
Oh, man.
Here, I'll pass out.
All right. So we would love to have, we want to have an official meeting where we declare our allegiance to an option B diploma. I oftentimes think, I tried to use marriage as a good analogy, and it got really muddled up, but roughly we need a ceremony sometimes to, so that everybody understands in this relationship we're married, and so that's kind of what option B, this process is. It's a formalized agreement between us and the student that this is the pathway we're going down, so that there's not a lot of indecision. You know what? It's like a squirrel in the middle of the road. Sometimes they have a lot of indecision and it doesn't end well for them. We don't want our students in that same situation. So a meeting like this can create some decision in that student's life. So this would be a meeting that we would have with student, parent, and counselor or dual enrollment coordinator at the site. I'm happy to come to those. Don't feel like you have to invite me to those, because if I start coming to every one of them, I will blow the travel budget. But this is definitely something that I've already conducted one of these at Oglethorpe the other night. It worked great. And it led to a lot of really meaningful questions with the student. But this, let's see, I'm sorry. This meeting should take place after the student meets the minimum requirements of 5 credits. Again, they need to be a sophomore to be able to do dual enrollment, and those 5 credits put them at the sophomore level. And they need to have completed the career class before we talk about option B, before we take them down that pathway. Now, we can definitely talk about what option B is early on. We're doing that in the careers class. But we want to make sure that they have cleared those 2 hurdles before we have this meeting, okay? And you'll see on the graduation checklist here in a minute that that's one of the things that you're going to check off. Use option B graduation checklist and the parent-student acknowledgement. You've got both of those in your hand right now. And these 2 forms will be scanned in at the regional level and put into Gateway so that they become part of that student's permanent record. That on this date, we decided to go option B. So it's very formalized, okay? And then after that point, then that student is a bona fide option B student that I feel like we could add a flag at the top of Infinite Campus so that when you pull a kid up, you may not deal with that kid whatsoever on this option B decision, but you do help them with decisions about advisement and things of that nature. And so it's really nice for you to know, hey, this kid needs 9.5 credits instead of 23. Okay? Very good. So let's look at the first page of this handout. This is the option B graduation checklist. Not necessarily an easy document to put together, but one that was begged for early on at the sites when we went out for visits. And so hopefully this piece of paper makes your eyes twinkle with delight, because now you have a formalized, there's not going to be any of the, oh, well, gotcha moments where you told a kid they needed something to graduate, and then we at the regional level say, no, they need this. And it puts you in a precarious situation. So if you follow this piece of paper, you should be in good shape. Ideally, we want to have that 9th grade start date. Mainly, I added that this weekend because of the new rule that the state put out that now instead of having just any social studies classes, they're very specific in what they want. They want American government and econ for all students entering 9th grade this fall. So that doesn't affect any of our Foothills kids at this point, so there's really no reason to change this form right now, but eventually it's coming. I'm going to change this form, and instead of having 2 blanks under social studies, we're going to have American government and econ there, okay? So that will come down the line at some point, okay? And when I create the Canvas class, that'll be where you find the most up-to-date materials. So if it's on there, that's the one you use, okay? How many credits? They need to be at least have 5. I put down there also their GPAs because, again, if the student doesn't have a 2.0 GPA and they're wanting to talk option B, they're going to meet with some resistance because the college is more than likely not going to allow them to do that. Now, I don't want to say, again, that that's always the rule because Lanier Tech is flexible, Athens Tech is not. But I don't know about Central Georgia Tech. They will? Okay. Okay, we'll get together on that. Okay. Let's see. And if a student wants to do academic courses, or if they are a 10th grader and want to take academic courses, the HOPE GPA is really important. Okay? So that'll be important as well. So going down the line, you probably won't see too many things that are surprising to you. We put down, as far as your English credits as a student, we want you to have either 9th or 10th grade lit. And the reason is we feel like that's going to help the student get ready for the EOC and American Lit. So there's rhyme and reason with these graduation requirements that we put in. The one that will make a lot of people really excited, I think, especially if you have a student with a math disability, if they do option B diploma, they need Algebra 1 and any other math. So before you raise your hand and say, what about foundations? Yes. What about support? Yes. What about personal finance? Yes. It works, okay? So if it begins with 27, the state number on that course, it meets that requirement, okay? Science. They have to have biology and any other science. Had a good question the other day. What about some of those CTAE classes that can count for a 4th science? Yes. Yes, it counts. Okay? If you don't know if this class is a CTAE that will count for a 4th science, Google is great. All you got to do is type in Georgia Department of Education 4th science, and they will give you a list of every class in the universe that can count as a 4th science. Some of those are straight up real science classes, and some of those are the CTAE classes, and that'll be very helpful for you. And then currently, for all of our students that are talking about option B, any 2 social studies classes, credits, not classes, but credits. If they have a half credit, they still need to get the other half, okay? And then health and PE, that's not a surprise. Definitely the 3 credits of JROTC will count. So if a student transfers in and they've taken JROTC at their school that they came to us from, it will take care of their health and PE, just like it would have at their last school. Okay, so there's no reason to force that kid to go back through. And then you will see career development as a requirement. That is the one class that we have that's different from the rest of the state, but it's a requirement for Foothills. Okay? All right, so this is where school counselors love to pick it apart. What questions or concerns do you have with this document? Yes, the one. Yes, the one that will be linked off of the Canvas class will definitely be in color. It will be difficult. I may need to change the color, change the form so that the color is not necessary, because not every site has a color printer, right? So, thank you. That's a good suggestion. Good deal. Okay. You're going to have some questions and concerns as time goes by. Jot them down. I'll open up for questions at the end as well. Along with the required high school courses above, 2 technical certificates of credit, and I've also provided you today a handout that has those listed out. It's got TCSG at the very top. You've seen this document if you deal with dual enrollment. Okay, these are all the technical certificates that would work, and they have to have 2. And sometimes they're very specific. Column A is required, and then you can pick a program from column B. And then sometimes, like with welding, any 2 will work. Doesn't matter, any 2. So this document will be helpful for you as well. Again, that will be a document that will be on that Canvas class. So, okay. Very good. On the back of that, I put down some questions, frequently asked questions, FAQs, because this is also one of those areas where, but what about is always one of the things that as a school counselor I would do. Well, what about this situation? I tried to anticipate every one of those. I anticipate that this FAQ page will grow and grow and grow, okay? But I talked about the 5 credit minimum, as I've already talked about, so I'm not going to spend any time on that. Any math class, I've already talked about that. Is the career development class required? Yes, it is. Any 2 social studies can count? Yes. But I did already add to this one, hey, but wait a minute, I get it. This will change with students who enter 9th grade in 22-23, as they will now need American government and econ. So don't worry, that'll be there to remind you later on. JRTC, can a class like mythology or one of the other English elective courses work? No, they need 9th or 10th grade lit to go with their American lit. Okay, and then already mentioned the 4th science. So we'll flip on. This other document is the agreement, and I'm not going to spend any time reading that, but it says everything legally, or not legally, but just in legalese that you would want said at a meeting like that to make sure that everybody's on the same page, that they understand by choosing this pathway, that's the direction you're heading in, okay? And there's a place for you guys to sign off, and you will send me the signed copy from your place, and I will sign it and then download it and send you back what's been signed. Okay, so why all the signatures? Because there's turnover at Foothills, I've noticed. And so it's nice when there's a bunch of people that were a part of this decision, because this is not a small decision. This is a big decision to change diploma types. Okay, so that will be, again, loaded up into the system so that you have access to it. Okay, and then on the very back side, the last page, these are the contacts at your site, or at each site that I think are doing dual enrollment. And please get with me at the end of the day if you see, why is that person on there? They don't even deal with it. Or I'm actually the one who deals with it. Or you got me down and I have never done anything with dual enrollment and I don't do it. So I need to talk to you if you see some problem with your site information, okay? But not now. All right. I've already talked about all that. Let's get past it. Questions, good. All right. What kind of questions, if any, do you guys have for me? I would love to tell you as I stand in front of you today that all things with dual enrollment are shored up and perfect. They are not. I used this analogy before. Dual enrollment is a powerful locomotive and can do some amazing things, but we got to build some tracks for that locomotive to run on. And so that's part of what I feel like I'm doing here is I'm trying to create tracks so that this locomotive can work at every site. It works great at some sites, but it doesn't work at every site because of access problems and because of a level of comfort and competence in the dual enrollment activities. So that's what I hope to bring to this as a level of comfort and somebody to grab a hold of and put in the life raft with you. That would be me. Pull me into your life raft. And if we're going to go over the falls, we'll go over it together. Okay? So you're not in the boat alone. I don't want you to feel that way. And if you feel that way, I think you'll probably stick your neck out there more for a dual enrollment situation. That's my wager. Okay? Any questions?
How would this option be affect the student who may want to go to the military?
It would still be a high school diploma, and last I heard, and I'm going off of this, and somebody in here is going to say, you're out of touch, Mr. Culp, they've changed that rule, but the military requires you to have a high school diploma. Now, But I've also heard somebody contradict me a couple weeks ago that said, no, they can get in with a GED now. Yes?
I'll address that.
Okay, great.
Because that is one of the greatest motivators for kids who want to come to Foothills so they can go to the military. But the military does have a limited number of students who are allowed to go to the military with a GED. And it's sort of like the specialized scholarships that are available in the state of Georgia for free. Every year they readjust that number, and it always goes down. So they will accept GED, but it's very limited.
Okay.
So you'll find a lot of kids who come to us just to get to high school.
Absolutely.
Because it's really
Absolutely. So they would get a high school diploma with option B. It's the same high school diploma that they would get with option A. Gets them in the military just great. Okay? Good question. Good question. Again, we're advocates and advisors, and I think as a school counselor, one of our biggest fears in life is that we're going to lead a kid astray, whether it's graduation requirements or career planning or who to take to prom, all that stuff. We don't want to lead a kid astray. Heaven forbid. And so hopefully with the resources and tools we're putting in your hands, you guys can feel more confident with it. Any other questions? That was a good one. All right. It has been an honor to stand in front of you guys today. Thank you very much.
Okay. I want to thank Mike and Irene again. We are so fortunate to have them at the helm. And I'm just going to reiterate what Mike said. If you feel still uncomfortable about what you know about option B, just don't feel confident in talking to the students, now we have Mike at the helm. Call him. We have so many students at Foothills who this would be a great option for them.
That's my number up there.
Yeah. And you can't miss this opportunity for them. We probably have more students at Foothills that this would be a good fit for than students sometimes in our day schools, just because of the kind of students we get. So please don't hesitate to call Mike or Irene if you have any student that you think is a good candidate for this, and they will help you all the way through. And as Dr. Gibney Sherman said, don't let money be a factor either. Foothills is here to support those students, so thank you again. We're going to take a break, 10-minute break, so it's 11:08. Let's come back at 11:20, and then we'll wrap up before lunch, okay? Thanks.
Good, how are you? Good job, buddy. Good job. I was sitting there thinking, to help kids figure it out, and parents, what about like a self-directed question? Like ask them a question, yes or no, it takes them to the next thing, and it's not a complicated graph. Yeah, but it's not the complicated graphic, right? It's like a pick your own path books. For this decision, turn page, whatever. Yeah. And that way, I mean, like, they could get to a real quick no, this isn't right for you. Or, it can funnels them down to some of the more complex issues. Then you can have the conversation. And it can even live in the career development. So it's not like something extra. I know. This is my one idea for the month and done. What you been up to? Hey, that's what it takes. I got this great idea. Make it work.
Make it work. Chop, chop. Good. Everything's good. Just doing
For retirement.
yeah. Well, my best earner actually
Retired, drawing that.
yes. So right now it's 3 checks, and I sat down and added them all up, what Barbie makes, and I showed her the money. I was like, entry-level dude, but he got to start. He's kind of like a spring admit for a football player, and so the rest of the team's coming in right now, and he's already been there about 6 months, so he's got a leg up on a lot of people. And some people above him are about to, he thinks, get promotions. So when they do, there's a Nashville possibility and a North Carolina possibility. His girlfriend is going to be in Nashville for residency, or not residency, PA school. So he's hoping, for obvious reasons, to be with his sweet girl. Yeah, he is. You just better be mindful of how sometimes there's expectations that come into it. He may have to change his last name. Price is right. Give me ball, run away. Yeah, I'm excited. We would like it if he came home. We've been up to see him twice. We helped him move in, and that was the national championship. And then we met him in Chicago for Mother's Day. And we had a meeting in Chicago with him and Caroline, which was awesome.
I didn't realize that I'm not a huge art fan, but apparently it is just grand. I mean,
It is. Well, but yes, but you know, we took a boat tour up the river, and it's an architectural tour. So I mean, there's buildings where, and so the building comes down to on the ground. It's like a pencil. Like this cantilever pillars. It's got so many, and then that's still not quite enough to keep it from the winds. So they've got water tanks on the top, that when the wind shifts, that water tank will come up over here to hold the building steady. I was just like, there is. And they taught us about air time, which I never realized, but air rights. So roughly, the railroad owns all of the property, but you can build on top of it because the railroad runs as a deep ground. But you can build over the railroad, and so you're buying air, not land, because ultimately, if the railroad decided that they didn't want you building there, they still own the steam rights. It is. Now, of course, they're not. I'm sure that lawyers have written contracts that you can't just change their mind about this. But yeah, it's pretty cool. Good food.
I was going to say the food tour is what I was.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Pizza was great. And we did. We went to Wrigley Field. Man, you like going to baseball games? I mean,
I know it's like
it's
yes.
So you go in and you got all these little neighborhood bars. We had a blast. We absolutely had a blast. Yeah, I wouldn't trade it. That trip we were there 3 days. It was plenty of time to do everything I wanted to do. I felt safer in that city than I did anywhere else. It's contrary to what you would. I also know we were in the bubble, outside the bubble, and crazy. I strongly recommend it, and it's a pretty cheap place to fly. And we flew into Midway instead of O'Hare. Midway's a smaller airport, and like I said, the whole crowd is just a little bit less. Jack picked us up from the airport, and parked at the hotel. Walked in, and we're all at the bar in the place. Train. I like it. It is. It was. actually, every town we've been in, we've done the mass transit. We really enjoy it. It's been pretty smooth every stop. Atlanta's probably the worst, actually. They're crazy. There are everywhere. For the most part, they left you alone. There was one guy that was walking around selling stuff. Pretty pushy with his sales tactics, but I didn't make eye contact. I was going to get that information. There's a great, I've heard both of y'all's names. That's the gift I like. And I'm trying to remember where I got that from.
Jackson, there totally is one. I'm sure there's some K-Cups floating around.
And you guys will be
What's that? So that's in, sign up.
Restricted to.
I got it right back.
What's it?
just flashed when I read it.
You're the man. I was looking for that. I was like, I know I've seen that somewhere. It's in something. But I appreciate you finding that. You're on the ball.
It takes a group of us to support these technologies.
Yeah, I was like,
Mainly, I'm going to do the last thing. It's not hard to do, but what we're trying to do is create some continuity across all the sites as well as the classes, and create a database for us to be able to know who all's doing what. Even if you take a little bit off. Pat myself on the back on that because that's really a big deal. Just click a button. Now, come on. But on the other hand, you always wonder, am I doing the right class here? Is there duplicate credit? Should I check that? I was like, I got to check. That's a blessing. It's not always. And I heard that from you guys, and I've heard it from several
I need to mic that up.
Right. I want to welcome Dale Simpson, he's our assistant superintendent, and our two regional counselors, their enrollment counselors, Fern Langston and Anna Pack. And they're going to talk to us about system registration and academic planning. So turn it over to them.
Perfect, thank you. Hello, everybody. Welcome. It's always a really exciting opportunity
person. So there are a few things that we wanted to address from our team, just so that you all are aware of them. And then you're really going to be excited about this. I just have what I'm calling the lightning round. And that is just like it's like 7 bullet point reminders that you've heard a bunch, but just things that are really important for making things work smoothly in terms of data and accountability. So the first item that you have here on the screen is our centralized registration document. And you see at the top right, it says under construction, because we are just figuring this thing out. And so hear that very well, that this is going to change a lot as we continue to figure out how to make this thing work. We'll keep making it better and better. There'll be speed bumps along the way or pain points along the way that we'll need to figure out. But your feedback is really valuable in doing so. And so today, and also in the future, I hope that you'll feel comfortable reaching out to me and just let me know about any suggestions or improvements that you see that we can make with centralized registration. This does tie really well to the presentations that you've seen so far this morning, including option B, and so we'll talk through what that looks like as well. So we've got 3 groups here, and of course you're the site registrars and counselors. I know we have social workers in the room, so we should really just relabel that site-based staff. The left 2 are regional staff members, and so as we're going through, I definitely want to take the opportunity to introduce those folks to you. And so this is like their Vanna moment. And so Sharon, can you wave your hand in the back? This is Sharon. Registrars typically refer to her as like an answer to prayer, because if you've spoken much with your registrar, you know that it is very time-consuming and tedious to enter transcripts, particularly those who come to us, and we love it when they do, with a lot of credits. It just takes a lot of time to sit there and enter that data in Infinite Campus. And it's really important, this is a conflict, and you know it's a conflict, it's really important for that information to be entered quickly, but also correctly. And so that's a difficult thing for a site-based registrar, because they're not just entering transcripts. They're answering the phone, they're issuing purchase orders, they're answering questions, they're helping parents figure out the online registration system. So they are pulled in so many different directions. If they're on line 11 of 20, and forget to press the save button and then don't remember where they left off, that's a problem from a transcript perspective. And so that's where Sharon comes in. So literally, Sharon enters transcripts all day. And so she is great at it. She is quick and she is very accurate. And so she right now is handling about 50% of our sites, entering the transcripts for. The other half, the registrars are still entering those. But we're hiring a second Sharon who will work with her, and together they will be entering transcripts for all new students at Foothills. And so that will really be a good thing. We've added, this is just a plug for your registrars. They're just an amazing group of people, and they work really hard. And they're the face of your site. They're the person that's there during the day and all day and every night and everything else. And so we've added a lot to them over the last several years as Foothills has grown and things have just gotten more and more advanced and yet complicated at the same time. We've had to add a lot of things to the registrar's plate. And so this is something that we were really excited to take something off of their plate so that they're not stretched quite so thin. So Sharon, thank you for all of the work that you do. All right, and then we have our 2 regional enrollment counselors. So Fern, you'll stand up and wave your hand. There you go. So Fern Langston and Ann Pack. All right, so Fern has worked for several years with the Youth Challenge program, and so she knows Foothills. If you know anything about the Youth Challenge program, she might have processed more transcripts during that experience than her whole high school career beforehand, because they just come in these huge waves. And so she has a lot of experience with counselor in Barrow County and helped to work on some things at the Barrow site several years ago. She was a counselor at the Barrow Foothills as well, and so we're really fortunate to have those two ladies on board as well. So what they are a, right now, and into the future as well, but they are a support for Sharon and Scott Gordon. So whenever Sharon gets a transcript that looks a little crazy, she goes to Fern and Ann. So what is it? You all know. I don't know, but California has 10th credits or something like that. Then not New York. See, of course Fern would answer that question. New York. Yeah. So, you know, when you're getting transcripts from all over the place, as you know, they all look different. They're really complicated. Sometimes you got to do some research to figure out, okay, what is, you know, the course label. And did you say it was systemics?
Yes, it's weight training.
Systemics is weight training in New York, you know, so that was like, that was a lot of work, as you know, calling them to find out exactly what that course was. And so Ann and Fern are also a support for you all, because hopefully a lot of those issues of, you know, how to actually enter one of those courses on the transcript is solved when Sharon is entering that, because she's collaborating with Ann and Fern to make sure that goes well. And then also, as you know, anytime there was a question before about a transcript, your first stop was Scott. So you would email Scott Gordon, and he would, you know, provide some direction, some consistent direction, you know, so that we were being consistent across the region. But he would provide that direction so that you knew what that course should go in as. Well, now that first level is Ann and Fern. And if Ann and Fern are having trouble with it, or, you know, need some direction, then they go to Scott. So we're really grateful to have them. So right now, they are supporting Foothills with challenging transcripts and figuring those out. In the future, as Mike stated, they will also, and I say they, but Ann, Fern, we're going to add more people, okay? So not you two specifically, but, you know, think several years down the road, what we would like to have is a regional team that's also evaluating those transcripts and spitting out to the sites, here are the here are the courses rather that this student needs to graduate. That way you as a counselor are spending your time counseling, supporting, not doing paperwork. So we want to remove that from you as much as possible. That's not happening right now, okay? We're trying to figure out the procedure that we can implement to make that happen for you in the future. And that will be a blend of having some additional enrollment counselors part-time at the region, and also technology, and just leveraging that to make sure that it's an efficient process, which we'll be talking about as well. They also are going to start doing some checking, because at Foothills, with the volume that we deal with, especially when entering transcript entries, it's not a matter of if you're going to make a mistake, it's a matter of when you're going to make a mistake. I mean, it just happens. No one is perfect. And so what they're doing also is just going back and looking at things, you know. So might not be every kid, might not be every transcript, but when their time allows, they're going to go in and just do some spot checking to make sure that we're doing the right thing as far as our transcript entry goes. Another key responsibility of the enrollment registrars will be determining when that student arrives at Foothills, were they on track or off track. I wish I could tell you the number of times over the last 2 years specifically, we've been asked to calculate, well, how many students are coming to Foothills already off track? And right now, we don't have a good data point for that, and so they're going to help us to make that evaluation when the student enrolls for the first time. And then I may not have said this, but I'm just going to emphasize it even if I did. When we get to the point where the enrollment counselors are specifying the courses that the student needs to take with Foothills to graduate, as Mike said, they're going to prioritize the 9.5 courses that are required for option B. And that would be, you know, as educators, we love to talk about some tiers, don't we? So that would be like tier 1. So tier 2 would be anything beyond those 9.5 credits. And what we want is for all students, when they get here, to finish any courses they have left on the 9.5 credit list, knock those out, and then move on to the rest of them. Even if they don't want to do option B, right? We still want to follow that pattern so that a year and a half later, you know, when they're still with us and they change their mind and want to do option B, that's a possibility for them. They don't have to go back and take courses, or they didn't take courses that they really didn't need and spend the time on that. That way it just maximizes flexibility for all of our students. And so, you know, I think, you know, we need to develop some guidance for this, but even now, before we get to that point, we really need to start thinking through that lens when we're advising those new students on the courses that they need to take to graduate. Okay, so we covered the regional enrollment registrar and the regional enrollment counselors. The other super important group to this process is you all, and that would be specifically our counselors who are in the room. And so, you know, one thing that we've learned over the years at Foothills, it's always needed to have multiple sets of eyes on the same information. And so beyond what Sharon is doing, beyond what Ann and Fern is doing at the site, you know, you're looking at kids' transcripts all the time and advising them, and I know you have your checklists and the folders and things like that too. So when you uncover errors or anything, that's a good thing, and let your registrar know so that we can get those corrected. And then, of course, as far as a new student goes, your main task is to get that student started with career development and their 2 other courses. So they get going quickly, they get hooked, they get engaged, they get going, and hopefully they stay with us. Okay? So those are the 3 big groups involved in this process. The result, we hope, will be the correct and verified transcript. So we've got multiple eyes looking at these things. We've got clarity about what courses the students need to take in order to graduate. And then all of those option B requirements are met on the front end so that kids 2 years later don't have to circle back and take those courses. They've already checked them off of their list. There are a few notes, and that section has grown. We just started out with 1 note, and then, you know, as people started asking questions, we added some more. So corrections, Foothills Virtual and YCP, they're continuing to process their own transcripts for now. Site registrars are still responsible for entering transcripts for Foothills Plus students, and this is a big one because students do from time to time come and go, right? So your site-based registrar is still, like, if they come to Foothills, but then they leave and go to Jackson County High, and then they come back again, your site-based registrar is the one who's entering any updates that are needed because they know what they entered before and can keep up with that a little bit better. And then, of course, we have our shared staff members or involved staff members. We introduced Sharon. We're hiring another enrollment registrar. And Fern, Mike is involved with this due to that option B piece, and of course site-based registrars and counselors as well. So before I go any further, does anybody have any questions or comments or concerns that you'd like to talk about regarding this information? That was 10 seconds of wait time. You sure there's no questions or anything that you want to bring up for the good of the group? Okay, well, I'll keep going, and hopefully lunch can get here early. All right, so the next piece that I wanted to talk through with you, and this is like an annual refresher, we'll call it. This is the academic planner. The academic planner is a tool within Infinite Campus, and it's really important that we're all able to use it. And so if you'll just give me a moment, I'm going to get signed into Infinite Campus here and just go through a little bit of a refresher so that we're all on the same page about the academic planner. Okay, so this other one. Gotcha. Okay. It should, yes. Okay, so the academic planner, the way that you access it is through, well, of course, hold on, let me get to the school that I practice with here. We're gonna go to the Baldwin site. You click on student information, and let me zoom in, maybe you can see it a little bit better. You click on student information, and then if this is closed, it's the third link from the top. It's academic planning. Once you click that, it's going to bring up this screen where you're looking for a particular student. And so I'm going to bring up this student here. And there are 4 tabs that you will see. Practically speaking, you will probably only use one of these tabs. And I'll explain why, just so that you have the context if you don't use this in your day school. Program is where you're specifying what graduation program the student is participating in. So for us right now, we're only using this for option A, okay? Option B is not gonna show up here yet. So option A is the only one that we're using at this point. Another thing that you need to look out for is that math rubric. Listen, that thing is so complicated. We feel like we would rather see a red flag in the graduation planner and talk with the folks on the IEP team to make sure that our boxes are checked on that, rather than this thing give us a false green flag and we graduate someone who we shouldn't according to their actual IEP information. So, but this tab, your registrar maintains, or we do at the regional office. So we just batch add these option A graduation programs periodically. So you probably won't need to use that. The course plan tab, you also will not need to use, but this will show you, it's being fed by the transcript and the schedule, the student schedule, okay? The reason that we don't use this is because like this 12th grader here, that column for 12th grade is grayed out because it's the current year and you can't edit it, and that's just not conducive to Foothills and how we operate. So while you may use the course plan in day school, it's not very helpful for us. And the My Parent Approval, we don't use that feature either. So where you need to stay or live, if you will, is the Progress tab. So if you're looking at this, I want you to note, and this is really important to remember if you haven't used the academic planner, it is not telling you the courses. Hold on, let me rephrase this so it's not confusing. What's green on here is not only the courses that the student has completed, but also the ones that they're currently enrolled in. Like they're scheduled for those courses. Does that make sense? So even if you see on here, language arts 4 of 4, the student may be scheduled for 2 right now. They haven't earned 4 credits. It's just looking at their transcript and their current schedule. Which all in all, you know, if you kind of frame it as this, if you complete all of the courses successfully that are currently on your schedule, then you're on track for graduation. So that's what would be counted as green. The first area here is the credit type. And so this is looking at, as it says, the credit type. So your different subject areas. So you see here for language arts, if I expand this, the student has earned 9th grade lit, and they've got some dual enrollment credits, which is great, and then they're currently in American lit. So that's great. That's very good. They're on track, but they do need to finish that American lit before they've actually satisfied that requirement. If you go down to math, you see that they've earned Algebra 1 and Geometry. They're in progress for Algebra 2. I know that the next time I talk to that student, I might want to speak to them about going ahead and when they finish Algebra 2, of course, taking the next level math course so that they can finish out that credit category, okay? And then you just, keep going. You've got your others that adds up to your 23. Now at the bottom, you have your course requirements. So as counselors, you're very familiar with this. You absolutely have your credit type requirements, but then you have your actual specific course requirements as well. This is accounting for that. So you see the student has they've earned credit rather, for 9th grade lit, American lit, etc. If I go down to 4th math though, this is agreeing with that problem that I found in the credit types area that the student needs their 4th math. And then you'll also notice for Foothills, we of course have career development as a requirement there as well. And so you would want to make sure, obviously, that students have that. That is a graduation requirement for Foothills. Every student, in order to graduate, has to have career development. And I have in the lightning round, I'll revisit it then, just that priority of making sure that students get that career development as soon as they're enrolling in Foothills. Now, there are some issues, like if you have a summer enrollee, we can't claim those kids until all other schools in the state have signed off on their student record, or we produce an error for them and they get mad at us. So there's like a 2 or 3 week window where the student can't get into youth science, but as Melanie stated earlier, they can do module 1 and 2, and then immediately upon getting access to youth science, they need to get in there and start working on that. And then of course you have your bucket for 3 credits from CTAE, Fine Arts, and/or World Languages. So all in all, this is a really useful tool for advisement. It's being fed, again, by the transcript and the student's schedule. Here's the thing, it's never going to spit out an error for you. Like, it's not going to spit out inaccurate information for you, which is great. It's great to have that quick, reliable source to go to. You could be in a situation where a student took a course that we don't offer and that's not commonly offered by other districts. And in that case, you can email me or you can email Heather, and we can add those course numbers. So let's pretend world literature. Some schools offer World Lit instead of 10th grade Lit. Well, that's fine. Maybe it's not in the academic planner. It is. But if it weren't, you could let me and Heather know, and we could get that added for you so that it turns from red to green. Does anybody have any questions about this? You can also print this. It's a really useful tool if you print it in color. It's not very useful if you don't. But you can print this, and when you have parent meetings, this is a lot more readable for parents than a transcript is. It's really easy for them to see, oh, this is what I need to work on next. So this is a really good tool. If you run into any trouble with this, or if you feel like the other counselors or other staff members in general need training at your site related to this tool, we're happy to do that virtually or in person as well. Just reach out and let us know. Okay? All right, I've got a few more things. I got my lightning round here. If I can find my... Okay. This is beginning the lightning round. Kinship information. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page about what that looks like. So when a parent goes to register a student for Foothills, they fill out the OLR, the online registration. And there's a question on there asking them, as the person enrolling the student, do you have legal custody of this child? And if they answer no, then what happens is it stops them, and it says, call your Foothills site. They speak with the registrar, and the registrar then initiates the process of filling out that kinship application. It's a document that they have to complete. And oftentimes, this, that leads to other documents being needed, such as custody records or whatever the case may be. So when that happens, if they've satisfied all of the requirements and they've given us what we need, then the registrar directs them to return to the OLR and resume completing the application or the enrollment information. The registrar also will begin submitting a swarm referral for those students so that social workers are notified, hey, we got this situation, the custody is iffy, we've got this kinship form, this is something that you may want to look into and put your eyes on the records for. So that process changed, I guess it was 7 or 8 months ago. It's been a while now, but I just wanted to be sure, since we have counselors and social workers in the room, that you know what that process looks like. Heather and I also talked, and Dawn too, there's also a lot of times where not even kinship, but just other issues present themselves when registrars are enrolling students, particularly those related to homelessness and other areas. And so they'll follow that same procedure for that as well, and making sure that that information is brought over to the social workers using the tool that we have, which is Swarm. And Jamie has been great about doing different trainings and things for social workers, but also staff members on making concerns. And so I know that she's willing to continue doing that as needed as well. Okay. Here comes the lightning round. Susan wages, also a gift. We're really thankful to have Susan. So what Susan does is anytime a student rolls over, thank you, from 11th grade to 12th grade, or when they enroll with us as a new 12th grader, she does a full review of their transcript. And our purpose in doing that is to catch any issues before the student thinks that they're going to graduate. We don't want any situation to be out there where a student is finding out at the last minute, oops, made a mistake, you got to take this course in order to finish up. We don't want that. And so we backed up that audit to the point at which they roll over from 11th grade to 12th grade, or when they enroll with us as a 12th grader. So what she does, sorry Josh, I'm going to close it one more time just to be a pain. Okay, so I'm going to go, and you have access to this information, so please make sure that you review it. She puts this info in a Google Sheet, but you can also look at it at the student level. So we're going to go to this particular student, and it's the Senior Grad Review tab. And so what Susan does is she puts the date, which should be around when the student rolled over to a 12th grader. She identifies the courses that they were enrolled in on that date, what they were enrolled in. She marks herself as the reviewer. She identifies any courses that they have outside of the 3 that they're currently in that they need to take. So they would take these 2 courses next. And then she also, this is important, she goes through and does a review of their transcript and identifies any errors that we need to get fixed. So sometimes that's related to the credit category or the credit type. Sometimes it's due to a course number. She's catching all of that immediately upon their rollover to 12th grade instead of right before they graduate, which is definitely a positive thing. So you all probably, counselors, y'all have gotten some emails from Susan. Y'all have worked with her quite a bit. She's great to work with. If you have any feedback about that procedure, how we can strengthen it, make it better, I hope you will let us know on that. Okay. Back to the lightning round. Okay, as you, counselors, are reviewing student records, there are going to be times where you may notice things pertaining to behavior, and I just wanted to make sure that you know the protocol for handling that. So if you see in any of the student's records or in conversations with the student that it's possible that they were in their previous school in an alternative setting, so they were in an alternative program or an alternative school, or they were outright expelled, whatever the case may be, then what you would need to do is forward any of that information to your registrar and site directors. And then what they do is they send that to a committee at the regional office. And we meet every Tuesday and we talk through all sorts. I mean, you could not imagine the situations that are addressed by that group. But what that does is it helps us to ensure that we're being consistent across all sites in the programs that we're offering those students. So if you notice anything that would suggest that, then you want to forward that immediately to your registrar or site director, and then they'll look at it, make the determination to refer that to the committee. What are some examples of things that you as a counselor might hear that you would want to bring up? I'm sorry? Pregnant students. Okay, pregnant students. So that would definitely apply to the social worker referral earlier. I'm sorry, I've skipped a beat here. So I'm talking specifically about the alternative placement. So what are some clues that you might see in a student's records or hear about that would indicate there's something to think about? Dr. Gibney Sherman?
A felony?
A felony, okay. Yes. Yes, and let's expand that, because our definitions, everybody does not know the definition of felony. So if you hear about an arrest, an incarceration, a sentence, a court hearing, those things would all be things that you would want to report so that we can do some further investigation and find out what's going on.
Can I suggest that they mention a probation officer?
Okay, probation officers, absolutely. That could be something to look for. Dawn, did you say something?
Just that social workers or counselors, right?
Yeah,
Both
yeah,
can answer.
definitely, yeah.
An ankle bracelet.
Okay, yeah. Good call. All right.
Yeah, we might want to make a list of these words that are triggers,
Mm-hmm.
just to kind of be on the lookout for.
Mm-hmm. Definitely.
Well, sometimes incidents that happen outside of school
Mhm.
that might warrant whether or not it's a felony or a status offense. So sometimes there's incidents that don't happen directly in school that could impact, that go into, if they
Yes.
went to a hearing, it could still impact their criminal behaviors.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. What about their enrollment records?
The behavior records.
So the behavior records are definitely something to look at. So if you see anything that indicates hearing or waiver, tribunal is another key word there. Yes, ma'am.
Also, if they are placed in a juvenile facility, their school is actually going to change too, because the school with RYDC is a different school than what their home school would be.
Mm-hmm.
It'll say, RYDC.
Yep. Sometimes too, if they're coming from your community, then you definitely know when you get the enrollment sheet that's like, okay, it's the Barrow County Alternative Education Program. That's pretty straightforward, isn't it? That's something that you would want to refer to the registrar and the site directors. But sometimes you get students from outside of your community, and if they have what I very scientifically refer to as a weird school name, that might be something to look into. So if you're around Gwinnett, Give, but if you're in South Georgia, you may not know about the Give Center. So that's a clue that somebody needs to look into. Okay, what is the Give Center, to figure out if that was an alternative setting. So any of those, if there's a question mark about it at all, you definitely want to do what? Site directors and registrars. Perfect. Thank you. Listen, anytime in a presentation that I get to refer to script in front of people, I duck a little bit, because I know that you spend a lot of time in that platform, and I appreciate the time you spend in there. I do want to just remind you, course completion forms, those need to be finalized ideally by June 29th. So if you have any sitting in your queue, then we want to make sure and get those finalized so that we can enter them on the students' transcripts. Also, you will see some changes to the script course completion form rolling over into July, because the 4 former EOC courses that no longer have an EOC, beginning July 1st, the students won't have to do the EOC prep activities at the end, and so that 20% bucket is changing a little bit, so expect some changes there to where that will not be included for those courses. And then I said that jokingly, but seriously, Kelly Screeden is available. If you have folks who don't understand how script works, or are having consistent issues, or you're having an issue, and you want to meet with her virtually, one-on-one, that's fine. She's also visited some sites and done a group training, so she could do that with all of the student services staff or teachers, whatever the need is. Feel free to reach out to Kelly, and she'll be happy to sit down and show you on the back end how script thinks, what the logic is behind it, the different branches that it goes through, so that everyone has a better understanding of how the tool works. And then, of course, I mentioned earlier, that career development piece is really important that students get in there. I know that there are, at different points in the year, some issues with getting kids in youth science immediately, but it still is really important that we get them in there as quickly as possible. And really, that just lays the groundwork for everything else that you talked about this morning. You know, if you don't understand your aptitudes and your interests, where your skills and your passion intersect, if you don't have a good understanding of that, then how are you going to make decisions about option B and dual enrollment and different career technical programs? I mean, it's certainly not going to provide every tidbit of information that you need about your future career, but it's a great start, and it's a good tool for getting there. So please make sure that that's a priority, and then this is just a slide that we helped Irene out with earlier. So, absolutely. Does anybody have any questions, concerns, emotional outbursts for me?
I have a question about the student's grade level before it had to be put in by hand, because they would put whatever grade they thought they were in from high school.
Mhm.
How is that being worked out to be more accurate? Or is it a way for that to happen automatically? Is it still having to be changed by hand?
Okay, so that's a great question, and it differs if you're talking about a returning student or a new student. So I'm going to take the easy answer and then turn it over to the smart people in the back to talk about the more difficult one. So the easy answer is for for current students. We have a script that runs and evaluates the credits on their transcript and automatically bumps them up a grade level when they've earned enough credits to do so. But your question, I think, is targeted at, in the online registration system, the parent selects a grade level, and my child may have been in high school for 4 years, but they're actually in the 10th grade, but they select 12th grade. How is that getting caught and corrected? Okay. So Heather and Jamie, anybody from the back want to, or Sharon, y'all want to? Okay. In case you didn't hear Sharon, she said that when she's evaluating the transcript, she looks and makes a change manually when what the parent entered is incorrect. What about for the sites that you're not doing, Sharon? That's done by the registrars, correct, Heather? Yeah. That answer that? Okay. All right. Anything else? All right. Well, I really just want to close by saying thank you. I know that y'all work hard, many of you during the day and at night, and the work that you do is so important. This is a group of students who really needs you, and I couldn't be more confident that they have the best people that they could have in your positions to support them. So we're incredibly grateful for all the work that you do. Thank you.
Dale, thank you so much for that valuable information. That was very helpful, very beneficial. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to Dale or his team if there's something you're confused about or need help with. They're always here to help. We're about 15 minutes ahead of schedule, so we're going to come back at 12:45. In the meantime, during lunch, we're going to put the QR code back up. I apologize, there was a problem with the first one we did, so if you have not had a chance to sign in for today, this is the correct QR code. And Jeffrey, there are no paper ones, right? We're just going to do the QR code up here, right? Yeah. So if you have any problems or questions about that, just let any of us know and we can help you. All right, let's break. Oh, yes.
Yeah. Can you hear me? I know I don't have a loud voice. Everything that you saw this morning was born out of mistakes. As we have grown over the 7 years, we came with nothing. That's not an exaggeration. So we had to bring it up from the ground and make it run. And there were pieces and procedures that were not in place. And some of the procedures were in place, but they didn't work. And we had 20 sites instead of 7. And so what you see here is us correcting our work, and that's never done. If anyone who thinks they have it done, you're wrong. You're just wrong. And so this is a result of being honest about our work and correcting things and adjusting things to make sure it's right. And so no matter what site our student ends up on, that's some of what you were saying, Mike, they're gonna get the best service possible. And so moving to centralized registration was a result of that, because we were finding some students who didn't have their transcripts reviewed properly. And we wanted them to have every advantage possible. So I really thank everyone that you've heard from and the ones you'll hear from after lunch for stepping back. There's no shame in it. There's real shame in not stepping back and acknowledging when something needs to be fixed. And so that's the Foothills way, is stepping back and taking a look and seeing if our work can be improved. And I could not be proud of what we saw today. So thank you for everyone for that good hard work and continuing to walk backwards, because that's how we get stronger.
Yeah,
So
always
thank
let
you.
us know if you find something that's not working, that needs to be corrected, don't hesitate to let someone know, because we wanna get it right and fix it. Okay, Master's Table has done lunch for us today, and so you can just go through this door here, and to the left, and we'll have lunch there for you. And we'll come back at 12:45. Thank you. Please watch your step as you're looking at that doorway, because of the cords that we have crossing the doorway. Thank you.
High five. That's what it needs to happen.
I need to find it.
Let me do this right. Something.
So,
is the name.
There are a lot of things, not right or wrong, like, right.
She was there, I mean, my whole childhood, like, thinking back to them, the secretary used to send me brownies
don't know. Sometimes they're looking to spend down something.
But I thought, I was like, well, this is a great way of learning about road ready.
And we've got it all ready,
Yeah, yeah.
you know, with a budget in
And I
there.
told her to focus in on
Make it
just
easy.
the cost of the
Yeah. Yep.
So,
Okay, keep me posted. That'd be exciting. That
Oh,
would make me feel like it wasn't all in vain.
you know,
It would make me feel like it wasn't all in vain.
I know. Well, I mean, I think we ought to continue, that grant written will help.
Yeah.
Okay. I hope everyone enjoyed that wonderful lunch. I thought that was great. Master's Table was great. Before our next group starts, I do want to take this opportunity to tell you about two of our new regional student services staff members. One is part of this group, Sheila Green. Sheila is one of our new alumni transition team counselors, and she's an addition to this team. So now we have 4 on that team. And then Angela Moten, who could not be with us today, but she is our new student services coordinator, who will be serving the Walton, Social Circle, Franklin, and Overflow site. And she's actually replacing Josh Purcell, who's still with us, but just in another role. He's going to be our regional data coordinator. So just wanted to make sure you all knew about those new additions. We're so excited to have you. All right, the alumni transition team is coming up next. Before I do that, I need to remind you, if you had to leave early, there is a sheet on the table by the door in the back of the room, a sign-out sheet that since you registered. If you sign out early, you need to know that so that we can make adjustments to your time on that sheet. So if you happen to have to leave early, don't forget to sign out on that sheet at the door. Okay. I'm thrilled to welcome the alumni transition team. I think someone already mentioned that Foothills is different, and this is one of the things that is very different about what we do compared to any other school that you ever would go to. We have a team who works with our students from the day they graduate, 1 year after that, to help them with their next steps in life. So they have just done incredible work, and I'll let them tell you about the latest updates and what they've been up to and where they're headed.
Thank you. Here.
Oh, do I just stand back here? All right. Good afternoon. I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch. And I just want to correct one thing said up there. It said Mr. Theodore McMillan. Only my mom says Theodore, and that's usually when I'm in trouble. My name is Tad McMillan, and
I'm Michelle Ramsey. Michelle with 1 L, like special. You have to email me.
And we wanted to start out today. We won't go into tonight. We wanted to start out today just by trying to give you some time to talk amongst yourselves about transitions, but also we hope that that conversation that you have will be informed by all of the information that we've gotten this morning. And so I don't know about you, but for me, I just feel like it was even hearing things that you already know about, it sometimes just can be overwhelming to go through and try to process that. And so we hope that during our session, we give you a little bit of time to do some of that processing. And so to start out and to frame that, if you just for yourself take a few minutes and think about, and I just can't stay behind Logan, take a few minutes and think about transitions. Think about whether it's changing jobs or moving or just any kind of change you've gone through in your life. And in your mind, think about those three questions. What emotions do you associate with change and with transitions? What might have helped you prepare for that transition? And as well as when you think about change and transitions, what barriers or challenges? Just take a few minutes and think about that. And if you start nodding off, we will come
Yeah.
after you after that heavy one.
It's like Thanksgiving dinner.
Yeah.
Thank you for the banana pudding.
Yeah.
Amen.
So to add, just when I created that slide, no one emailed me their preferred name, and I went on to find an image of you. And if you've looked on that, who is this person visiting our site? The image is currently from. So I refrained from using said image. But you had to pay with the
Okay, so I'm giving you a few minutes to reflect. And now just in your group, and actually I'm going to go back to that previous slide. In your group, if you guys would just talk about those three questions. Just take a few minutes and talk about it. And yes, once you've talked about it, we're going to ask you to share out. So take a few minutes. Just thinking about, and this is your own life, transitions you've gone through, change you've gone through, and the emotions and the challenges and what helped you. Anybody does that? I did this way. I put it in the pocket. Anyway, I just called and said, hey, I traveled after high school and after college. I highly recommend it. Yeah, I don't know. I should have. She was such a sweet. Oops.
You want me to do the arrows yet?
Oh. Yeah, I'm just going to go back and ask my answers. Enlist someone to share. All right, so again, we're just trying to be thinking about transitions and changes, and really sometimes how hard it can be. And so who'll report out something that you talked about that you felt like was insightful? Now it gets quiet. Come on, some brave soul.
You have to have a why for the transition.
You have a what?
A why for the transition.
Oh, yeah. Okay, you have to have a why for the transition. Why should we change?
Just the emotions of both excitement and fear at the same time.
Which is it's such a great point. That what was said was that excitement, it's two emotions. It's excitement and it's fear. I mean, we know that as adults, but also as we're thinking about our students as they graduate, that's a really good point. What else? Yes.
Some anxiety about the unknown, what the future holds. That a lot of students feel.
So anxiety, another good point, and I mean, and very real. All change, it brings anxiety. Yes.
I think when you say what barriers or challenges do you associate with transitions or change, if you think about your high school seniors, and sometimes they might be great, just happen at the graduate, but they are procrastinating in their next step. Like, oh, I haven't filled out the FAFSA yet. I haven't opened up the letter from the college yet to see if I got accepted. You know, so there's, while there might, and again, it's like a mixed emotions with the anxiety and the fear. You also have excitement for the change, but the fear part of it is causing some procrastination.
Which is, I mean, it's really important for us, and I'll just say, sometimes there's some frustration about that. Is, hey, we're excited, we know what we want to do, but I can't get you to just go on and get your FSAID number so that you can do the next step. And so you're right.
I was telling Shaquille, my grandson just graduated from North Carolina. He just got his FAFSA return in last Tuesday.
Very common. What else?
I think in terms of preparing for a transition, it's helpful to kind of have a person, a touch point, someone you can ask questions of and feel comfortable with.
Having that person, yeah, is critical.
Which is helpful if it's not your parent who tends to ask you a lot about transitions.
Yeah, no, not another person, maybe
Right.
at the new
No, I
transition.
know, but that's why it's helpful to have someone who's not the parent, who probably has been doing a lot of, when are we gonna get
Yeah.
there?
Which I'll just, about that, I think we always feel like that we want to say to parents, like, we know you've had this conversation 100 times, but somehow this time they could hear it differently because we're not you.
Right.
What else? I saw, yeah.
I think, at least what I see in my day job a lot, for seniors that are really nervous, they have a fear of failing, like when they go to college. I had a student that was contemplating, should she go to Georgia State, should she just stay at home and go to a 2-year school nearby, even though she really wanted to go to Georgia State. So pretty much had a okay if you make a mistake or two, you'll get back from it. Because a lot of my students I've seen, maybe recently because of COVID perhaps, a lot of them are more apprehensive to go to school for a variety of reasons, but, so that's one thing I noticed, just a fear of failure. Just
Yeah,
looking at
and I think that's such a critical point, just that fear. We all want to be confident, we all want to be successful, and right, transition, especially this transition that we are setting our students up for, that really looms large. And the other thing that you said that I think is so critical is the pandemic and how that has impacted our students, specifically with this transition, right? Because it's really limited their experience with that because, so anyway, that's a good point. Yes?
So, my granddaughter just finished college, and got off a couple weeks ago, and our issue with her is, Trent, this is interesting, that her was sometimes I think kids are gonna have an over thought process about what they wanna do, how they wanna do it, and they're all over the place, and they can't make, just can't make decisions about how to do it, what to do, and they're having a hard time narrowing it down to think about what that transition, hers is transition to a job or whatever, but what it should be, but the line is a clear line, if that makes sense. Which we having a hard time getting her to bring it in. And focus on what's the next step, you know, you want this and this and this, but, okay. And I see kids do that sometimes, they can't, they're focusing on what's the first thing, and next thing, the next thing, so I think that's a good thing.
I think you're absolutely right with that. Being overwhelmed by all those steps, and sometimes being able to bring back and say, okay, what's the first step? And chunking, like good instruction, chunking that instruction. Good point. Okay, well, keep all that in your mind, and also, to me, it seems like today we talked a lot about, oh wait, going the wrong way. Just all these opportunities that our students have, and how much? Sorry, there we go. There. So we've already sort of gone into this a little bit, but I do want you to sort of just take a few minutes in your group to go back and say, so at Foothills now, we know what the emotions are, we know what the barriers are, we know kind of the challenge that transitions face. Well, when we think about what we currently do we address some of these things? Do we help students process, okay, yeah, you're going through this big change, and are there other things that we can do? And just sort of take a few minutes to sort of circle back to, okay, we've talked about change, now what do we do at Foothills currently, and what should we be doing to do a better job of helping our kids be ready for change and transition? So take just a few minutes and talk about that in your group. talk about this for a long time, but give you a minute and then if somebody would share out for your group.
Yes, a lot of it is.
Okay, so we'll share out. So we talked about change, transitions personally. Now we've brought it, okay, we're looking at Foothills. How do we do a better job of helping our students do that? What are some of the great insights you had in your group? I'll give some of the so-so insightful thoughts you had. Maybe not great. Like after lunch, after banana pudding.
Okay. All right, I was just talking to Shaquille a long time ago, and I tend to go back to my own career, experiences. A long time ago, I sold televisions at Macy's, and I would anticipate the sale. And you have to anticipate what the questions are. So I would, but for people to not respond to a hard sales pitch, but let me put the remote control in your hand. Okay, so maybe as educators, we need to be putting the remote control in the children's and our students' hands. That could be, researching colleges, researching the programs that you may be interested in, looking at what the, at maybe a 10, 15-minute session of what does the military have to offer you? What programs could you do? What style of things? And research it that way, because I think what Shakira said is true, that once we go through career development, we don't do anything else. We don't make that connection. We don't put the remote in their hand.
I love that image. Putting the remote in their hand. Thank you. That's great. Other thoughts? That's just,
I was saying to our table at the first question was that the process of emotional aspect of transition, coming to Foothills is a transition because you have so many components. One, you have people who meet with you every week and talking to you throughout the day, and the kids, they're not used to that much support. So it's kind of like we have to get them to buy in, that we here for you to go to that next step. Whatever choice you want to make, we're here for you to help you make that decision. Making home visits, talking to parents or whatever, that's another thing too. We're trying to bring parents in, hey, they're not coming to school, what's going on? We're trying to get more supports in place. So I think just coming and learning the format of how we operate, that's one of the bigger transitions. And once everyone buys in, I think the other components are probably a little bit more easy.
a good thing. I just have to say, I love that first thing about all the support and the student makes the transition, comes to Foothills. That's in some ways why the alumni transition team came about, is to try to say, yeah, we know you're coming to this place every day. There's all this love, there's all this support, but there's also something good after you leave Foothills, which a lot of our kids, Foothills sites are warm, welcoming, supportive places, and it's hard to give that up. So, thank you. Other thoughts? Yes?
Well, I was thinking about the time that, when you do that initial meeting, you're trying to sell Foothills and explain to them how, what you're coming into is different and support. But you also have to allow them a time, every child has a story, and you got to be ready to listen to it, because you know what's available when you know their story.
Yeah, that's a great, every child has a story, and we have to know their story. Gotta always remember that. Thank you. Well, I ask you to keep thinking about this, because it's really an important idea, and it also, can we go to the next slide? It goes to, I think everybody knows Our vision is about creating that, high-quality high school option. But, and can we go to the next one? Our mission really comes back to change, to transitions, because it's, hey, we want them to get that diploma, but it's not just the diploma for the diploma's sake. It's in order to be successful in post-secondary and career options. And as also someone who worked in traditional K-12 schools for 32 years, it was about getting the diploma. I mean, I have to say my focus was all about the diploma. But part of Foothills' mission is, okay, the diploma for what's next. And that, I guess I'll just say, that's why we wanted to spend some time today talking about that and reconnecting them. Oh yeah, this is part of our mission, how we help kids get set up for transitions, how we support them, the emotional, how to go past the barriers that they will inevitably face. That is right in line with what our mission is. So, can we go to
I'm
the-
sorry.
Sorry. I'll just start. I'll go. You. And this is the same slide, but it's faded blue.
Sorry. It just
It's not Carolina blue, but. Okay, now here we have actually.
Okay, sorry. There we go.
Oh, and I think I kind of just said that yeah, graduation's the goal, but it is that, back to that mission is how do we help our students be successful in post-secondary career and college options.
Okay, and just, we do want to mention, I think Melanie Belka's here too, we were meeting with some kids that, had an IEP, special ed kids, after they graduated, and some of them really need that vocational rehab support, or maybe, their transition plans are really helpful. We would love it if every kid had a transition meeting before they graduated. Some of y'all already do that at the senior meetings, but anyway, it really helped us just look at knowing our students, their interests, their aptitudes, and maybe we can take some more time with that U-Science when we talk to them about their abilities and their interests. Know what options or opportunities exist. And Irene did a beautiful job this morning of telling us all the, the healthcare, technology, manufacturing. I mean, now is a great time if you just want to graduate from college and go straight to work. So, or if you need, the training to do certain jobs, and develop a coordinated plan designed to achieve the goal. A lot of these kids, they just don't feel like they need a plan. Get focused, like you said, not just all over the place, but what do you want to start? What's your next step? So we just try to start there, maybe just your next step. And if they're not sure, they're not confident to go to a four-year school, maybe they can just start at, Oconee, North Georgia at Oconee, or, live at home the first year. We just want them to get their confidence up where they don't have a fear of college or, the next step.
And so we thought the whole idea of, okay, what can we learn from that? I mean, it gets back to know their story. So know your kids, know what their options are, come up with a plan. And so first, just take a few minutes, and you don't have to write this down, but we will need to know our kids. So we just graduated 106 students. In your mind, how many of those students are going in the military? How many are working? How many are going to college? If we know our kids, right, we need to know where they're going and what they're doing. So take a second and think about percentage-wise.
Should we give out the candy for the table that gets the closest?
So I hope you've had time to think about it. We're just going to show you. This is of 106.
Anybody surprised?
There's our numbers, and if you are doing your math, you see it doesn't add up to 100. I'll just tell you, of those 106, there still have been 11 that have not responded to our efforts, so we're still finished trying to connect to those 11. There are 8 that are not up there because they just said college or technical school, but it was hard to really figure out where that we're really planning to go. And so there are 8, and then there are a few that were just going into training, like with 2 real estate people going to real estate training, or somebody getting a dental training at the dentist office. So anyway, but I think one thing we always like to point out is that it's 52% of our kids are either, their goal is going into college or going to technical school. And I think so many times at Foothills, we think, okay, we don't have that high of a percentage. And this is, and just so you know, this is this recent graduates. What we found tracking over previous graduations is that this number, it does come down. Like when we call kids in 3 months or 6 months, then there'll be more of them will be working right now and still thinking about going to college. But over the years, it is between 32 and 36% of our kids are going to technical school or college when we follow back up with them. So first, know our kids, and then the next slide, please.
Are those percentages pretty standard, pretty consistent across sites, or is it?
That's a great question, and I think that's one that somebody else can answer. I'm just joking. I'm just trying to throw it off. That's a good question, and like this number, for these 106, I can go in and tell you. Like actually, I can tell you by the end of the day. Just go back there and look. I will say, over the history, it is pretty consistent about sites. And I'm really glad you said that, because we sometimes visit sites and the sites say, well, our kids don't go to college or our kids don't go to technical school. We have not found that to be true. I mean, and that's, going to all of our sites, we just hadn't found a site that really doesn't, and we've been in conversations where people are saying, well, our kids don't go to college or to technical school, and we'll say, well, what about this student? What about this student? They'll go, okay, well, they do, but. So I think, anyway, as we're preparing for transitions, it's important to get back to, and I love that one, we got to know our kids' story.
Ted, I'm just curious, I'll raise my hands. Who thought that was higher than you thought it was going to be? Is that high? Raise your hand if it's higher than you thought, those percentages. Okay, so y'all were thinking it was pretty consistent. That's what you're thinking. Okay. I thought we might be a little surprised at that.
Ted, I just want to add too, when we call kids and we remind them about the $200 scholarship, they are thrilled to get that. And they get it if they go to real estate school, technical school, college, or military or apprenticeship. So that's a great thing. Foothills is different. And, so they love that, and we appreciate you doing that.
Ted, this is just 2 months out of 12 months. And remember, we encourage kids to graduate when they graduate, which is a big difference. We want them to graduate when they graduate, and they don't need to wait for anybody or anything. And so if we had these true numbers for the whole year, it would look a lot like this, but there'd be more. But can I do a bird walk here?
Yeah.
Until you gotta hear this Walton story. It was priceless. I just happened to walk into Walton at a moment, and Leah Madison, who might know, she's at Walton. She's a graduation coach, and there was a young man, and he was negotiating with her, and I heard the word cash, so I got up a little bit closer. I said, "Say, what's going on here?" And he went back to Leah and said that he wanted cash, not a check, for $200. She said, "Well, we don't give cash; it has to be a check." And so he said, "Well, I want 400." And why is that? Because he graduated from he's going to real estate school, and he also is going to Athens Tech. She said, "No, you only get one." So this kid's going to be all right. He's really good at real estate. But he was just playing it, and Leah just took it like a pro. But he had an answer for everything. legislators ask for this everywhere we go. Everywhere we go, we have to give this information. And so it's real important that we all be able to say this off the tip of our tongue. And so, let's just make sure we start saying it, because this is a big deal.
And I would just say one consistent thing is when we go back, like this is, for these 106, this is small for the number going into the military. Typically, we're 8 to 10% when we go historically of our kids going.
And we have a lot of females that go in the military too, so I was surprised at that. You ready?
And this is you, right?
Okay, and we've been to your senior groups. We love to come to your senior meetings too. Please invite us. And we share this, the bridge, what was the acronym? Building
Resourceful individuals to develop Georgia's economy.
Okay, well, that's why we put the bridge here. Okay, thank you, Irene. So we just want to bridge from the graduation, planning, advising, information, scholarships, community, partnerships, and hopefully, we can help these kids go straight to work if they want to in the community, stay in their communities. Dual enrollment, and Mike gave us a wonderful summary of dual enrollment this morning and all the benefits. Counseling, and Dawn's going to talk more about that now. Foothills is one of the places that they can really get emotional support, and a lot of kids said that, even some at graduation, thanked us for just letting them be themselves, and it really helped them socially and emotionally. And then the youth science, what are they good at? What are some of their aptitudes? And then on the other side, apprenticeship, and we got another slide coming up. There are a lot of great apprenticeship opportunities that kids just don't know about. And I think we got one on Bob Bradley, who does a lot with mechanical contractors, Georgia Power, Walton EMC. There's just so many apprenticeship opportunities. Shadowing. Some of the kids say they want to work at a vet, but they've never worked at a veterinarian office. So we try to get them some real, firsthand experience before they commit to it. Additional training, employment, college, or the military. So we're trying to get them from graduation across the bridge to their careers.
Okay. So, so all of these slides are just about, back to what we learned from special ed. Know your kids, know what the options are. So this is something that we've been doing is, meeting kids at Athens Tech, trying to promote this. We also know you do this too, and we just need to realize it takes a village.
And we're willing to meet them, Athens Tech, Walton campus, Athens campus, North Georgia campus. Some kids just need a person there just to kind of lead them through, and we're willing to do that, okay? We're flexible and we have time, so we're happy to do that.
And we can skip this slide. It's just all about all the opportunities.
Okay, I just got to mention, I just got an email from Irene. There's a CNA program in Morgan County. They're looking for, CNA nurses. They've got a program they can start, and I think it's at 12 weeks, Irene, they can.
Right, but that's for postgraduates right now.
Right, okay, so if you know anyone in that area that might be interested in that, but there's so much opportunities for kids.
So, and just as we're getting ready to wrap up, I'll say sort of what we feel like we've learned, which is common sense, which we know you already know. We've talked about the first one already, about it taking a village. You need to hear from so many people, and I think on the transition team, we always want to let social workers and counselors know, we know you've already had this conversation. We're just trying to have it again, right? They got to hear it over and over and over, and hopefully something sticks. The other interesting thing that with our work that we found is the student right after graduation has nothing to say to you, doesn't want, it's a different student 3 months or 6 months later. I mean, sometimes I am like, is this the same person? I look at my notes, oh no, they don't need our help, we're fine. And then 6 months later, it's like, then they're ready. So we all know that timeline is so important. And then just, this is the exciting thing about our job also, is that I always say it's not 2008. I mean, the opportunities for our kids are amazing, and it's, you know, you can get out of school and get a job, or the number of people who will pay for you to go to college and work. I mean, it's an amazing time for our kids. And then that last one is one that I feel like we have a conversation a lot with students about, yeah, you don't have to plan out your whole life. How about we just, and it gets back to that point of chunking. Like, let's plan, what are we gonna do in the next 3 months or 6 months? But it's to do something instead of just, you know, sit on the couch.
And I just want to reiterate what Mike said earlier about the college prep track and the technical track. I mean, I think now times are different. You know, the trade skills are not seen as, you know, the kids that couldn't go to college or, you know, weren't really academic, they were more hands-on. I mean, now there's really a great opportunity and not as much, I guess, judgment. You know, those trade skills are great careers. So I just want to say, yeah, the kids now, it's just a different mindset. Y'all know it's different than it was when we were going through.
And we just wanted to put in a plug, just for us, it really helps if the student already has the FSAID, and so it's like that first step. And so anything that you can do to help with that. The other thing is, I think people know this, but just the Georgia School Finance Commission, you know, they are quick. They will send somebody to your site. And a lot of sites use them and reach out to them regularly. And but if you don't, then know it's a great access or a great help for us. And then I put that in there because Michelle told me, can we somewhere say, if we can just get good cell phone numbers, it sure helps. But I know I'm preaching to the choir. Y'all know that better than I know it.
And we have learned they'll answer a text. They may not answer the phone, but they'll text you back. But that helps a lot if y'all help us get a good working number.
You want to talk about that? I mean, I think that's...
Okay, yeah, so we mentioned the apprenticeship program, and do y'all know Bob Bradley? He works with Foothills. He's an instructional coach, I think. Anyway, he's also with mechanical contractors. And do you want me to show this, Tab? We have time? Oh, shoot. You don't have access.
Well, maybe we can show it later. That's we can even share it.
Can I just close it up? So we have a whole list of apprenticeship. Electrical apprenticeship, mechanical. We got a lot of contacts with military, Delta, Chick-fil-A. And Bob Bradley does a lot of those empowerment videos where parents are invited. Have any of y'all participated in those? Those webinars with parents? They're really great. We've gotten a lot of good contacts. Employers come and answer questions with parents in breakout rooms. It's really, if you haven't done it, I encourage you to do that. And also, y'all are counselors. Have any of y'all done the trade talks that the State Department does? They had a great one on the film industry in April, the health industry. So if you can, CTAE puts on those trade talks. I've learned a lot, made a lot of great contacts through that too. Next Steps webinars. When you see something from Robert Bradley, check it out. They do some good workshops. Career and apprenticeship options for students and parents. And those are two that they've done recently. And you can just log on. They're online. So he'll have some more of those coming up too.
Those are actually, that October 6th, just if you go on and put that on your calendar, that's when they want to do the next step. And that is one of those, they really want parents to come, but they have everyone that Michelle just mentioned, Delta, the military, and you go into breakout groups and you can kind of find out what you need if you want to go into that area. And this past year, there were people in there that led to an interview and an application for a job and an interview. So put the October 6th, put on your calendar, because it's a great resource. The February 16th basically
is if there's enough demand, they'll do it again on February 16th.
You go ahead.
Well, that's just, we just put that up there just because it was kind of a feel-good slide. We just, you know, our kids all over, and we have so many quotes, but just that they constantly talk about the support and love that they get at the sites and what a difference it's made. Okay, and so this is all just sort of going back about things that we've already talked about, and just, this is to try to help you know this is sort of what we try to do, is everything we talked about, developing their awareness of what their options are, advocating. We say to every child that we talk to, we don't know the answers, but we know how to try to find them out, and that's what we do. And so it's just trying to be available, and I guess my theme is always, our work is to really build on the really good work you've already done in the sites. Take it to the next. And then that's who we are, and that's how you can contact us.
And we need to mention Mary Kelly is in Ireland. She's with her 92-year-old mother, spending some family time. So Mary's an important part of our team. And Shakia is a new person on our team, so we're glad to have her. But here's our contact information. We also have a Facebook page, an Instagram. We try to keep up with what's going on. PR is very important, so we're trying to share too.
That's how the kids communicate too, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
Any questions? Tad will be happy to answer.
Questions, comments, or insults?
We appreciate all y'all do, and I know it's a hard job. Every kid's different. But we appreciate your support too.
Yeah, well, thank you. I'll end with a joke. You've already heard it probably. How many social workers and counselors does it take to change a light bulb? Just one, but the light bulb's got a one and change. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. We are very fortunate at Foothills to have an alumni transition team. You won't find that anywhere else. I mean, something, as Dr. Gibney Sherman says, we kind of made it up as we went. It was a need, and we created a solution. So, we're going to take just a few minutes break. We have Dan Murphy, who is our legal counsel, who is going to be here, and he's here, but he starts at 1:45, and we're live streaming, and we have a lot of people who are going to be logging on at 1:45, so we want to kind of give a little time before we start, and there's not really enough time for anything else, so we're just going to take a few minutes if y'all want to just, talk among yourselves or take another little quick break. All right?
Space bar to advance, and to go backwards, and get into the error course. Mouse, this is the mouse that stream back up.
How good is that? How far can I wander?
Anyway. Yes, really. Oh, yeah? We just met now. So, we should.
that's why I want to put that out, so you know, whoever that new person is.
Okay, the party's on. But the mic's not.
You did y'all first.
All right.
All right, we're ready to get started. The party's starting. It's 1:45. Okay, we have Dan Murphy, and Dan Murphy is our legal counsel for Foothills Education Charter High School. And so we spend a lot of time on the phone, like a lot, because Foothills does offer us a lot of opportunity to discuss things. And 3 topics that came up over the course of the year we're going to discuss today. And when I told Dan the topics, he said, well, I need about 3 hours per topic. And I said, well, you can't have that. So what we have done is we've met Melanie and Don and Dale, and we've met probably about 4 or 5 times to prepare for today. And what Dan is going to do is give us a high-level conversation about what happens when a student turns 18. The party is different. When they are 18, the rules change. And we need to be real clear about that. But he only has 15 minutes to be clear. And then we have a second topic. What do you do with transgender students? Because that's a hot topic, and there's a lot of different ways of looking and discussing that topic. And he said, well, I could do a day on that. Well, so you can't do that. Give us 15 minutes. So he's going to give us 15 minutes about transgender students. And then the other piece we wanted him to look at is what happens with hospital homebound. And he said, okay, give me a half a day. I said, you get 15 minutes. And so he has 15 minutes on these 3 precious topics. But here's our compromise. We're going to come back on July the 21st and dig it deeper and unpack those topics. And at the end of today, we have some questions for you. If you have some questions or thoughts, and we're going to share those with our site directors in July when we meet. And then we'll share with Dan so we can make sure we're addressing what you need in your roles at your sites. And this goes back to something I said earlier. We're one school with 20 sites. And our greatest challenge is our greatest strength is that we have 20 sites and more kids have access to us. But we really have to work hard and deliberate to be consistent. And in these 3 topics, I promise you, we must be consistent, or else Dan will be able to retire with a healthy pension just from Foothills. And so we have to be consistent with how we rule on how we handle these behaviors. So Dan was kind enough to be patient with us as we found our way as a way to deliver these 3 topics today. So Dan, thank you. It's an honor to get to work with you, and you're in for a treat to hear from Dan Murphy.
Thank you.
Oh. Relax, you get 30 minutes a topic.
But you're still paying me for like a day and a half, right? I mean, let's get down. Because there's a lot of work to cram that stuff in, you know, that's not just like magic. All right, well, thank y'all for having me, and thank y'all for generating these topics to, you know, prepare and work on and discuss. I'm not sure that I'm going to have the final answer necessarily on these things today. We're working through some of these things. I mean, they come up because they're hot topics, they're cutting edge. If they were clear and easy, we wouldn't need to get together and talk about them, right? But we're going to work on them. I'm gonna give you some background, some framework, some of the stuff that, probably is not gonna change between now and, when we come back together July 21st. Some of the stuff that, is part of the background, the legal foundation for how we attack these issues. And then what we're gonna go back and forth between these framework, these foundational kind of issues, and, how we actually applying this in our sites in the field. And that's the really fascinating part of these kind of trainings for me, is to figuring out how this stuff really work. It's I've been a professor where I just come in the classroom and I tell everybody what the rules are, and then I leave the classroom, and then I give you a test over whether or not you remember what I heard. But that doesn't apply to anything. That's just abstract. These kind of trainings where we have to figure it out, I have to help you figure out how we're actually going to operationalize this, is really fascinating to me. I love doing it. If this was all I, got to do, I'd be tickled pink, because this is a really interesting and enriching activity, and I usually wind up learning as much as you guys do, probably more sometimes, as we work through these. But so thanks for the opportunity to come. Thanks for the questions. Obviously, these issues have percolated up from your sites, and so that's why they made it to our list, and that's what we're going to cover here today. So as Dr. Gibney Sherman was mentioning, we got a couple of different things in certain contexts that we're going to work on, and some of these may come out of cases that you've actually been involved in. Probably some of them do come from cases that someone in this room has dealt with. But dealing with the whole issue of, underage versus adult students when we have some type of crisis scenario. And so you're going to get into FERPA issues there, federal law issues there, and then you're going to get into some state issues there when we have a particular kind of crisis scenario, talking about the suicide prevention protocols that the state says we must have. We have training materials that we're required to have at the state level. Then we have guidance materials that we follow at the local level. So how we kind of bring all that to a point in some of those kinds of cases. Then we're going to talk about, in the area of hospital homebound in particular, the issue that y'all pushed up to the top of the list here was dealing with pregnant students. And so there's a lot of history there. We're going to go back to Title IX and talk about how that kind of first addresses this issue, and then that's obviously very different, in our physical local setting because of the way we're organized and the way we operate. And then kind of intermediately there, we have state guidance that provides us some references as to how we can make sure we're meeting obligations to pregnant students, but may not be binding on us, but nevertheless useful as we try to solve the problems. And then last but not least, we've got the transgender students. And how do we deal with them in terms of their requests, their needs or their perceived needs, parent concerns, parent objections, sometimes faculty issues. In some of those kind of issues, the last set of issues in particular, I've had more cases pop up with my clients around transgender and also in kind of the same-sex arena. Probably more of those coming up from the adults than really from the students. The students haven't really been the one who've, in most of the cases I've had, have been, the spark that lit the fire that caused some kind of big issue in a school or in a county. It's usually adult-driven, and sometimes that doesn't always look so good, and then sometimes those are legitimate issues that we got to deal with. So we're going to try to unpack a little bit of that, give you some foundational framework, give you some recent guidance, what we have, pull it into kind of our local materials at this point, talk about how we're dealing with the issues. I think we're also going to have a process where we're going to collect y'all's feedback, your further questions, your further problems that maybe, well, that sounded nice up there, but how do you apply this here? That, we will try to come back and perhaps, solve that problem. If we don't do it today, solve that problem in July. I'm happy to take questions as we go, by the way. I think, as things pop up in your mind, if they're related to what we're talking about, I love the give and take. I love the spontaneity of that. So if you do want to do that, I don't want to discourage you from raising your hand. And as long as we're kind of staying on the topics here, because we have a fairly limited time and a whole lot of stuff to cover. All right. So the first issue that we have is dealing with students in crisis, either students who might pose a danger to others or students who pose a danger to themselves. and whether, when, and how we can reach out to other individuals in those kinds of cases. And the most, as I understood it, the most acute concern or question that came up is, well, how do we deal with the parents? How and when do we deal with the parents or the guardians of our students? And we got plenty of students who are, 18 or older, and we more or less know how to deal with them, but we're going to talk about some of the FERPA issues related to that. And then we've got the underage students, and then how do we deal with them? And when do we contact the parents? When might we not contact the parents? And how do we kind of bring that to a point in certain crisis situations? So, all right, so this is a federal law background piece. This is something that is unlikely to change. FERPA is amended every couple of years or so, but it's relatively stable. Okay, so on this set of materials, the stuff is fairly solid. So FERPA has certain definitions, and some of these definitions go back 40 years, as to who eligible students are, who parents are. Eligible students are students, who have become adults themselves, right? So under FERPA, there's a relatively straightforward definition as to who that's going to be. And so if they are 18 years of age or older, or they've started attending a post-secondary institution, those are now eligible students. Those are the students who are basically adults as far as we're concerned, and they can be the recipient and the sole recipient and point of contact for any educationally related information that we may have circulating around them. Now, they can also waive those rights or give others permission to access their information. They can give us permission to share information with their parents, and I think we have a form for that, right? But that sets up this kind of gatekeeping function of either they do or they don't. And if they haven't given us permission, an eligible student, what do we do then in the event of a crisis, in the event of an 18-year-old or older student? Now, the FERPA definition of parents is actually kind of interesting because it's pretty broad. It talks about, of course, it uses this it gives you an idea of how old it is. It talks about natural parent. And we probably wouldn't see that term of art today so much, right? Probably have biological parent would be more contemporary. But natural parents, guardians, parents or guardians. Guardianship is a state law concept, of course. And then an individual acting as a parent in the absence of a parent or a guardian. So for FERPA purposes, you can have the aunt, the uncle, the grandparent, whoever it is that might be raising the child, acting as a parent of the child, be that permissible point of contact, that permissible individual with whom we communicate if they satisfy that third provision. They're acting as a parent in the absence of a parent. And FERPA, being an Educational Records Access Statute, is different from state rules that we're relatively familiar with in terms of enrollment and decision-making. State enrollment rule, you've got affidavits, you've got guardianship requirements you may be dealing with at the state level. FERPA doesn't have that. So if parents are absent and you have the other individual acting as a parent, and the individual is already properly enrolled, the student is already properly enrolled, you don't have an issue under FERPA, well, you got to fill out the affidavit, or you need to have a guardianship, or you need to have some kind of order from a court allowing us to share that information with you if you are in fact acting as the parent. The most frequent issue we'll get with my clients under this whole who's a parent under FERPA thing is the step-parent issue. And what FERPA says about step-parents is that if you are the step-parent in the home where the student resides or primarily resides, you're a parent. If you're the step-parent in the home where the student doesn't reside, so the child lives with mother and stepdad, and bio dad has a girlfriend or a wife, and they have visitation, but the student doesn't live there most of the time or any of the time. So the stepdad with bio mom is the FERPA parent, and they can participate in the child's education, they can come to meetings, they can access records. But the bio dad's wife, whatever, would not be in the same role because that child doesn't primarily live in that household. That's what FERPA would say about step parents. So All right, so we got that. Now, the basic definitions. Now, FERPA has a list of exceptions as to, you know, of course, FERPA has a couple of basic points. First, it's about, you know, access, parents and eligible students' rights of access to educational records, right? It's an access statute. Then it's a confidentiality statute in terms of those who don't have access, we're supposed to maintain a wall of confidentiality around sharing that information. And then it's an accuracy statute in that if parents or eligible students claim that a record is incorrect, there's a process where they can ask for a hearing to correct a record. Now that last piece, that third piece of FERPA, isn't something that you see operationalized very frequently, but it is the third kind of moving part. But it's about access, confidentiality, and the accuracy of the records, the information contained in the records. Then FERPA has an array of exceptions which permit non-consensual disclosure. And many of us participate in this every day. FERPA says if a student enrolls or seeks to enroll in another school, if they're applying to our school from another high school, then those records can be shared with us, and the parent doesn't have to provide a release to us in order for the home school to send that information to us. Now, I know lots of schools have a release document built into that packet, and that's, you know, that's customary, but as far as FERPA is concerned, it wouldn't actually be necessary. If they filled out the enrollment paperwork with us, that's all that you would, in theory, need to show the home school to say, here, you can send us these records. That's fine. FERPA has other non-consensual disclosure provisions that would say, for instance, within the school, we can share information from the student records with other educators who have what we call LEI, legitimate educational interests. So, you know, other educators on the team, or the mentor, or if there's a counselor and there's something going on with the student and someone else has legitimate educational interest in, you know, sharing that information or having that information shared with them, we don't go back to the parent or the eligible student and say, we need your consent in order to share this information with our counselor, or for our counselor to share this information with the mentor, for instance. We don't do that. As long as our folks are functioning in their official job duties, you often look at job descriptions here and say, all right, is this part of your actual official purpose in terms of your employment? And if it is, and you have legitimate educational interest, then that information can be shared. It's non-consensual. There's no further release or anything like that required. Now, FERPA also has, and this is kind of what relates to what, you know, we're talking about, in the crisis scenario, it has an exception for health or safety emergencies. And this exception has said historically that in the event of a 911 scenario, the school can share information in order to protect the student or others, you know, from whatever that particular emergency might be. Now that rule used to be a little bit strict, and then Virginia Tech happened. And if you remember the Virginia Tech story, a young man, South Korean ancestry, his last name was Cho, used 2 handguns and he killed 32 people on the campus of Virginia Tech. He killed 2 students in a dorm, one of whom was a female student that he appeared to have some kind of fixation on, and then he went to a classroom building and killed, you know, the other 30-something students. And there was a lot of information that came out about the young man's background. There was a lot of misunderstanding. I think most of what came out in terms of folks were saying, well, I knew a little piece of the story, but I was afraid to tell anybody, was probably not the best, most accurate understanding of FERPA, but because the statute and its confidentiality piece, the second, you know, piece of the puzzle, was kind of held up as, you know, people were hiding behind. This is why I didn't do something to protect anyone, because I didn't think I could because of FERPA, right? I had to maintain as confidential. The student had been in special education as a K through 12 student in middle and high school. He'd been in special education, he'd been treated for severe depression. If you recall, at the time of this incident, there were reports that he might have been autistic, and I think subsequently that probably wasn't confirmed, although he had been diagnosed as a selective mute at one point. But he had serious psychological issues. That information didn't get shared at the university level. Even at the university level, he'd been found in Virginia. There's a state process for a student to be judged mentally unfit, or an individual to be judged mentally unfit, and he had been so found to be mentally unfit, and had been ordered to seek outpatient mental health services, which he was not doing. And in that particular, status was not something that was shared with university officials or university security officials or university medical officials. His behavior in class had been somewhat bizarre, and faculty members had referred him to counseling and mental health services at the universities, but no one was sharing the information that they were seeing with anyone else because they all felt that this was too confidential and I could not do that. They also had a situation in the state law then where even though he'd been found mentally unfit, because he wasn't hospitalized, because he was been treated outpatient rather than inpatient, his name didn't appear on a list of people who had prohibited from buying firearms. So he bought the guns after he'd been found unfit. And that was something that they subsequently addressed at the state level. But at the federal level, after all of this happened, FERPA regulations were amended to give us, the schools, a lot more discretion in dealing with a health or safety emergency. So one of the things that comes out of this is, the feds say that as far as whether or not what you have going on is an emergency, we are not going to second guess the LEA or the school in that regard. Whether you're talking about a suicide scenario, or whether you're talking about a dangerous student scenario, or whether you're talking about both. Because Mr. Cho had written a suicide note and shot himself at the end of this. So whatever the nature of the emergency might be, we're not going to second guess you in that. As long as the threat is articulable and not speculative, then if you think there's an emergency, then health and safety emergency applies. Now, what can you do with that? You can share information from that student's educational records with any individual with whom we reasonably believe we need to, or we can request information we think we may need to address that emergency scenario. That would include, for example, Mr. Cho was obviously over 18, an eligible student, 18 years or older. If we have a bona fide emergency involving such a student, FERPA would clearly say, you can contact that person's parents and let them know that, this is the threat or this is the issue. Or you can contact that person's parents and request their support information or assistance in dealing with that 911 scenario. But that is, one of the things that clearly comes out of Virginia Tech. Now, you have to log it. You have to create a record, just as in FERPA generally, when anyone accesses a student's educational records, we're supposed to keep a log. And some folks are better about this than others. A lot of my special education clients are the best at this kind of documentation. They have, the records are segregated, and when someone pulls the file, there's somebody's got to sign in and sign out for it, and so you've got the bona fide log. You get away from special education, and sometimes that isn't always as well done, although with electronic records, you can set it up to where that's created automatically. But you're supposed to log it. So if we have a crisis scenario one evening on a campus, and we think a student poses a risk to themselves, and I believe we have a local protocol for kind of assessing whether or not we think there is a suicide, in a case of a suicide, risk of suicide in the case. But we move through that process, obviously, urgently. We move through that process and we come to the conclusion that yes, we think this is the 911. Then we can contact the parent of the 18, 19, whatever year old student. We log that we're sharing information, if we are sharing information from an educational record. And then we've covered our bases in terms of as far as FERPA is concerned. And that's one of the things that Congress really pushed and the Department of Education really wanted to make clear is that we don't want folks mistakenly or perhaps not just mistakenly but perhaps kind of a little bit of turtling behind the confidentiality wall. Sometimes what I see is when folks don't want to put dangerous information or sensitive information on the table, they will turtle behind an exaggerated perception of, well, I can't share that information. I have to hide behind the FERPA confidentiality rules. That's not allowed for me to share that with you. And, you know, sometimes they might actually believe that to be true. Other times that becomes kind of a shorthand way of, well, I don't want to get into this. I don't want to be in the middle of it. I don't want my name in this. So, you know, I'm just going to keep this to myself because I'm not supposed to tell this to you probably, right? And so one of the things that we're trying to accomplish is helping to spread the information, you know, between you and then down to your staff that's not really the way FERPA works. And if we've got the emergency, you can, and we expect you to, you know, share that information. Because we've got to deal with the crisis, right? We've got to deal with the crisis first. So you've got, let's see, what else about the health and safety emergency? It is limited in time. When I say temporally limited, so that means that, you know, the evening of the event, or if there's more than a day involved in terms of getting the student into treatment or bringing support to bear in terms of responding to that crisis, that's the scope of the exception in time, you know, and then the individuals involved have to be the appropriate parties that we can reasonably defend and believe necessary to share that information with them. But then once the moment of crisis has passed, then we can't continue to do that, right? Especially in the case of the older students. So it's a scope, you know, the trigger for the exception is very much in our discretion. Then the scope of the exception in terms of who appropriate parties are, a lot of discretion involved there. The time involved for how long we can maintain the disclosure, that's going to be a little bit more objective. You know, that's going to be limited to the resolution and the passing of the crisis. Once the moment of crisis is over, once the student is in treatment or has been able to go home and get checked out or whatever it is, you know, then we probably aren't operating within that exception anymore. Now, this interacts with our state law, the Jason Flatt Act. This is where we got the mandatory suicide prevention protocols and the policies and the trainings at the state level. This was not one of these Georgia specifically driven cases, right? This is something that went around the country. Jason Flatt, I forget if it was New Jersey or Delaware, but the first case involved, you know, in another state, and so this became a model statewide or nationwide push, state by state, to have school systems adopt these suicide prevention policy and protocols and require training in their use. And then Georgia winds up being one of the, I don't know, 10th or 11th state to adopt this. And so we got this state mandate that we do so, and there's a fair amount of department's website that are, you know, models, platforms, et cetera, for everyone's use. We have our own protocol that's relatively recent. We've got some documents we were working on that were updated last month. So this is January 2021. That's, you know, wow, that's almost a dinosaur at this point. But it's one of our protocols, and it's going to track a fair amount of what we just talked about in terms of what we can do with regards to FERPA. Now, I do want to tie some things together because the language of the protocol references FERPA, and we want to kind of connect the dots a little bit here, and, you know, maybe we'll even further update the document at some point too. But so our protocol in the suicide case scenario talks about if the student is older and they've stated they don't want their parent contacted, staff should honor that request as the student is legally able to make that decision. Okay? And that starts out being fine. Then you'll see at the bottom we reference, see the FERPA protocol, right? And so we know per FERPA that when it has reached that point of being a 911 scenario, we may contact the parents of that student 18 years or older. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're required to. We have to make a call as to who the appropriate parties are when we're in that moment of crisis. And that may or may not be the parents. In many cases, I imagine it would be. But on a case-by-case basis, we'll have to decide who that's going to be. And it may be that the appropriate parties are first responders, and for whatever reason, in a particular case, we may come to conclude that the parents aren't immediately on that list. In case, I don't know, parents live across the country, or they're estranged, or, you know, whatever the issue might be. So we see when we can do that. Then the next line talks about if a student's assessed to be in danger of hurting themselves and lives with a parent or guardian, then the staff may have an obligation to inform. We talk about if the student is assessed, so we've gone through our assessment protocols to determine the degree of danger, to measure whether or not we are in fact in that crisis moment. Then, and they live with a parent or guardian. So certainly in those scenarios where and the protocol can't be too factually specific, right? If the crisis poses a threat to the parent or guardian, if it's the student is a danger to them, that's one type of scenario. Under the FERPA emergency exception, if we're looking for who are those appropriate parties in this moment of crisis with whom we might need to communicate, it wouldn't necessarily have to be parent or guardian that the student is living with, right? We're just looking for who are the appropriate parties that we might need to communicate with to address the immediate crisis, okay? And then finally, then we have an obligation to inform the parent or guardian as a duty to warn. And I think certainly in that very narrow scenario where the assessment has concluded the student poses a danger to the parents or guardian, then I would generally agree with that. I am probably going to try to convince y'all to maybe give me a little wiggle room there on the duty to warn language in the next edition of this document, and have us a little bit more case by case in terms of who we need to notify. Now we're talking about not who we can communicate with, but who we need to notify. And this is, lawyers, we like to avoid language that puts a duty on us that if someone misses that and there's a tragic outcome, that they can argue that, someone failed to carry out a simple and absolute ministerial duty, and therefore Foothills is liable for the results thereof. We try to avoid too many times, making that mandatory, so it may be more of a case-by-case scenario. For our next phone call, maybe I could try to talk y'all into that when we talk about the next edition of this document. But that's, all right, kind of quickly moving through FERPA, state law, state protocol guidance, and then our local guidance, which talks about general principles and then also incorporates what we're allowed to do under FERPA, kind of how we can communicate with parents and other appropriate parties in our students who are in the case of our students who are 18 years or older and are in some type of a crisis. All right, we're about to pivot to the next topic. Does anyone have any questions about that? Perfect. Okay.
And just know the follow-up will be some specific guidance that will be distributed ultimately like August.
Sure.
To fill in the blanks of what you're talking about.
Yeah. All right. So hot topic number 2. We're going to kind of start with some federal background stuff, talking about Title IX. And in the case of actually our next 2 topics, there's going to be a strong Title IX component. And so most of us know Title IX is the federal federal prohibition on the discrimination on the basis of sex in any programs receiving federal funds, right? And that has implications actually across a whole array of programs. Title IX to me, if you ever decide, Sherry, to just have some type of scenario where I do get to retire and I could spend a year or 2 writing a book, I think I'd like to write a book about Title IX because it is really, it touches so many things. A lot of people just think about it as like athletics, right? That's kind of what it was for an era. It was about whether or not girls can be on the wrestling team and whether or not the softball coach had to get paid as much as the baseball coach. And there was kind of an era where that's what Title IX was about. But it really, if you were involved in the last 2 years, we have a huge issue going on with sexual harassment, policy, training, implementations, and investigations. That's become a huge deal and continues to be a huge deal. So harassment on the basis of sex is a big part of Title IX. It has facilities issues across the county in terms of all kind of extracurricular issues. Title IX has something to say about whether or not the Baptist church can host the football team over for some type of big dinner before they go off to play their 2 county over famous rival, and the girls team does not have access to anything like that. And of course, it touches a lot of employment issues. It really, the more and more you think about it, it touches more and more different offices and departments all around the building. So, anyway, if you would like for me to write a book on that, just see if you can't stir up something really expensive, and we'll do that. But in the area of pregnancy, so Title IX has something to say about this. So, all right, we've got the text, the key text here on top. For such a big statute with such extensive reach, the operational text is pretty brief. You know, going back to my special ed folks, you know, your regulations are very detailed, but they're also very lengthy, right? You go on and on and on. Special ed regulations are their own notebook. Title IX, you know, 90% of what you need to know comes right out of that sentence right there. It's very foundational in that way. So from the beginning, it's covered pregnancy, childbirth, false pregnancy, termination of the pregnancy, or the recovery from any of these above. And the idea was, you know, Title IX is from the early 1970s, so this is from an era when, you know, if a female student got pregnant at school, she might be told to stay home until after she'd, you know, given birth. She might be told that she had to go to alternative school or some kind of homeschool scenario until she, you know, had the baby. There certainly were plenty of cases where teachers, in the early days, you know, if a teacher became pregnant, she might be, and before she became medically unable to work, she might be released or sent home just because of the fact that, well, she was pregnant, and that might set a bad example for the students. And that's in public schools. I mean, in private religious schools, they still do stuff like that because they can. They don't get federal money. But even in public schools 50 years ago. All right, so Title IX was meant to kind of rein that in. Now, you can have additional programs for pregnant students, but they have to be voluntary. And one of the rules of thumb that come out of just kind of putting together how Title IX works with regard to students who are pregnant is that basically you have to treat pregnancy in the same way you would treat any other, you know, short-term medical, or I don't know if 9 months seems short or not, but any type of medical situation that will resolve itself in a matter of months. It's a medical case. And so you have to think about, what do we allow for other students who suffer from something that will knock them down for 6 weeks at a time, or 2 months at a time, or in the case of recovery from some complications, maybe more than that. But any kind of medical scenario of that nature, pregnancy can be treated no less favorably than that, and the students must be given every opportunity to academically recover and return from that in the same way that the student who who develops cancer, you know, and has to go into treatment for cancer, and residential treatment for some period of months. Or we got one of my daughter's young playmates is now in a residential treatment program for anorexia. She's 12 years old, and she missed the last 6 weeks of school, and she's not expected to return back, you know, at the beginning in August. She'll probably be back till late September. So those kinds of medical scenarios, you know, that have some X weeks, months duration, pregnancy is supposed to be treated no less favorably and no differently than them. Now, one issue that is a little bit more affirmative here under Title IX is that as long as the student's doctor deems her absences to be medically necessary, her absences should be considered excused. There's not a cap on that. There's not a cap on the limit of excused absences that the student is entitled to. Now, that's not always true everywhere you go. All right. So, Title IX background for dealing with students who are pregnant. State of Georgia and our kind of protocols and procedures. So the state of Georgia has hospital homebound program, obviously. Now, that rule, the hospital homebound rule, as a charter system, that hospital homebound rule probably does not apply to us. Now, we haven't pushed the issue and nobody's sued over it, but most likely, as a charter system, the mandates of that rule are inapplicable to us. Perhaps at least as interestingly enough, the historical application of that rule would be at best awkward in our setting, right? We are not the traditional, you know, 6 through 8 or 9 through 12 middle or high school setting that 99% of the hospital homebound cases historically have been meant to address. That's not us. And if anything, in the wake of, this is probably for regular high schools too, but certainly for us as well, is in the wake of recovering from the pandemic, the virtual educational options have become more expansive and robust than they were 5 years ago, and obviously, 10, 20 years ago. So it's a different setting and a rule that probably doesn't apply to us, but we still have this federal issue. Remember that we're a charter system under state law, but that doesn't exempt us from any federal legal obligations. And so we've still got the Title IX issue of pregnant students under federal law. So, but we look to the state as kind of a floor or a guidance in terms of if it's okay, if it's an acceptable practice for state compliance, which we don't have to necessarily obtain, then surely that's a way of demonstrating our compliance with the expectations under the federal rule. Now that's the model. So we know, for instance, the state hospital homebound guidance document talks about when services are provided online and a student participates in these services, that is considered attendance. Now that is an update under the state model from what they would have said 5 years ago. And if you, from the regular setting, you're used to hearing about the 3 hours a week rule, right? For decades. Probably the first thing I ever heard about hospital homebound in 1995 when I started representing school systems was, we have to serve the children 3 hours a week. And that's been just, carved in stone for 27 years now. Probably longer. So, but that is, if we're serving the student virtually, that 3 hour rule is not, it is not the rule of thumb anymore. So the student can be participating in education online, and we are not necessarily counting up the minutes to see how much one-on-one or any kind of service, any direct services they may actually be receiving. We also know that the actual contours of the plan in a hospital homebound scenario are supposed to be designed on a case-by-case basis, and it's called the Educational Service Plan, but it's that team of folks that constructs that plan. And so it's not, now this is true in regular school too, even though it's not necessarily always followed. It's supposed to be a case-by-case scenario. It's not supposed to be, here's your 3 hours, we'll see you Wednesday. It's not supposed to be that cookie-cutter approach. It is supposed to be by the team, case by case, and they talk about the two things the team's supposed to consider, is the student's abilities, mental abilities, and the student's medical condition. So some students are going to have more capacity, energy to participate in one way versus another. Other students, may need services on a more intermittent basis, in smaller doses, maybe more days and fewer minutes, something like that. So case by case, and the online model does not follow the 3 hour a week rule. These are state guidance materials that we can kind of put in our toolbox as we think, how are we going to try to address, make sure we're meeting the needs of pregnant students in our programs. Now, and in terms of sorting all that out, I believe in the packet of information that's distributed, there's going to be a release that we ask the parents to sign, or the eligible student, if they're 18 or older. A release allowing us to communicate with their medical provider if we have questions about what the doctor says the student needs or can do, or if the doctor presumes to start prescribing what their educational service plan might look like, which doctors can sometimes start doing. So we've got some tools here to work with. So the thinking here, I believe, is that we take these tools and we kind of try to integrate them into our setting. So we've got several different platforms where we serve students in different ways, right? And it was interesting because I'm not, integrated into the culture. I don't know, all the educational titles for everything in every different way we operate. We would just start talking about, V1 and V2, or option 1 or option 2, and I was just throwing out these different numbers to try to keep track of the different platforms we operate, that we offer. So one of the things that we believe will allow us to more accurately and efficiently make sure pregnant students are being served in the program that's most appropriate for them is we're going to try to do a better job in those cases of advertising the different nature of our platforms to the students' doctors. Now, we can't make the doctor read it. We can put a little checkbox on the form where the doctor says, I have read the attached information about the Foothills educational programs, and they make them check it, but that doesn't mean they actually read it, right? That just means they checked it. But we can try to do a better job of making sure they understand, look, we're not the same thing as Cedar Shoals High School. And we have very different ways of delivering services. And if this student is of sufficient age and ability, and their medical condition does not otherwise limit them from participating in a completely online setting with no one-on-one or in-home services at all, then we might have a plan for that. We've got some different plans here, and we need to try to figure out which one is the best match for this student instead of the doctors, because the doctors are used to writing 3-hour-a-week hospital homebound prescriptions too, right? So try to get the doctors away from doing that and get the student more appropriately and effectively placed as to where they really might need to be from an academic, intellectual, and medical standpoint. And then we have our releases that will allow us to follow up with the doctors and make sure that, now remember that form you said you read? So it described a program that did X, Y, and Z. And from our information, it would appear that the student might be perfectly well served there, and maybe try to get them to go back and take a second look at that or something of that nature. Or, ultimately, if you really wanted to, we can ask for a second opinion on whether or not a student needs to be served in that historic hospital homebound 3 hours in person out at the house model, or, in one of our other platforms. So the thinking here, I believe, is that if we kind of take our state level guidance, take our existing forms, integrate these to more accurately reflect the way we actually work, we'll be able to, kind of come to the better answer as to how most of these students, most of our pregnant students, are being served most of the time. Now, there's no way that you're going to be able to take the transcript of what I just said and solve 100% of your cases, right? That's hopefully going to guide us, and as we update our forms, guide us toward more satisfactorily resolving most of our cases, and then we'll have the ones where something doesn't work, or something doesn't fit, or the doctor isn't playing ball, or the student is maybe seeking a personal preference but not something that's actually required, or we're dealing with issues like that. And that's why we have administrators, and that's why we have administrators over administrators to solve the problems that don't fit within the parameters that we can talk about in the front of the room and all that kind of stuff. All right. So, talked about our pregnant students, federal rules, state guidance, our policies, our forms, the idea as to how we're going to move forward in terms of dealing with those students before we move on to our next and final fun topic for the day. Does anyone have any questions about that? All right, see, I know we shouldn't have done this after lunch because they're just... I'm not this good. I promise you I did not solve all your cases right now. Yeah.
Duty to warn.
Yeah.
For instance, we have students who are cohabitating with their boyfriend or girlfriend, and they have suicidal ideation or saying that they're doing a threat or will pose threat towards that individual. Do we have a duty to warn that individual who they're living with if there's no parent in the picture?
We may, and we may in most of the cases, but all right, so I'm the lawyer, right? So I'm worried about us getting sued. The approach that I'm going to suggest is that on a case-by-case basis, we assess what's going on with that student and what we know about their living scenario. And if we are in a crisis moment and the roommate or whoever is the appropriate person or an appropriate person, then that's fine, yes. But that is going to be case by case. I don't think it would be wise for me to say, and that's why I'm going to try to convince, next time we have one of our big conference calls, I don't think it's the safest thing for us to say that you always shall do that, because that creates, a non-discretionary duty. And that's a good way to get sued and lose. Y'all are professionals. You have experience. Some of you have a lot of experience. You have expertise. You have training. And so, you can move through these cases on a case-by-case basis and get to good answers in the vast majority of them. Now, no one's perfect, right? But an unwise simple rule is not the solution, I don't think, for dealing with those we have that kind of liability. There's severe personal injury up to and including death involved in those kinds of cases. So, a rule that is too simple, that exposes you and the district to liability, because it won't be followed all the time. Because again, nobody can do something 100% of the time. You won't have that kind of compliance. To me, that's more dangerous than saying, look, you guys are pros. Work through the process. If we're in that crisis moment, then contact your appropriate parties, log it, maybe monitor it, and then move on. That's kind of a postcard of a response to that case. And then, of course, if you got something where, that is not fitting there, then, again, that's why we have chain of command. If we've got to bring more resources to bear to deal with an emergency, then we have them. We have them. But that's going to be something that you'll see, and you probably have heard from other lawyers, around the state in lots of different areas. Lawyers are almost allergically reactive to the idea of creating mandatory duties, because that exposes our clients to liability anytime someone drops the ball. And it's inevitable that someone will drop the ball. That will happen sooner or later.
Dan, if I could come up, and that was a great question. But
Yes, ma'am.
part of our task is to come up with like a set of protocols that we follow that has those safety nets built into it. And I promise you, Dan is the first phone call when it makes it, to me, if I'm not certain 100%, so that we have another set of eyes on it. So you're never alone. You never have to deal with this alone. Mike, you said that as part of your gig. It's the same thing here. Everything he's talking about, you're never alone. And the minute you think you're alone, you're in trouble. Because it takes all of us to kind of weave through and to be consistent and do it right.
Yeah. I mean, from that perspective, from the individual perspective, I would argue that you're better off being a part of a team that's making a judgment call than being one person who didn't follow a shall. Right? I mean, the team didn't get together and say, oh, well, even though it says we must do this, we're not going to do it. That's going to be one individual who did that. And I think you're more exposed there than you are as part of a team doing the best we can. Okay? Anything else about that one? Keep thinking. What normally will happen is as soon as I leave, you'll think of the question that I couldn't have answered, something really good. And so that's why we built in the follow-up, because we want to kind of pull this forward and address that, generation 2.0 of problems, cases, or concerns, so that we've done the best we can in terms of equipping everybody for the next school year.
We'll get feedback at the end of today. To give us
All right. Oh, they don't have that yet? But they're gonna get it. You're gonna get a form. You're gonna get a form to write stuff down. Yeah. Be nice. All right, so last but probably not least, in terms of at least popular interest, is the transgender students, which must be the biggest crisis going on in public schools today, given their amount of legislative and media attention. They're actually about 1.4% estimated of our student population. But that is going up. But they certainly are sucking up more than 1.4% of the oxygen in the room. Now, to be fair, in any case about an issue involving, such a student, you'll see historical data or contemporary data about the degree to which students who, do identify as transgender, how they are X times more likely to be victim of a violent crime, Y times more likely to struggle in school, Z times more likely to commit suicide. It's a population that, while it might be small, it's growing, and it's a population that certainly has suffered a disproportionate degree of harm and deprivation. So, and it's, for a lot of other reasons, gotten a lot of media and other attention. So it's something that it's very contemporary, very cutting edge, very kind of a hot topic to deal with. So there's a little bit of a life cycle to this. So if you want to go back to one of the documents here, that in 2016, obviously, all right, so there's been some turnover at the national political level the last 4 or 6 years. I don't know if you guys noticed, but back between 08 and 16, we had one party in charge. Then from 16 to 20, we had another party in charge. Now it's gone back to the other party. And so that has implications for stuff. And one of the things it has implications for is the position or the interpretations of various federal departments, Department of Education being one of them. So in 2016, that previous administration put out this guidance, or this Dear Colleague letter, with regard to transgender students. And of course it was very controversial. This was the first big round when I was getting a lot of these calls, like on a weekly basis, somebody was having a crisis over whether it was a bathroom or a locker room. We had issues involved overnight field trips, what name the student would be called, whether or not the student would be used, what pronoun would be used, all those kind of issues. That was kind of, I don't know, for the 10 years before then, it would be an interesting thing that might come up once a month or so. And then when this becomes a bigger issue in 15 and 16, it starts coming up a couple times a week somewhere around the state. And this guidance document had a lot to do with that. So this document, historically important, and it did say a number of things in terms of very, depending on either progressive or aggressive, mandatory types of things that the federal DOE at that time said schools should do. So if the student or the parent, didn't have to have parent support or agreement, if the student notified the school that they want to assert a different gender identity, then the school will treat the student consistent with that gender identity. So the federal DOE was saying this was mandatory. Again, I don't like that kind of stuff, right? I like wiggle room. I like case by case. Feds were saying you will if the student asserts it. No role for parents to play necessarily in that at all. The school will use the preferred pronouns or other names consistent with a gender identity. No parent opt-out, no parent control over that whatsoever. Must allow the student to use the locker room, the restrooms consistent with their gender identity. And gender identity and the restrooms, kind of wound up becoming a real sticking point there. We don't have any locker room scenarios, do we? Okay, so that's not a problem for us. The restrooms, of course, can still be an issue for us. They also talked about inappropriate disclosure. So they try to use, the US DOE tries to use the FERPA shield in terms of the confidential nature of this information to protect those students from being exposed or outed to other individuals around school. Now, sometimes there's a little bit of a fiction to these kind of cases, because the idea that a student who, yesterday showed up dressed as a boy, and now they've shown up and they've dressed as a girl, that is somehow not information the other students in the class are aware of, so we got to keep the file secret. Okay, we'll keep the file secret, but everybody knows because everybody can see. It's obvious. In the same way that, for instance, under the Americans with Disabilities Act, medical information is confidential, but an individual in a wheelchair, that's obvious disability 99% of the time. So there's sometimes confidentiality rules kind of run a little bit, perpendicular common sense. But in any event, they said that must maintain the confidentiality of this kind of information within the building. But now, even then, one of the reasons I'm talking to you about this case is this DCL. And that, by the way, if you want to be cool and you're talking about a dear colleague letter, you call it a DCL. That's what all the lawyers do, DCL. 2015 DCL, a whole lot better than the 2016 DCL. Don't you think, oh yeah, 2016, that sucked. But even then, they did not say anything about withholding information from parents, because remember, under FERPA, if the student's under 18, the parent has the right of access. Now, if the student is over 18, then they're the eligible student, and they control access. They can either give it or not. And most of our cases really haven't, in terms of transgender stuff, hasn't involved the students who were 18 and up. It's the younger students where the rubber hits the road, right? Even this 2016 DCL, as aggressive as it was in terms of trying to do with the department, the department's attempting to protect these students as much as they can in their view. Even they didn't say anything about thou shalt not tell the parents or thou can't tell the parents. Because FERPA, they had to follow the law. And FERPA doesn't say anything about withholding information, of a student under 18 from parents. It just doesn't. So, that's kind of in the atmosphere a little bit out there, but that's not coming from the feds. Now, that might be coming from best practices and policies. That might be coming from counseling groups and mental health organizations that talk about when that might be appropriate. And it might be the wise thing to do in certain cases. But I'm the lawyer, I'm not the counselor, right? So I can't speak to the APA's latest recommendation. But I can talk about what the law says and what the law doesn't say. And the law doesn't say that you can or should withhold that kind of information from parents. And even this aggressive DCL did not say that. All right, so we got that. Then we got a couple of cases that are relevant because these cases are on the books now. So as we deal with these problems this coming school year and the year after that, these cases are very unlikely to go anywhere. Even the Bostock case, it's a recent Supreme Court case, and there's been one turnover there, but it was a 6-3 decision where the Supreme Court said, in the context of employment, that sex includes gender identity. So even if Justice Ginsburg's vote is replaced by Justice Barrett, and that goes from 6-3 to 5-4, that case is still standing. And so we don't expect that to go anywhere. So, all right, so Bostock. There's 3 different cases that go up in Bostock. A lot of times in the Supreme Court cases, they pick cases when there's a disagreement among the courts around the country on something that's important, right? So the case will be titled with one of those cases. Like Brown versus Board of Education was actually 5 different cases, maybe 4 or 5 different cases from around the country that go up to the Supreme Court in the mid-1950s, and Brown becomes the lead case, but it wasn't the only case that they were deciding. They all dealt with the same issue. Bostock was 3 different cases, all dealing with the issue of whether or not, under Title VII, which governs employment, whether or not the employers violated the law when they fired an individual because of their gender identity. The Clayton County case, yay, Georgia, we're the leader. Clayton County case was the individual was fired after I forget what his job was for the county, but he told his employer that he was going to play on a softball team, and I forget if it was like a same-sex orientation or a transgender softball team, but he was going to play on that softball team, and the employer said, well, you're fired. And there wasn't really any question about why they did what they did. The employer said, well, yeah, that's why we fired him, because we don't think that's protected under the law. Title VII says, race, color, national origin, sex. doesn't say anything about gender identity. And so that issue was, well, does Title VII protect gender identity? Does the rule against discrimination on the basis of sex include gender identity? And that wasn't a simple issue. I mean, you had 3 Supreme Court justices go the other way on it. So it's debatable. Intellectually, it was debatable. Now, the debate has been settled. 6 of them agree that it does. And the rationale for that is that if you're discriminating against someone on the basis of gender identity, you can't do that without basing that on either some perceived or expected biological norm based upon their biological sex. No one disagreed in 2019 with the Supreme Court that, in 1964, the Civil Rights Act, when they said sex, they meant biological sex. That's all they were thinking about. Lyndon B. Johnson didn't sneak in there some reference to transgender that was to be uncovered, 55 years later. No, that's not, nobody thought that. But that wasn't the issue. The issue is, if you fire someone because they're transgender, is there any way you can do that without simply reacting to the fact that they're a biological male, but they're not acting like you think a biological male should act? For instance, the same rationale would apply to same-sex discrimination. So you, as an employer, you have no problem with an employee being attracted to males. Most of your women employees might be that way. You're fine with that. But if the individual is a male and they're attracted to a male, you're treating them differently but for their sex. You tolerate the attribute, being attracted to a male, in biological females, but you don't in biological males. So therefore, you're treating them differently on the basis of their biological sex. And 6 Supreme Court justices said, that's clear. And transgender is just kind of another permutation of that. The individual born of whatever biological gender it is, they're behaving differently than you would expect. They're identifying now the behavior is not a physical attraction, now their behavior is dress, or the name they want to use, or whatever other aspect of being female that the employer says is a problem for someone who's a biological male. But you have no issue with biological females wearing dresses. So you have the issue with the biological male, you're treating them differently, and the only difference is the biology. That's sex. So that's discrimination on the basis of sex. And the court said that. So that's kind of settled, but that's foundational here. And then you'll hear the same issue come up in the Grimm case, which got a lot of publicity out of Virginia, which is one of the high school student cases, and the Adams case out of Florida that you probably also heard about in the last few years. Both of these cases involve, both of them involve biological females who now identify as males. So the Grimm case, which went up to the Supreme Court, they refused to hear it, went back down to the Fourth Circuit. So with the circuit courts, below the Supreme Court, we have 12 different federal circuits around the country. And these are the highest courts below the Supreme Court. And the Fourth Circuit is Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, maybe West Virginia, I'm not sure. That's not us. The Fourth Circuit is up there. We're the 11th Circuit. Florida is in our circuit. So 11th Circuit cases mean a lot to us because they directly apply to us. So the first case is Grimm. Grimm is the Fourth Circuit case. In that case, the first issue, the main issue, was the biological female. Name has been changed to Gavin, now identifying as a male, and the issue is restroom use of the restroom, okay? Now, the second issue becomes the individual goes through the state law process to change their name, and I think they went through the state law process of amending their birth certificate, which you can do. A name change is one of the simplest legal things you can do. Anybody, a first-year lawyer can take somebody off the street and says, I want to change my name to, Fran Tarkington. And, you know, you gotta run an ad, you gotta file it, run an ad, you gotta go before a judge. Judge says, congratulations, you're now Fran Tarkin. Well, they might not let you change the name to someone else's name who's notorious, but it's pretty simple to do. Amending a birth certificate, it's not quite that easy because you don't get to deal with the judge right away. You have to deal with the bureaucrats, and you have to go down to Atlanta and do it. But it's simply done. It may be more protracted. It's like getting your passport renewed maybe, but it's doable for anybody. Both these things can be done. In Grimm, both these things were done, and then the second issue in the case becomes, well, I want you to change my name in the school records to reflect my now legal name. The state of Virginia has amended my birth certificate. The state of Virginia has changed my name. So I want my school records to reflect my legal name. All right. So the issues before the Fourth Circuit are whether or not the restroom policy, which after some controversy, the school said you can't use the restroom that corresponds with your gender identity. You have to use either your biological or you can use the single service restroom in the nurse's office. And we refuse to change your name. Now, I just don't know how the name change issue, that had to be a scenario where the lawyer told the client, all right, we're gonna lose. All right, that's a state issue. The state's changed the name. We're going to lose on this issue. And the school board says, we don't care. We want to pay you to fight it anyway. And the lawyer says, okay, because there's just no way. They thought they were going to win the name change issue. But the restroom issue is a little different. So one of the things that complicates the record in the Grimm case is that, so the school initially lets Gavin use the restroom that corresponds with his gender identity, which is male. And that goes on for X weeks. There's no problem. Then somebody complained. Most of the complaints come from parents or maybe staff. I think there was 1 or 2 student complaints in Grimm, but most of the complaints come from the adults. There's a complaint, so they tell him for Y period of weeks that he's got to use the nurse's office where there's a single serve restroom, which he does for a while. But apparently, I mean, so this is all across a big high school. They make a big deal about, you know, there's only one place in the whole building and it wasn't close to his classes, so he'd have to, sometimes he didn't have time between classes to go there and get back. Other times he had to wait too long. Supposedly some medical issues arose because of the difficulty of getting back and forth to the bathroom, or sometimes he'd get there, there'd be somebody in there. You know, it was a kind of a logistical problem. So then, all right, so that didn't work out. The student comes back and complains about that. And then they say, all right, you're going to have to use the boys' room. You're a biological male, you're going to have to use the boys' room. And that's what the students sued over because, you know, they felt like, well, that's not part of who I am, and that's, you know, embarrassing me every day because I dress like a girl, requiring me to go into the boys' room. All right. So they have some board meetings in Gloucester County. I'm not sure if that's exactly how you say that, but that county school board in Virginia. Now, that's something that you probably, if we have a scenario where this bubbles up, we probably want to think long and hard about that whole public comment section of any meeting, because this kind of issue will draw out some real aggressive people. And you had some folks come into these board meetings, they're being recorded, and they're saying just horrible things about this, you know, like 15-year-old kid. And, you know, the media is like, you know, John Frankenstein shows up to board meeting and calls the kid no worthless than a dog or something like that. And it says Gloucester County School Board meeting. So you wound up identifying the craziest language, the most media clickbait language that will come out of those kind of settings. And this issue will bring out the crazy folks. So let's try to avoid any kind of public airing of this issue if to the extent we have them. So the court's taken up this question. There's the main issue here, well, there's two issues that often come up in the restroom cases. One is privacy and one is safety. Now, of course, there'd been no instances of this student or any other transgender student doing anything to, like peeking under the stall or threatening anybody else. There was actually not any cases of misconduct by the student. And, you know, of course, if somebody does something like that, we already have school rules about that, right? You've got rules about, you know, disrespectful conduct or assault, or we got all kinds of school rules to deal with people who, you know, do something to infringe upon the rights of other students. But it was all so speculative. There was no evidence in the record, the court said, that this kid poses a threat to anyone else's safety for sure. And I think there was an issue when, in the third iteration of their policy, where they said you gotta use the restroom that corresponds to your biological, you know, the gender, your biological gender, the gender you were identified with at birth, is they put some like little extenders on the walls between the stalls to kind of make sure that if someone really wanted to peek, they'd have to put their head all the way down on the floor. You know, they couldn't just kind of lean over, make it really hard. And they have locks on the stalls. And all this kind of stuff was supposedly enhanced. And the court said, look, you know, you've got nothing here that's actually happened that, you know, would justify treating this person differently. And the only reason you're treating them differently is because of their biological sex, because of the gender that they were identified with at birth. So the court's going to say, you know, that policy is unconstitutional. That policy is illegal and unconstitutional. So there's two legal issues in these cases. There's the Equal Protection Clause argument, that's constitutional, and then the Title IX argument. The Title IX argument is just the Bostock case applied to Title IX, both prohibit discrimination on the basis of sex in the school setting. The equal protection argument is constitutional, and that reminds us of some of the cases that I had, you know, 20 years ago when the issue was, you know, whether or not the girl could be on the wrestling team. And you had, you know, cases decided in favor of, well, yes, she can, and those cases often turned upon the constitutional issue. All right, so that's Grimm. Then the St. Johns County case. This is St. Augustine, one of my favorite places. And this is, by the way, if kind of as we're kind of working on this, and as you're working on this and thinking about this, if you know, go to either one of these two schools, and I haven't done this, but go to either one of these two school systems that have been through the ringer on this, and you pull up either Gloucester County in Virginia or St. Johns County in Florida, and see what their current policies or practices are in this direction, they just spent a bunch of money doing putting together whatever they got has been through the ringer. So that's a resource out there to kind of look at. But in both these cases, you know, not to give away the punchline, but St. John's is going to lose a similar type of case where their issue, you know, really wound up coming down very much to the privacy issues in the restroom. There was also the Title IX issue and the equal protection issue. They had a policy where they did allow the students to use their preferred names and pronouns. So they were kind of, you know, maybe not, they were a little bit different than Virginia in that regard. But they would refer the students to those single stall or the gender neutral bathrooms. They wouldn't get to use the bathroom with which they identified currently. They would be referred to the single user situations. And so the court in this case gets into the whole privacy in the restrooms issue, which is absolutely why I went to law school, because I wanted to spend, you know, hours and hours of time thinking about what is my expectation of privacy in a public bathroom. That's exactly what inspired Matlock and myself. No, but it's interesting because that's one of the main things you hear, right, about the bathroom cases is safety and privacy. All right, so the court in this case gets into a fairly extensive discussion about public restrooms. And so first of all, even though we might be kind of used to something customary in terms of who goes to what bathroom, there's a very low expectation of privacy in a public bathroom. You know, you can kind of tell that by the first part of the name. It's public, not private. If you had a high degree of expectation of privacy, it would probably be called your private bathroom, but it's not. It's called the public bathroom. So there's not a lot of expectation of privacy in the public bathroom. Then you've got, most places, you still have the stalls on the doors that locked, and you've got the little, the walls, and you can get the extenders if you're really worried about it. But the court just was not persuaded. And in that case, the trial judge actually took a tour of the school and said, show me these bathrooms. I want to see what's going on. And just not persuaded about the whole privacy angle in the transgender bathroom cases. One of the things you got to be careful with in these kind of cases is, folks have really strong feelings on one side or another, and people run away in one direction or another, but without regard to the facts. I mean, any judge worth their salt is going to say, all right, that's fine, you listen to CNN or you listen to Fox News, and I've heard that and I've heard this. In this case, what's the room actually like? Are there doors on the stalls? How many stalls? What's the deal with the wall? They're going to want to get to the specific factual evidence in this case, and most of a trial is taken up with the presentation of facts, not with people making arguments to try to get on cable news. That will happen later, but that's not what most of a trial is about. So you got to go back and focus on the facts, and at least in St. Augustine, Florida, the facts were that there's not much expectation of privacy in the bathrooms at St. Johns County, whatever the high school was, and there wasn't any evidence. There was another issue in this case about some of the school board members said, well, we're afraid that some male student is going to show up one day and say that I'm a girl today so I can get into the girls' bathroom, the gender fluid scenario. The problem for the school board, which is defending the policy at this point, was they had no evidence of that ever happening. It was just speculation. And it's very difficult. When a judge is focused on facts, it's very difficult to come in there and say, well, Judge, I'm afraid that somebody could do this. Somebody could do anything. But that doesn't mean I'm going to decide in this case, based on these facts and applying this law, that your, fear is a sufficient justification for a policy. So you got to be, this is such a sensitive issue. You got to be careful that folks aren't being led one way or another based upon, their personal feelings or, whatever they think about the whole transgender issue in general. Now, one more thing that we want to put in the background here, and then we're going to go ahead and talk about, how we think we can start to deal with some of these issues in our setting and what our protocols say right now, is this notice of interpretation from the current Department of Education. So if you want to be cool, what do you call a Dear Colleague letter? DCL. If you want to be cool, you call a notice of interpretation a NOI. So this NOI was way better than that last DCL, which was better than the previous DCL. And that 2012 NOI, that really stunk. So you are moving and grooving with all the cool lingo if you memorize those kinds of things. If nothing else out of today, you don't get DCL and NOI. So in the NOI, the current department basically just says, all right, all of Bostock, we believe applies under Title IX. So we've got cases out there where judges have said so. The Supreme Court hasn't said this in the context of Title IX because Bostock was an employment case, a Title VII case, not a Title IX case. Other judges, our circuit, are saying yes. In the Title IX case, discrimination on the basis of sex means if you're tolerating one behavior and you're not tolerating that same behavior in someone else only because of the difference in their biological sex, you're treating them differently on the basis of sex, and that's illegal. And the federal DOE nationwide says last June in the NOI, we believe that's the rule too. Not surprising necessarily, but that's the federal interpretation now, right? So that applies to everybody as well. All right. Then we've got, so the current, it's interesting, the current guidelines, if you go back to that 2016 DCL, they kind of really stirred the pot when they talk about all those things we must do and we shall do. The current guidance from the US DOE, it's a little bit softer. It's not quite as aggressive as that 2016 DCL. They don't say any of those same things in terms of mandatory federal expectations. They talk about, well, here are examples of things that you can consider as a way to meet your obligations. You don't have to do any of these things. You can do none of these things, but these are examples of things you can consider. And they talk about respecting the gender identity by use of the preferred names and pronouns. That's an option. That's a way different deal than saying we shall use whatever the student has requested, right? Talking about developmentally appropriate protocols and checklists, which of course is what we have, to discuss with the student and families issues involving gender identity. So there's nothing in the current DOE guidelines that say, don't tell the parents. Matter of fact, when we looked at the 2016 DCL, even it didn't say that, right? Because they couldn't. There was no basis under FERPA to say withhold that from the parents. And then it talks about other things like helping students find support. Do we have a lot of clubs? Do we have that kind of thing? Do we have? No, we don't. Okay, so we don't have to worry about that. And prohibiting discrimination on the basis of status. That probably is one of our rules, right? Or I think it would be by the interpretation of discrimination based on sex. We would prohibit discrimination on the basis of gender identity or transgender identification. All right, so how are we going to approach a couple of these problems? Let's start with the easiest one, maybe, on the bottom, which is what really gets folks worked up in some of the traditional day school settings is the restroom issues. So, we're unique in that we don't necessarily have to worry about 1,000 students in an elementary school and X number of transitions a day, and every transition period there's 50 folks cycling through every restroom. We don't have that same issue. And the same way at the high school, we don't have necessarily those same kinds of numbers and frequencies as to we have to manage that. And in some of our pre-conference deliberations, we have speculated about the extent to which we can mitigate any concerns about privacy or safety by simply going to something more like it's a one person at a time kind of a deal. And so, there's no one else in there to have their privacy infringed upon, and there's no one else in there to be assaulted. And there's no one else in there for a lot of other things to happen wrong, too. Of course, a lot of misconduct occurs in the bathroom, right? Because a lot of students hide behind that privacy as well, and so, half of my vaping cases come out of the bathroom, a lot of vandalism, a lot of assaults, a lot of consensual behavior. Bathrooms are just a hot spot. I mean, I kind of see why they're so sexy and why they're in the news all the time, because all the good stuff happens there. But to the extent we can, based upon the physics of our layout and our numbers, basically say, it's a one person at a time kind of deal. We can implement that and supervise that. We can mitigate a whole lot of those issues. Now, I'm sure that there's someone here who has, a building or a wing or a floor where that might not be the solution. I doubt we solved everybody's problem, but the initial hope is that maybe that goes a long way towards solving most of your problems. In terms of changing somebody's name, I mean, if you tell me you want to go to the 4th Circuit or the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, and after the student's gotten their name changed in Clark County and they've gotten their birth certificate amended, but you still just don't want to change their name, I'll say, okay, well, we're going to lose on that. And I'll say, okay, that's fine, Dan. We don't mind buying you a beach house. And I'll say, okay, we'll throw in a ski chalet as well, and we'll do it. But if they've gone through those state procedures and a judge has already approved what they're wanting to do, you don't have much shot at fighting that issue, the formal name change, once those steps have been undertaken. Now, but the corollary of that is that you don't have to do that until those steps are undertaken. I mean, if you want to change your name, legally and, on our permanent record, there's a way to do that. And it is not walking in here and saying so. But these are relatively accessible. Legal services can help people with these things. These are relatively accessible ways you can go about doing that. When you do that, we'll be happy to change our records. Until then, the answer is not yet. Sorry. Then we get to what may be the more complicated problem, probably not the most grave issue, in that you don't hear a lot of safety concerns around the informal name, what are you going to call me in class, or the pronoun issues. It doesn't raise the same, somebody's going to get assaulted in the bathroom if we don't change the rules kind of a scenario. But it is certainly very salient to some parents. All right, so our current guidelines, and I hope I've paraphrased these correctly. Someone who's been involved in drafting these maybe need to help me out. But so a student who's under 18, the 18-year-olds and over, they're fine, right? They're eligible students. You want to change your nickname to Fran Tarkenton, Fran, Touchdown Fran, whatever. Fine, we'll put it in the nickname field, and that's what you're going by, big guy. Under the age of 18, what do we do? How do we handle it? So currently, the way we're set up, student comes to us, we say, okay, your parents have to be in the loop. Your parents have to be on board. We got to get them on board with doing this. We want to make sure that we're consistent and that this whole, Bob now wants to be Barbara thing is, transparent and supported. If the student says, well, I don't want to do that, then we don't do anything. We don't tell anything, we don't communicate with the parents, and we don't change anybody's name. We start changing a pronoun, and we don't change Bob to Barbara. If the student agrees with reaching out to the parents, then we may have, I think we're supposed to, the way it's written, have an SST meeting, SST team, to get involved, support the student, make sure that, we can do whatever we're doing in terms of pointing them toward community resources or other resources that might help the family and the student deal with this issue. That's currently what our protocols say. I think that's our current protocols, unless it's been changed the last week, say about, what's that? Okay, guidance. How we deal with the informal request to change name or pronouns from the under 18-year-old student. Now, problems, questions, concerns. This is probably one of the things that I think we might wrestle with and in a month have some more ideas about. But that's where we stand right now. And that's not contrary to the current US DOE position, the current NOI. It would have been a problem back in 2016 under that DCL, but that DCL, that's not binding anymore. So we think we're in a legally sufficient place. It may not be the final place we want to be in for policy, educational, mental health reasons, I don't know. That starts to get into some of your areas. Okay. Oh, okay, sorry. I take all that back, no. But that's the current thinking in terms of how we will handle those, right? So, you're actually dealing with it every day or every week. To what extent is that not going to work as cleanly as I make it sound like from the front of the room? What problems is it not going to solve? Or what alternative approaches can you imagine?
I just have a question about, how they identify their sex if they're non-binary. We have male or female on like surveys and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one, what would you recommend there?
So I get, if you're talking about like the pronoun, I guess that would probably fall under the same umbrella, right? Under 18-year-old, I don't want to be called him, I want to be called, I don't know what the current thing, them. That'd be the same thing, right? We say, all right, we got to bring in the parents, and make sure they're on board, and if they're on board, we'll have an SST, we'll all move together, figure out how to support you. That's the thinking on that. Now, you know, certainly, there's not anything legally contrary to this right now. There are going to be some folks who are going to have, you know, on different sides of this issue, you're going to have concerns about, you know, reaching out to the parents. And, you know, there'll probably be some cases where, you know, you will personally think, all right, in this case, reaching out to those parents, and that's, I guess, the way it's set up now, we wouldn't do that if if the student objects. But in some cases, we would say, all right, the parent is the last person that needs to know. The last person that is safe to know about what's going on with this kid. Now, hopefully, that's very few and far between, but we all know there's cases like that. I mean, parents go to jail for abusing their kids all the time. It happens, right? So there's that. Then there's going to be an issue with, I think, with, all right, the students come forward. We say, this is the protocol, or this is the plan. The student says, okay, I don't want to do that plan. I'm just going to keep doing my thing. Maybe wait till I'm 18, then you have to call me whatever you want, whatever I want you to call me. Do we have any obligation to notify the parents during this interview that the student has come forward in this way? Nothing right now that says so. At the federal or state level, you know, from a legal perspective, is there a policy argument? Is there some other argument that we think would support that? Now, there are cases going on around the country where folks are trying to argue that, you know, that schools do have some obligation to do so, but that's, and maybe by next month we'll have a decision from one of those cases. None of them are pending in Georgia, to my knowledge. So we might have a case from Kentucky that we can take a look at and say, well, this is what the court did with that issue there. And something else we may have on this issue in another month is, so those Title IX regulations that we've looked at twice, both in terms of the pregnant students and in terms of transgender and gender identity issues, you know, those are in the process of being revised again, and those may, you know, come out this summer. They might come out before July 21st. And it's possible they'll say something that will change or at least be worthy of consideration as we figure out how we want to deal with either one of these issues going forward. More likely, I don't think they're going to roll back the rights of pregnant students, but it wouldn't be surprising to see if they didn't try to push forward some federal legal requirements with regard to the transgender students in the new rules. But we can see that this administration is certainly not as aggressive, or hasn't yet been as aggressive on that as the previous administration was. So we don't know.
And you mentioned SST meeting up there. Is it, you're saying it needs to go to that?
I think that's what the internal documents we've been circulating, I think that's what is referenced there. Now, we could decide to do something different in that regard. I think that's kind of the concept that's on the table. Yes?
What if the student at enrollment with their parent says, like, my name's Abigail, but I want you to call me Sam, right? And my brothers are PM. Just go with it?
And their parents,
Sitting right there.
and the parents are supporting. They're like, that's fine. So under 18, parent is advised, parent consents, then yeah, that's the way it's set up right now, is we would do that. We would do that.
Do we need that in writing? Yeah, do we need, is that a legal, we need the legal name change records, or is that?
Now, I think when we're talking about the informal, I want y'all to call me.
I'm sorry.
When you're talking about the informal, I want you to call me. That's like the nickname. That's not something.
Legal name and Infinite Campus is still the legal name.
I don't know what you're calling the legal name on Infant Campus. In terms of changing their name, like on any permanent record, that's where we require the name change, order from a court, or amended birth certificate. If it's just the nickname, I want you to call me, then, and it's different, it's a different, you know, than their biological gender. then the way it's set up right now, our plan is if parents are on board, are aware and support, we'll do it.
I guess my question is, based on what she's saying, when we the counselors meet with the students and their parents to get them enrolled, the parent may say, yeah, I'm on board with that, and then we run with that, but we have nothing, I guess, in writing saying that's the case. And so the parent may come back and say, no, I didn't agree with that, but the only people in the meeting is the
Yeah.
student, the parent, and the counselor.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what forms you have in front of you at that point, but that wouldn't be a hard thing to address in terms of having the parents initial something, like when you key in or type in the name the student is asking to go by, and have the parents initial that. Or there's different ways to memorialize that, but that's not a hard problem to solve. Yeah. Mhm.
One more question. So let's say that, still under the informal use of preferred names, the student comes to me and says, same thing, I'm Abigail, but I want to go by Sam. And I call the parent and say, hey, Abigail wants to go by Sam. They go, oh, yeah, I know. Do we still have to do the SST meeting? These are great questions. And then when we do our procedures, what you're saying right here is included in that.
And I don't think we're talking about the SST meeting like, I think we've got two different definitions going with SST, I think.
We may. So.
In the enrollment form, there's a place for when they enroll, and the parent is part of that enrollment process, and so you can put a nickname in there. And you're good to go, because that's part of it. But what you're saying right here is part of what Dan, he's just setting the table for us to go back and to develop our protocol and to take care of the kind of situation you're talking. That's exactly what we need. That need to be in one of the questions, what feels open and not resolved. Because truthfully, if I can give a bias here, we want all kids to feel welcome. When they walk in our doors, we want to accept them who they are, where they are. But we also don't want to leave parents out of it. We're asking them to kind of share their business with us in their student business. And you can't hide things from them. And that's what we got to work through. How do we know things, communicate, and what are the plans? To me, that then is really the only, how do we kind of close that up so that they know what we know? Because we can't sit there and pretend like we don't know something. When we do know something about it.
Yeah.
How do we do that? You did a good job of setting that table. You used
Awesome.
every piece of silverware.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I think we're actually in overtime now, so we probably need to. Yeah.
I was going to make a quick comment too. Remember, when you're working with students with FAFSA forms, dual enrollment, Georgia Student Finance Commission, Georgia Futures needs to have the name matching in all areas. So what's in Infinite Campus needs to be what they're using there, regardless of their preference. Because it's going to jack things up majorly for kids if they go with different names.
Put that on your comments, Mike, because we're gonna take all of your comments, that we have lots of questions. This is not an easy topic to resolve in one day, 1 week, 1 year. I mean, it's gonna take some time. But we do need your input, concerns, and then we'll come back together, talk with Dan further, and get some information out, some guidance to you at some point in the future.
All right.
Thank you so much, Dan.
Thank you. All right. Did you rip this thing out here?
We should be able to. I can eject if you feel safer
Oh,
about it.
if you're not worried about it, I'm not worried about it.
I'm not worried about it.
All right. Very good.
Dan, thank you again.
Thank you.
Really
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
that.
Thank you.
All right, so Dawn is getting those pieces of paper out. You can either write on them, or there's a QR code, correct? Dawn, there's a QR code on that as well? Yeah, okay. All right. Do we need a quick break? We're a little bit behind, but what do y'all think? Should we move on? Okay. All right, next we have Deborah Morris. Is Deborah with us? Yes. Deborah is our regional homeless coordinator, and we've also added foster students to her plate recently. And so she's going to come up and give us some update in her area. And man, she has been busy this year. You'll find out in a few minutes just how hard at work she's been. Our numbers have increased drastically, the number of students who have been identified. We've known we've had homeless students, but we just haven't had them identified at the level that we have now. So, Deborah, thank you so much.
Are they gonna take a break first?
No, they said no, they wanted to.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing me to come on, so we can just keep on moving. That's great stuff, good stuff. My first, am I going in the right direction?
You got it?
There it goes. Okay. I want to start with thank you so much. One day I was working on a project and I was way over my head, way over my head. You know how it is having several balls up in the air at one time. And because I had several things going on, I had sort of gotten behind a little bit, and I needed something with a sense of urgency. And so I actually had to reach out to Dr. Gibney Sherman for her approval because of my lack of preparation created a sense of urgency. And one of the one things that you never want to do is to have to go straight to the boss. You just you want to solve everything you can on your own, rather than going straight to the boss. And so I sent her an email and I said I need an approval on a PO and yada, 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 yada. And I, went with a string of I'm so sorry, I should have better prepared. And her response to me was, we'll take care of this, we'll help you with this, no worries. And her signature was, you are much appreciated. She has no idea how much that sentence meant to me, to know that, I was working so hard, and to know that I felt appreciated, that she appreciated the work that I was doing. And so I want to communicate that same level of appreciation to you guys, the people that are in the room. Melanie Brittany said she has worked so hard. I am just one of many who have been working very, very hard toward the same goal. We've heard forever that there's no I in team, and that is so true. I would not have been able to do anything that I've been able to do, and we would not have been able to post the numbers that we have not that we've been able to post without the care and cooperation of everybody. So please know that you are very, very much appreciated, especially for me, for all of your efforts toward our successes at home and in the homeless instruction and the McKinney-Vento initiatives that we've been working on. I couldn't have done it without Dawn. She's been right there in my corner. She's been the person that I've been sending questions to on a constant basis, and she's been coming back with many, many answers on a constant basis. And so oftentimes when you ask me questions, I have to have a resource, an internal resource. So I've been eternally grateful to her, and especially grateful to you. I know when I come and visit your sites, you're very, very busy, very, very busy. And there's always something going on when I come, but you always take the time to stop and sit and talk with me and talk about the students and any concerns that you are not having. And so I appreciate that very much. And as a result of that collaboration and cooperation, we've had a lot of success in the identification of our McKinney-Vento students for Foothills. Right now, as we speak, we have 276 students with active flags this year. We have 249 students that are eligible for state coding, and we have 135 students that are actively enrolled in our sites. And that was as of last Thursday. I pulled these numbers last Thursday in an effort to send this presentation to Josh. So that changes every single day. The numbers are constantly changing, they're constantly in motion. And I dare not say that we're gonna see even more of an increase in this moving forward. As all of the housing structures are changing and more families are finding themselves in economic duress and they're trying to figure out how they're gonna handle this economic situation that we're dealing with right now, these numbers are gonna change. So you say, okay, you give us these numbers, how do we know that there has been a change? So let's go back and we're gonna look, what am I doing wrong?
Use this.
Okay, thank you. Let's go back and look at where we are beginning in September 21st, until where we were just a couple of weeks ago in May in our active numbers. You see Baldwin went from 8 active students to 20 active students that are currently enrolled right now. Now, if we go back to the students that are identified, it would be that they went from like 8 to like 40 over the course of that time. But we're talking about students that are actively enrolled, that are coming on campus each and every day. There are some of your sites that are here that didn't even have numbers. When I first took this position in September, Madison Franklin is an example of that. There were no active students when I initially started, and now they have 2. All right, and here are the rest of the sites. So you can see who you have actively enrolled. So beginning in September 21, we had 79 actively enrolled students who were coming onto your campuses each and every day. And now we're at 135 of those same students in an apple-to-apple comparisons. And so that is as a result of the work, the initiatives that we've put into place to try to identify as many of these students as we possibly can. That's as a result of the conversations that you guys are having with your students that's on your campus on a daily basis. That's a result of the conversations that the mentors are having, that the conversations that the site directors are having, the conversations that the teachers are having, and then reporting the outcome of those conversations to you guys. And then as a result, you contacted me so that we can make proper identification of those students. See if I can hit the right side. Through the course of my visits to your buildings, I've made sure that each site has the latest copies of these posters, right? If you do not have these posters, and if they do not have my name on there, please let me know. Please let me know, and I'll make sure I'll get them to you. But I've been to every site, right? All of the sites that need these posters, and so you should have them posted in a prominent place so that when students and parents come into your buildings, they'll have an opportunity to see that this resource is available to them for the needs that they have in their family. All right, a few things to remember. All right, our current year ends in just a week or so. Ends next week at the end of June 30th. And the status that a student has had at any point in time of the year when they were identified remains in effect until June 30th. Beginning July 1st, right, that's when we go back and we take a look at the status of each student that was currently identified at your location and make sure that there has not been any change in status. If there has been a change in status and their situation has improved, and they no longer meet the criterion for McKinney-Vento, then they will not be a rollover student for us. If their situation is still meets the definition of McKinney-Vento, then they're identified as McKinney-Vento in the 22-23 school year, 22-23 school year, beginning July 1st. And so that will be the basis of our star of our population for the next school year. And then we'll just add students as they come in, and we have new students that are newly identified. So beginning July 1st, the morning of July 1st, your status will all be 0 until you've had an opportunity to verify the students that are currently identified on your rosters. Only full-time students are included. The Foothills Plus or the TC, the credit recovery students are not included for our state coding purposes, just our full-time Foothills students. Okay. Any questions about that? Any questions about the things to remember? In addition to the McKinney-Vento students. Ms. Britton has also asked me if I could work on supporting the foster care population in our system. Right now, we have 5 kids. Well, we actually have seven kids on our rolls. 2 of them are in locations that I would not serve, but we have 5 kids that we are serving right now. And who knows what will happen with that population as things change and as family situations change, that may grow too. I am in the process of trying to research, of doing research on foster care and foster care in schools to know, to make sure that when I visit with you and when I talk with you, that we're following, meeting all the requirements and trying to take care of those kids' needs as best that we can. But for now, the majority of the processes and procedures that you have in use for our McKinney-Vento students, those same will apply for our foster students population. And that is that we want to serve them as best as we possibly can, scaffold them as much as we can, offer them as many supports as we can to help them assure academic success while they are a student in our hallways. And you do a fantastic job of that. So if you just continue the good work that you're doing with supporting all of our students, then you will do a good job in taking care of those students as well. There was a question earlier today about protocols for assessment of trauma. Stephanie asked that question of me earlier. She shared the information with Dawn and Melanie and myself, and so we'll be working on that, trying to get an answer for that. That was something that didn't come to us, probably because at that point we didn't have someone identified as the point of contact, so we didn't receive it. But we will do some research, and as soon as we get some answers on that, we'll get back to you with what protocols that we'll need to use at Foothills for that. Any questions about McKinney-Vento and foster care?
Yeah, I got a quick question. When
Of
we're
course.
looking to reevaluate homeless situations in July, are we gonna have any kind of guidelines as far as what's gonna be considered regular? If they've been at the same location for 6 months, 12 months, what's gonna qualify as regular?
You know, there is no time factor that is put on this. If I went and print and looked at the guidance, there is no time factor there. And so because each situation is unique, you'll be able to use your professional judgment in making that decision. If in talking with the student and the parent and any other support that student has, if you feel like that is not regular in the terms of the best interest of the child, then it is not regular. Yes, ma'am.
And to add to your question, will we go through you to, if they need to be removed from, when the flag needs to be removed?
Yeah, if you be kind enough to send me the information that this child no longer qualifies, and then I will share the information with Tiffany Norman. She is phenomenal. Tiffany is phenomenal as a resource person, and she is so on top of everything. And then she will go in and she'll remove the flags and the coding for that year. Other questions? These are very good questions. Other questions? Are there any concerns with the process, the identification processes that we're using right now, the procedure that we're using? I send the information to the social worker when it comes to me from Jamie. Jamie Gordon sends me some information from online registration. When she sends that to me, I share it with Tiffany and you, the social worker at your site, so you're notified. And then at the end of each month, but actually I do it at the beginning of the new month, I send you a list of all the active students that you have in your buildings at that time. And at that time, I copy your site directors. When we're working through the process and just making the notification, I don't copy the site directors, but I do copy your site directors at the beginning of each month when I send you your list of current active students who are actually in the hallways. Is there anything about that that needs to be changed or adjusted? Yes, ma'am.
Well, I was just gonna say, you know, at the time of enrollment, a lot of times I know that's when families identify or may identify that they're in a homeless situation. But let's say if the student's been enrolled for a while, then they have a circumstance that leads to homelessness, then we will, of course, notify you so they
Right.
can have a flag.
Right, and that happens quite frequently. So a student's engaged in a conversation with their mentor, and they tell the mentor they don't know where they're gonna go tonight, they've been put out, or something has happened in their home life. The mentor shares it with the site director and or the social worker if he or she is on site that night. And they send me an email that say, we've been made aware of this situation. I share it with Tiffany, and then we go ahead and flag and code the student, and we let you guys know that the student has been flagged and coded. And then on the next month, when I send that list, that student is then included in that list. Other questions? Concerns? Well, thank you so much. I do appreciate all your help and cooperation. And like I said, we're all working toward the same goal. And if we continue to do the good work that we're doing, all of our McKinney-Vento and our homeless students will be well taken care of.
Thank you so much, Deborah. We really appreciate all your hard work. All right, Dawn Myers, our Student Services Specialist, is going to give us some information and some data.
Yes, I'm going to take it home, so hang with me, y'all. I have two things. We're close to the end. I have two things to share with you, some data that I think you'll find really interesting. I'm a data nerd, and I loved it, but I hope you'll find it informative and encouraging. And then also, you can do it without the notes, yeah. Also, I have some resources for you, so I have some takeaways. But first of all, I just wanted to clarify, you might have noticed my title has recently changed. I came on as your SEL specialist, and now I'm your student support specialist. This is in an interest to just have no lightning rod trouble at Foothills, especially in light of Senate Bill 153. I told Dr. Gimme Sherman when she approached me about it, I was like, I really don't care what you call me, and I really don't care what we call the work, as long as it's the right work. And unfortunately, SEL has been kind of politically compromised and aligned with CRT for some people, and kind of just a lightning rod for people who don't know what SEL is. These are all people who know what SEL is. We know what we're talking about. We're going to still keep encouraging, promoting, and supporting SEL, but you just might hear it talked about a little differently, right, Dr. Gimme Sherman? And that's okay. It's just, are we doing the right work for kids? So one of the things we've been doing, and many of you probably know about, is the graduate exit survey, and I'm super excited about these data. This is a 14-question online survey on SurveyMonkey that this time last year, the SEL task force decided we really need to find out from our graduates what they think about their Foothills experience. We think we know anecdotally, but we really want a good exit survey for our graduates. So since last spring, we've had actually 119 students who have responded. When I pulled these data, it was 112. And it's perception data that students tell us what their experience was. I'll show you a couple questions in a second. This I put up here to see this is how many students from each of the sites have completed a graduate exit survey. We've asked the, as with many things at Foothills, it's kind of all hands on deck. Whoever is interacting with that student as they're graduating, so it might be the counselor or the social worker, definitely the grad coach and the career specialist, to encourage them to go to the QR code link to the SurveyMonkey and take the survey. So if you don't have a lot of your graduates represented up here, go back to your site and figure out why and get more students to take it. Because here's what the survey data does. We ask one question, and some of you have received these emails from me that says, is there a person at Foothills who's really had a strong impact on your success, and why? And the student will tell us. That person gets an email saying, a student shouted out to you on the graduate exit survey. It's copied to the site directors and the superintendent. And it's just a really nice, like, adult SEL, right, way of reinforcing positive connections with students. The students get thanked for completing the survey. They get mailed a $5 gas card and a thank you note. And these data are going to really help inform our school improvement efforts. So here's a sneak peek at what the site directors are going to be looking at. Thank you. So this is one of the questions. Do you think that our school exceeded your expectations, met your expectations, or did not meet? Y'all, this is like, I think, almost statistically impossible or amazing that out of over 100 students, no one said it didn't meet their expectations. I just think this is really remarkable, and we should all be super proud of this. So this is great news. I should also mention your site directors are going to have a dashboard for each of your sites where you can drill down and see what your students at your site, even though it might be a small number, how they answered these questions and then compare it to the district average. So that's kind of exciting. You'll be able to see your student responses. Thank you. This was just an interesting question. It's kind of all over the board. How much did COVID-19 negatively impact your learning? So I think that just reflects that it's as different as the different family and student experiences due to COVID, but nonetheless kind of found that interesting. And then this is fascinating. What kept you at Foothills, right? Like, okay, you've graduated, why did you stay? And the top answers have to do with flexibility, ability to work from home, one-on-one teacher support, and this one, the whole answer says positive relationships with Foothills staff. So I think we should all be really proud of that. We are directly contributing to students staying and graduating with us because they really appreciate it. And also it's high that they chose to come to Foothills, and I think that's not a surprise. When it's a choice, there's lots of agency built in, with even choice of what you do each night, how you progress through your classes. Students really like that. Okay. Now, I really want you to see this. This is that I get really excited about. These are Georgia Student Health Survey data. This goes all the way back to like the beginning of time of Foothills, just about 2015. And so it's a longitudinal look. The health survey, they did a much abbreviated wellness survey. Some of the questions were the same, but we don't have data on all of them. But in yellow, what I highlighted are questions where we are outperforming our answers pre-COVID, which I think is remarkable. And you'll see on some of these questions, I really think it's a direct result of the intentional focus on SEL and on relationships that you all are doing. I mean, I fit in at my school, I feel successful at school, are higher than we've ever been. We've just been getting better and better, looking forward to going to school. Students at my school are welcoming to new students. We're up from kind of a dip during COVID. And this adult social support. Teachers treat me with respect, 95.6, agree or strongly agree. That's fantastic. There's no other high school in the state that has those responses, I can guarantee you. It's just really exciting, I think, and represents the intentional, deliberate focus on what social workers and counselors do, is focusing on the relationships. Let's see, so that's all just really great news. You can go to the next one. Here's more great news. Again, this is, I think, a reflection on the intentional focus on diversity and equity and inclusion and accepting all students. Students treat each other with respect. Students show respect regardless of ability. And students are at our school are treated fairly by other students regardless of race, ethnicity, or culture. Y'all, we've gone up 4 and 5 and almost 6 percentage points on that second question just in the past few years. So I'm really, really inspired by these data. It just shows me we're doing the right work. Even in the safety, less students are saying they feel unsafe, so this one's a little bit of inverse, a lower number is better, and less students are worried about other students hurting them. It might be interesting to see how that changes with the kind of recent attention about school safety. I don't know if the national news will have an impact, but any comments on this, or what do you all see in these data? Does that confirm what your experience is at the sites? Yeah? Okay. Okay, so that was good news, and I am sorry to end the day with, this is the not so good news. This is kind of actually, I think the terrifying news, the terrifying data. So these are numbers, there's a couple questions on the Georgia Student Health Survey. You know, it's like sex, drugs, and rock and roll, right? There's all the drug questions and the sex questions, and then there's the mental health questions. And these, if you look, what happened pre-COVID to here, and then look at these final 2 columns, I think this is really scary. And what it tells us is it confirms what we're hearing kind of at conferences, what we read in the national news, is that COVID had a huge impact on our students' mental health, on teenagers' mental health. And it's really confirmed by our data. Less than ever before, it's lower percentages, 80.8 and 84.8 are lower than ever before in the past 12 months. I have not considered harming myself or suicide, so we're going in the wrong direction there. And then if you look at the on more than 3 to 5 occasions or on more than 5 occasions, I mean, y'all, this doubled from pre-COVID. This survey was taken pre-shutdown in spring of 2020. So we were at 2.3% of students saying on more than 5 occasions, I thought about suicide. We've doubled that post-COVID. I don't know. I mean, our numbers, you know, it's not a huge number at Foothills. You take a survey. But I still think this breakdown from pre-COVID to post-COVID is pretty alarming. and underlines and underscores our intentional focus on mental health and why we have to keep our eye on building resources and helping support our students. And so that's some of the things that I'm going to update you about mental health. But anyone want to comment on this, or are you guys surprised by this, or? No, you're not. You see it every day. Yeah, I know, but y'all, it's like a dividing line pre-post-COVID. I just think it's really interesting. So, okay. So this underscores why our work is so important. So a couple, before you go, or we can go to here. A couple things that are going on that kind of support our efforts around mental health. The Georgia Crisis and Access Line. I know y'all know about it and you refer to it. I ordered us a whole bunch of business cards. So these are great to give to parents and students in the middle of a crisis to take with them. You might not, they might rate low on the Columbia Suicide Assessment Scale, and you might not be calling the crisis line out to the site that night, but you might want to have a resource in their hand when they go home. Every site has one of these business card holders. So if your social worker and your counselor are here, just make sure you grab one. They're over on the table, and I can replenish your supply.
The holders included.
Yeah, the holders included. Take the whole thing and give them out to students. Use them. I know that a lot of times we turn out to be the mental health professionals for students and for staff. Right? I've been a school social worker, so I know that sometimes we're focusing on the students, but it's the adults in the building that are also struggling. And so we've made, you might have seen these, because I got some of them into your sites with your instructional coaches. These are reminding Foothills staff about our really fantastic employee assistance program. And so this is a card that actually you can scan and go right to it. And you should have these at your site. There's not enough one per site per day, but if you want some on your desk, take it. These are something that if a faculty member or colleague is struggling, you can put in their hand for them to access help. Because, right, healthy adults, healthy mental health adults, healthy mental health students. Let's see, other resources. I want to build out in our Canvas student support course a resource, kind of a repository of resources for pregnant and parenting students. I know a lot of you do good work in referring students to WIC, to daycare that's available for them, of other resources. If you have anything, will you send it to me, and I'll build out kind of a Canvas course so that when you have a student who's pregnant or parenting, you have all those resources at your disposal. One of those resources we've kind of already kicked off, and super thanks to Stephanie Bird. She took this and ran with it, the Athens Area Diaper Bank. And it's not, it's regional, it's not available to everyone, but if you are Jackson, Madison, Oglethorpe, Barrow, or Clark, this is a fantastic resource. They give free diapers monthly, and we have signed on, thanks to Stephanie, to be a provider. You have to kind of be a partner agency, and so then all you need to do is let them know how many students you have and what size diapers they need, and they'll bring them to us monthly, and you can send diapers home with students. So that's more on that to come, but thanks, Stephanie, for getting that ball rolling. There's some of these flyers over there too, so if you're in one of those 5 counties, take some with you so you can give them to students. Okay. Let's see, feminine hygiene grant. Sorry guys, we're going to talk about things that you might not want to talk about on a Monday afternoon, but we're going to because it'll help students. You might know that in the past the state has given resources for feminine hygiene, and the reason is because there's research that shows that 80% of female students have missed school as a result of not having feminine hygiene products. It's a really big indicator to lack of school attendance. They stay home because they don't have products. So the state of Georgia has tried to solve that, and every year, every school district in the state of Georgia gets a grant, a lump sum of money that they have to spend on feminine hygiene. Last year, you got a whole bunch of maxi pads delivered site, and they are somewhere, probably a lot of them still are there because we haven't given them all out. So social workers, counselors, find out where they are, make sure you know. This year, you're getting a whole big delivery of tampons. And so girls can have a choice with their products, and there's a note that shows, kind of gives you instructions on what to do with them. There's also a note to students, how to give them to students. You also are getting a supply of bags. So here's what I want you to know. If a girl comes to you and needs a product, don't just give one product. Fill this bag, put this note in it to the student that says, hey, we're happy to help you, and if you need more, let us know. Put this in the bag, put the bag full of her choice of products, and send it home. And let us know when you run out, and we'll order more. We do not want this to be a barrier to school attendance at Foothills, right? We are in the business of removing all barriers. So, does that make sense? I just want you all to know that this exists and what this is for, and it's at your site, and don't let it just get stuffed back in a closet somewhere. And I hope you run out, and I hope you let us know that we can provide more supplies for you. So what's to come? And a lot of this is around mental health needs. We're building out telehealth. I know we've been talking about it. We got a telehealth grant. You've probably heard about it. And it is now really, we are landing the plane. It is going to happen. We're going to do a pilot and roll out to several sites starting in August. And then we're going to add more and more. And this will allow your students to have the opportunity to log onto the computer for a well visit checkup, physical health with a provider, and to do telemental health and have access to a counselor with a federally qualified health center that can serve anyone regardless of ability to pay. Sliding scale, can take Medicaid, can take private insurance. So that is to come, and we will let you know soon if you're in one of the pilot sites. And then again, like I said, we just want to figure it out and get some of the kinks worked out, but eventually all of our students will have access to telehealth. We had, and many of you, thank you for referring students. We had a fantastic first student leadership program this spring. We had 30 students across all the sites that participated in a 6-week Zoom program where they learned leadership skills facilitated by the Fanning Institute for Leadership Development at UGA. And we're going to do that again in the fall and again in the spring. So, check and make sure you know who your student leaders are, turn to them, use them for orientation, use them to help you plan. They are looking for jobs, and they were pretty remarkable. Melanie and I had a ball. We helped with the facilitation. It was just a really fun. And I think that's going to speak to, one of the questions that's always low on the Georgia Student Health Survey is, I know a student at my school who I can talk to if I need help, or I know peers, and we know that we always rate low on those questions because we don't have sports, we don't have clubs, we don't have a lunchroom, we don't have a lot of natural opportunities for students to interact. But when we ask students on surveys, they're craving that. They're craving the ability to meet other peers and other students. So student leadership was our answer to that initially, and it was really a good, successful program. We're going to keep doing more professional learning. You've probably seen we kind of have a PL series, and some of you have participated this summer. And those are issues, SEL type issues, mental health type issues. And so there's a couple spots open in one of them about implicit bias later in July. But those have been really successful, and staff are just finding that they're really liking to get together and talk about these things. We did youth mental health first aid training for mentors. We trained 90 mentors this spring across 3 different Saturdays on the youth mental health first aid curriculum. We're looking at bringing more trauma training and just all kinds of different ways to get adults talking about what students need. But my final question is, what do you need? What would you like to see? What do you need as far as resources? What things do you need for your students informed by our survey results? Is there anything on top for you? Yeah.
Would it be, just to kind of maybe help motivate students to be involved in the leadership program, is it possible to look at them getting course credit for that?
Oh, that's a really good idea. We could look at it. No, they never. They did get a certificate. They got a book. They got a set of headphones. So we gave them kind of material things. And also we tried to really talk to them about, this is something you can add to your resume when you're applying for a job. So, school counselors, if you're helping a student develop a resume, if they've been in the student leadership program, make sure you add that, but let's.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, we'd have to talk to Dale about maybe
There's some
including
state
it.
numbers out there,
Oh.
I know. Foundations of Leadership, peer facilitation,
Yeah.
peer leadership.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think we might have to, I don't know.
We'll look at it.
Yeah,
I mean, I
we can look
appreciate-
at it.
That's why I asked, what are your ideas? We'll run it down and see if it's possible.
And put that on your evaluation sheet that we're gonna talk about in just a second.
Anything else? You guys know how to find me. If you have other ideas, I'm happy to go exploring any good ideas, resources you need. Make sure to take these.
Oh, Dawn, thank you so much. Dawn is such a wealth of resources and support and information. We just value her so much. Okay, finally, we've made it to the end of the day, and what a day this has been. Incredible information. I hope that you found this very helpful and informative. We need your feedback. Jeffrey's going to hand out, or have you already done it, Jeffrey, the evaluation forms, and we've got a QR code up here as well. We had hoped to have just a minute. Dr. Gibney Sherman had wanted some table talk time for you to kind of share out what was good about today, what did you learn that you didn't know before, what was the most important thing you learned today, just some things like that. If you could just take a minute while he's handing those out, talk to your partner at your table, and if someone wants to hear the questions, what did you learn that was new today, what additional information do you need, what was the most helpful thing you learned today, and those are kind of different than the questions on the survey. There are several more in-depth questions on the survey, but we just want a little quick feedback from you. So take just a second while you're looking at that, and then if you've got something you want to shout out and share with us, we'll do that for just quickly, and then it will be time to adjourn. All right, take just a few minutes. And also, if you don't mind, leave the cards on your table. We'll need those for our group tomorrow, the playing cards that we use for our opening activity. So if you don't mind, just leave those on the table before you leave. And you don't have to complete the survey here. But right. And when you've had a chance to think of an answer to these questions, if you want to somebody just shout out, share out at each table a response to one of these.
Also, if they're worried about their sign-in, we can put up a list of.
Oh, yes, and if you are worried about your sign-in, we can put up a list here and make sure your name is on it. If you have a question or concern about it, come see Jeffrey or Josh before you leave today, and we can check on that for you. Okay. All right, anybody want to share, what did you learn that was new to you today? Anything new that you didn't know before you came in here? Anybody want to share anything?
Is the leadership that Dawn was talking about, the students, is that the same as student ambassadors, or is that different?
That's the same thing.
Oh.
Right, Dawn?
Well, some sites have taken it and developed their leaders as an ambassador program. So some sites have kind of done additional things.
But we've also referred to them as ambassadors. Typically, they're student leaders, but they were, yeah. So maybe your site, you might have a different program that's in addition to what we did. Ours was the student leadership, but we told them they are ambassadors for their sites. So, all right, anything else new? Any other response? Anybody learned that you didn't know before you walked in today? Okay.
127 that they said about one person having like a post-secondary degree, 2 people are in bachelor's, 7 people need technical.
Oh, yeah.
I never heard that before.
Yeah, that was incredible information from Irene. All right, what additional information do you need? Anything just off the top of your head you need to know more about? And you also include this on your survey, but we're just interested in hearing.
I just put that I would have liked more job specific to like my area, which is social work, and hear from different programs with what they're doing and like have more collaboration.
Okay. Duly noted. All right, anything else? All right, and what was the most helpful thing you learned today?
anything that was most helpful? Yeah. Yeah, that's big. Lots of changes there. Dual enrollment for sure. All right. Well, you have been wonderful today. Thank you so much for your time and attention and for all that you do at the sites. You are so valued and so appreciated, and you are making a difference. We just appreciate you so much. If there's anything any of us can do to help support you, do not hesitate to let us know. And just hope you have a wonderful summer and do some fun things and get some much needed mental health rest and break that you need. And we look forward to seeing you again soon. Anybody else? All right. Safe travels.